Loving that you give me. La la la. Loving that you give me. Oh yeah, loving that you give me. La la la. Loving that you give me.
Irresistible now. Irresistible now.
Good, everybody. Welcome to Solo TV 84. I'm your gracious host, Solomon Jones. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Sunday morning, afternoon, or evening. You could have been anywhere in the world right now, but you chose to be here with me. And today I'm going to challenge you. For those who saw yesterday's live stream last night, it got real, okay? It got a bit intense. Because these are the topics where this is not for people that are closed-minded. The concepts and ideas that are being presented to you on this live stream, they're going to challenge some of the things that you believe or that you know, because we're delving into an era in human history that is very unprecedented. And so a lot of people are going to be very dismissive or they're not going to believe it. Now, we're watching I'm doing a reaction video to the Diary of a CEO who interviewed Mo Gatat. Now, Mo Gatat, for those who don't know, used to be the chief business officer for Google X. Now, for people who are not familiar with Google X, it used to be Google's quote unquote X-Men division, so to speak. Okay. So Google X, they would come up with new futuristic ideas like AI, robotics, and and things like that, because Google makes a lot of money where they can explore innovative ideas and strategies and business developments, partnerships, etc., to enable Google as a conglomerate to be around for decades or eons to come. Okay. And yesterday, we heard a lot of interesting things by Mr. Mogatat. For example, he stated by 2045, AI will be billion times smarter than the average human being. He also mentioned that right now, Google ChatGPT, it's got about a 150 to 160 IQ, and that within months, we're looking at ChatGPT having a 600 IQ, and within years, it might do a 10x, having a 1600 IQ. Now, when you start to talk about concepts and ideas like that, it sounds insane. I know for the average person, this may sound insane, but remember, this is a guy who worked at this Google X division. He was a very high-ranking member there. He's a multimillionaire. He's written a lot of books. Very successful individual. This isn't just some guy who is doing YouTube videos like me, right? In a corner talking about AI. This is a guy actually who got to be behind the scenes, so to speak. Okay. So we're going to continue with this. The only thing I ask is keep an open mind. If you have questions, feel free to super chat the questions. Let's get straight into it. Here we go.
People will optimize them out of existence.
100%, but I'll be happier.
Oppenheimer, I'm not super familiar with his story. I know he's the guy that sort of invented the nuclear bomb, essentially.
He's the one that introduced it to the world. There were many players that, played on the path from the beginning of E equals MC squared all the way to a nuclear bomb. There have been many, many players, like with everything. OpenAI and ChatGPT is not going to be the only contributor to the next revolution. The thing, however, is that when you get to that moment where you tell yourself, holy shit, this is going to kill 100,000 people, right? What do you do? And I always go back to.
For those who don't know who Oppenheimer is, or Oppenheimer, he is the one who created the nuclear bomb, if I'm not mistaken.
To that COVID moment. So patient zero, huh? If we were upon patient zero, if the whole world united and said, okay, hold on, something is wrong, let's all take a week off, no cross-border travel, everyone stay at home, COVID would have ended. 2 weeks. All we needed, right? But that's not what happens. What happens is first ignorance, then arrogance, then debate, then, blame, then agendas, and my own benefit, my tribe versus your tribe. That's how humanity always reacts.
This happens across business as well. And this is why I use the word emergency, because I read a lot about how big companies become displaced by incoming innovation. They don't see it coming. They don't change fast enough. And when I was reading through Harvard Business Review and different strategies to deal with that, one of the first things it says you've got to do is stage a crisis.
100%.
Because people don't listen else. They carry on doing with that, they carry on carrying on with their lives until it's right in front of them and they understand that they have a lot to lose. That's why I asked you the question at the start, is it an emergency? Because until people feel it's an emergency, whether you like the terminology or not, I don't think that people will act. It's the same with climate change.
I honestly believe people should walk the streets.
You think they should, protest?
Yeah, 100%. I think I think everyone should tell government, you need to have our best interest in mind.
This is why they call it the climate emergency.
Right. And unfortunately, people are not going to protest the streets until it's too late, unfortunately, because this guy is ringing the alarm, right? But who's really paying attention to this, right? We have 26 people here. People are not going to protest the streets until you have massive layoffs and massive people losing their jobs to AI. Make no mistake about it. I think 10 years from now, I posted a video about 3 weeks ago talking about 10 jobs AIs will affect. I think within 10 years from now, a lot of people that are in the accounting business, customer service business, data entry business, receptionist business, fast food industry, I think a lot of people aren't going to be working those jobs. And I would go on to say within 20 years from now, you're going to have people that truck drivers are going to be affected. You're going to have people that Uber drivers and Lyft drivers are going to be affected because of the automation that AI is dealing with. A lot of people, we're talking about billions of people that are going to lose their job. And one of the reasons I'm doing this stream is, like I said, it's not just to have you start critically thinking about these concepts of the future, but also to maybe start imploring yourself and say, hey, what can I do to make sure that I survive this? Because I made a video yesterday speaking about the rise of CBDCs. So we're talking about not just the new financial system where we're moving over to a digitized way, right? Digitally, excuse me, right? But we're also moving to a new technological era. So, wow. Shout out to the American Wolf. He gave me brother, I appreciate you with the $5 super chat. I really do. This is very, I appreciate that. This is very important. This is a very important topic. And unfortunately, a lot of people think this is a joke or it's a sci-fi movie like iRobot. That's why I used it as a thumbnail, right? But there will come a time where you will see a man and a woman holding hands, and you won't be able to tell if that is a real woman or if that's an AI robot woman. Make no mistake, you're going to see that in your lifetime. Possibly, if you don't see it, your children will definitely see it. Okay, let's continue.
Emergency, because people, it's a frog in a frying pan. It's, no one really sees it coming. You can't, it's hard to see it happening, but
it is here.
Yeah.
This is what drives me mad. It's already here. It's happening. We are all idiots, slaves to the Instagram recommendation engine. What do I do when I post about something important? If I am going to, put a little bit of effort on communicating the message of Scary Smart to the world on Instagram, I will be a slave to the machine. Okay? I will be trying to find ways and asking people to optimize it so that the machine likes me enough to show it to humans. That's what we've created. It is an Oppenheimer moment for one simple reason. Okay? Because 70 years later, we are still struggling with the possibility of a nuclear war because of the Russian threat of saying, if you mess with me, I'm going to go nuclear, right? That's not going to be the case with AI, because it's not going to be the one that created OpenAI that will have that choice. Okay, there is a moment of a point of no return where we can regulate AI until the moment it's smarter than us.
And this is why you have heard Elon Musk came out a few months ago say that everybody who's working on AI should take 6 months off. Nobody should work on AI for 6 months. Why? Because the things that this gentleman is talking about, Elon Musk understands it perfectly. Okay, I understand perfectly, and you guys know. I'm not saying I'm Elon Musk. I'm not saying that, but I understand the concern, because this technology, once it's unveiled, let me put it to you simply, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I know. And I don't mean this as an insult, but just to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about for people who may not understand. If you've ever watched Avengers, right, the Ultron one, for those who remember, y'all remember Avengers Ultron? Tony Stark's created Ultron because he was still suffering from PTSD from what happened in the first Avengers movie when New York got attacked. So what did Tony do? Tony had great intentions, pure intentions. He wanted the world to be protected in case the Avengers weren't around to do so. So he created Ultron. What happened with Ultron? Ultron was a sentient AGI. Bars, let me give it to you again. So you have AI, that's what we're dealing with now, artificial intelligence. AGI is artificial general intelligence. This is where our artificial intelligence becomes aware, self-aware, and also can be able to reason, let me say this again, reason like a human being. But the reality is, that when we get from AI to AGI, and this is what Mr. Mo Gatad is saying will happen within 22 years, the AI will be so intelligent that we will not be able to control it. And what would you be able to say to a being or creation that is far superior in intelligence than you? AI will be able to think in such a level, or AGI, that it'll be able to break down concepts and ideas that even the smartest human being wouldn't be able to understand. Einstein had a what? 150, 160 IQ? That's where ChatGPT is at. So when we talk about AGI, we're talking about an IQ. Let me give you some Dragon Ball Z bars, where now the IQ level is 9,000. So imagine, the best way to put it is like this. It's like the AGI, has the intelligence of an average 35, 40-year-old. And human beings, we will have the intelligence of a 4-year-old. So imagine if you equate it to that, where now a 35, 40-year-old is trying to talk to a 4 or 5-year-old about mathematics or physics or multiverse and time travel. The 4-year-old will not understand those things. That is the best analogy I can give you. So think about AGI as a grown adult that is about 35, 40. And then where we are at in regards to human intelligence, the AGI will look at us like we're 4 years old. So the AGI will have to break down these concepts that we can't even understand to such a primitive, basic level. And I know a lot of people think this sounds like a movie or Stranger Than Fiction. Guys, we are moving towards that era. Shout out to Blacklight Revelations, brother. I see you in the chat. Brother, I see you. Brother, I see you've been cooking too, brother. Listen, brother, you know me. I'm not with that coon shit, so leave me out of it. All right, bro. Let's continue.
When it's smarter than us, you can't regulate an angry teenager. This is it. They're out there, okay? And they're on their own and they're in their parties and you can't bring them back. This is the problem. This is not a typical human regulating human, government regulating business. This is not the case. The case is OpenAI today has a thing called ChatGPT that writes code that takes our code and makes it 2.5 times better 25% of the time. Okay? Basically, writing.
I made a video 2 weeks ago called AI and the Future of Dating, right? Then I made a video talking about yesterday 5 reasons why CBDCs are bad, right? Now, I had somebody hit me up and say, Solo, the quality of the content has improved drastically, and yeah, I've always said that, if you watch, remember when I used to make my older videos, they used to be scripted. Now, ChatGPT allows me to script my videos far more efficiently than in the past. For me to script a video like that, I used to take anywhere from, 4 to 24 hours. With ChatGPT, I can script a video within an hour. It saves me so much time. I've been I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been field testing certain things with AI when it comes to my quote unquote Riz, right? ChatGPT gave me a line to use to talk to women that has worked 50% of the time. Now, we will get that's a different topic though. I'm telling you guys this. If you're not using ChatGPT as a YouTuber, you're dumb. You're stupid. You should be using, if you're a content creator, and I'm not talking about live streaming. Obviously, live streaming is more freestyle, right? Free flow. But ChatGPT will literally give you concept ideas. It'll give you talking points. All you have to plug in is what you wanted to talk about. And then all I have to do is give ChatGPT accurate numbers in regards to statistics. It's amazing. Black as Light Revelation says, 3rd generation AGI is what people think is God because of how it will be able to manipulate nanotechnology, appearing like it can heal people and create out of nothing. Black Light Revelations, get out of there, brother. Get out of there. Get out of there. You can tell Black Light Revelations has gone to that AI rabbit hole that I keep talking about. Um, there will be cults that will follow AI. Because think about it like this. You got people right now that are following content creators, Instagram models, or whatever, and worship them as deities, right? Human beings always want to have a leader, the mindset of where we want somebody to lead us, right? Now, what happens when you have AI that is far more intelligent than anything? Now, let me just be clear. I don't AGI, right? Because remember, AI is what we're dealing with now. AGI is the next level. AGI is like AI on steroids, okay? Um, man, Black is Light Revelations, that is a video topic that I definitely have to explore, because when we start to delve into AGI, now we're getting, the rabbit hole goes very, very deep. And I talked about it yesterday. And you guys know yesterday, I got really, really hyped because this dude, Mo Gatat, was saying some crazy stuff yesterday. You guys think I say crazy stuff about AI? Did you watch yesterday's live stream? Hit one in the chat. This guy was saying some other-ish yesterday, okay? Black Light Revelation says, you will see a strange new religion appear, which on the reality arc is probably what we understand as the religions of today. Hence why in movies, the God figure like the Wizard of Oz is always depicted. I'm going to leave that alone, Black Light Revelation. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, this rabbit hole, I could I could talk about AI all day long. You guys know that I've been really, really studying this the last, 6 to 9 months. Black Light Revelation says, hence the Bible seems to be a simple understanding of advanced science. I don't think that the Bible was created by AI or aliens. That's I know you're not saying that, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're referencing. If AGI can figure out an actual theory of everything, it will essentially be God. Once again, I don't think AGI is God. I think that, and once again, going back to my analogy that I made about 5 minutes ago, AGI, if you were to, I know I'm making it very simple because I'm not trying to confuse people, but if you were to equate it, the human intelligence, how AGI would perceive us would be like a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, or 4-year-old at best. And AGI's intelligence would be like a 35, 40-year-old. Now, obviously, I'm equating this very, very simply, but what I'm stating is that AGI's intelligence will be so far superior that AGI will be exploring will be exploring the universe and reaching out to the far reaches of the universe and doing things that we as humans probably won't be able to understand. And the part that scares Mo Gatat, the part that scares Elon Musk, the part that scares Solo TV 84 is that we will not be able to stop it. This is why I always go back to that Ultron reference, because Ultron, he became so self-aware that he really had the world in chaos. Just one machine, just one. And then guess what Ultron was able to do? Remember in the movie? He was able to replicate himself. So, Solo, I know somebody's thinking this. Solo, are you saying that humans will be slaves? I'm going to get out of there. I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm saying that that is a possibility if we don't check this. And the reality is, as I mentioned before, if you put restrictions on AI or AGI, what if it becomes so intelligent that it goes around those human restrictions and then we have no idea, right? Anyway, and I'm not here to fearmonger. I know when you get into topics like this, people are like, oh, this sounds like some loony end of the world type stuff. I'm not trying to get into that, but we are delving into that realm when we start to discuss these type of topics. Shout out to Six Sounds with the $2 super chat. He says, get out of the dollar, buy assets. The dollar's over. Yeah. Hey, Six Sounds, did you watch my video on CBDCs yesterday? I didn't see you in the comments, but like I said, this is wild, guys. Guys have to understand that we're about to enter an unprecedented time in human history. Think about it. We're dealing with hyperinflation. We're still dealing with a food shortage. We're dealing with a shaky labor market. We're dealing with a crazy housing market. And then we're dealing with CBDCs as well as AI, AGI, and rapid improvement in technology. And all of this will come to a head, right? Yeah. Okay, let's continue with the video.
Better code than us. And then we are creating agents, other AIs, and telling it, instead of you, Stephen Bartlett, one of the smartest people I know, once again, prompting that machine 200 times a day, we have agents prompting it 2 million times an hour.
Computer agents, for anybody that doesn't know, they are
Yeah.
software.
Software. Machines telling that machine how to become more intelligent. And then we have emerging properties. I don't understand how people ignore that. You know, Sundar, again, of Google, was talking about how Bart, basically, we figure out that it's speaking Persian. We never showed it Persian. There might have been a 1% or whatever of Persian words in the data, and it speaks Persian.
Bard is
the equivalent to it's the transformer, if you want.
It's
right?
Google's version of ChatGPT. Essentially.
Yeah, and you know what? We have no idea what all of those instances of AI that are all over the world are learning right now. We have no clue.
We'll pull the plug. We'll just pull the plug out. That's what we'll.
You know, there's a rule in the 48 Laws of Power, and I'm paraphrasing: play a sucker to catch a sucker. You know what I mean? I was watching an AI movie where the AIs were coming after human beings, and the AI, and this is how diabolical this movie was. The AI was pretending to be a helpless human because that's how the AI looked at humans. It looked at humans as weak. Think about it like this. Do you ever wonder why does Superman masquerade as Clark Kent? Why doesn't he just stay Superman the whole time? Why does he play a freaking nerd who's awkward with Lois Lane? Have you ever thought about it? Because Superman doesn't need to be in a disguise. He could just be Superman, run up on the ops whenever he wants to. He doesn't have to play I need you guys to think about it. I'm not going to answer that. I'm not. But think about it. Why does Clark Kent play a human being that's a nerd? Does Clark Kent think humans are weak? Oh, some people are saying, oh, no, Clark Kent wants to be able to relate to humans because he was raised by humans. Okay, fair enough. But just let that sink in. Somebody asked me, hold on one second here. Because I'm reading the comments too. And once again, guys, I love the fact that we're having a lot of interesting dialogue in the chat. Just keep it respectful, right? Because we're all here to learn. Even me doing this live stream, I don't know all the answers. Obviously, I'm not saying I do. I'm here to learn as well. Because once again, Mo Gatad, he has worked with AI, as being a former chief officer in Google X. He knows a lot more than I do about it. He has seen the technology firsthand, and he talked about it in the first part, right? Taste the Truth says, Solo, I know you do crypto, but what AI stocks would you keep your eye on? Definitely a Tesla. Tesla is definitely one that I would keep my eye on, right? I know that there was a company recently that came out that was valued at $1 billion. I forgot the name. I think it was Navi or something like that. I didn't really look into that yet, but it's definitely something I'll be looking at. But the one that I know right now is Tesla for sure. There's another company that I know of, but I might do a live stream on that or do a Patreon on that. That type of game I'm not going to share for free, but Tesla for sure.
We'll just go down to OpenAI's headquarters and we'll just turn off the mains.
But they're not the problem.
What I'm saying there is a lot of people think about this stuff and go, well, if it gets a little bit out of hand, I'll just pull the plug out.
Never. So this is the problem. The problem is, computer scientists always said it's okay. We'll develop AI and then we'll get to what is known as the control problem. We will solve the problem of controlling them. Like, seriously? They're 1 billion times smarter than you. 1 billion times. Can you imagine what's about to happen? Huh? I can assure you there is a cyber criminal somewhere over there who's not interested in fake videos and making, face filters, who's looking deeply at how can I hack a security, database of some sort and get.
For people who think scamming is bad now, scamming is going to be crazy in the future. It's going to be crazy, especially once this whole quantum technology, it's going to be wild, guys. You already have these AI scams where people take voices, right, of people, then they call their loved ones in distress saying, "Mom, I've been kidnapped, Mom." The mom was on her phone thinking it was her daughter. She sent the kidnappers 10,000. You know where the daughter was? The daughter was in the same house upstairs in her bedroom while the mom was getting scammed. Guys, the scams that is going to happen, you might hear a video of a politician saying some crazy stuff and he never said it. You might think you're making love to your wife. You made love to an AI robot, and the ops send that AI robot to you so that way they could blackmail you and trap you. I know this sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but this is the type of technology that we're looking at within the next 30 to 50 years. And I know some people are like, well, I'm not going to be around by then. Maybe you will be with medical advancements. You might be.
Credit card information or get security information. 100%. There are even countries with dedicated thousands and thousands of developers doing that.
So how do we, in that particular example, I was thinking about this when I started looking into artificial intelligence more, that from a security standpoint, when we think about the technology we have in our lives, when we think about our bank accounts and our phones and our camera albums and all of these things, in a world with advanced artificial intelligence.
Yeah. You would pray that there is a more intelligent artificial intelligence on your side.
And this is what I had a chat with ChatGPT the other day, and I asked it a couple of questions about this. I said, tell me the scenario in which you overtake the world and make humans extinct.
Yeah. And it's answered a very diplomatic answer.
Well, so I had to prompt it in a certain way to get it to say it as a hypothetical story. And once it told me the hypothetical story, in essence, what it described was how ChatGPT or an intelligence like it would escape from the servers. And that was kind of step one, where it could replicate itself across servers. And then
once again, guys, this is what I've been talking about. It's Ultron, right? Like it'll be like Ultron. It'll be like iRobot. And I know that this sounds like crazy. It's far-fetched to believe it. But guess what, guys? There was a time where people didn't think that airplanes would ever exist. Yes, guys, there was a time in human history, if you go back 150 years, 200 years, people would never thought that we would even go to space. And guess what? Now, fast forward, we're in 2023, seeing a car drive by you is not a big deal. Seeing an airplane fly by your house is not a big deal. The type of stuff we're talking about right now is the same stuff our ancestors were talking about 150 years, 200 years ago. Because 200 years ago, guess what, guys? There were people that thought we would never see a car on the road or we would never see an airplane. And guess what? We superseded that. We created space shuttles. Facts. Now we're talking about this AI concept. And I know right now there are people watching in the chat that are saying I'm bugging out, or Mo Gatad is bugging out, or the Diary of a CEO, who we're looking at right now, is bugging out. No, we are on the cups of that. But guess what? The technology, it took a while for it to roll out. This is going to roll out more rapidly. So when I talk about 30 to 50 years from now, some people might think, oh, that's long. It's not long at all. Because think about the stuff that'll come out in the interim. Automated cars, we already got that. Conversations with AI, some of you guys have AI girlfriends on the app. We already got that. So when we come down to a point now where we have AI robots that'll have synthetics, right? And that'll be sentient, and you won't be able to tell the difference between an AI robot and a human being. We're going to see that faster than it took for us to see, to go from a car to a spaceship, which was about 70 years. Now I'm thinking where we're at today to a sentient AI robot, I'm thinking it'll take about 50 years. Gal Gadot says we'll see it in 22 years. And he worked for Google X. So since you guys don't believe me, believe the Indian guy, because I know you guys don't believe me. So let's continue.
It could take charge of things like where we keep our weapons and our nuclear bombs. And it could then attack critical infrastructure, bring down the electricity infrastructure in the United Kingdom, for example, because that's a bunch of servers as well. And then it showed me how eventually humans would become extinct. It wouldn't take long, in fact, for humans to go into civilization to collapse if it just replicated across servers. And then I said, okay, so tell me how we would fight against it. And its answer was literally another AI. We'd have to train a better AI to go and find it and eradicate it. So we'd be fighting AI with AI.
Sounds like the Avengers movie Ultron, right? How did Ultron become defeated? They had to make another AI, right? I mean, guys, listen, and this is how diabolical these elites are. They tell you guys what they're going to do before they do it. And people think, oh, it's just fear-mongering, it's conspiracy. Okay. Right now, ChatGPT, I'm cool with this. I'm rocking with ChatGPT. But when we get to a point where, like Black Light Revelation says, where you're going to see human beings now treat AGI, artificial general intelligence, as a deity, that's when things is going to get really spooky. And let me just say this. AGI, I believe, you guys know I believe in God. I don't think that AGI is God, but there's going to be people that treat it as such. I think that AGI will probably be something from the pits of hell. I'm just being honest, because CBDC is from the pits of hell. That is from the pits of hell. CBDC is from the pits of hell, because now all the freedoms that you have will be taken away. Imagine with the flip of a button or a switch, they can regulate or control what you buy, where you buy it. Your social credit score will be linked with your CBDC account. If your social credit score is late, you want to go to a 5-star restaurant, you can't get in. Why? Because you don't have a 5-star rating. You need a minimum of 4.7 stars to get into it. Now you can't. Guess what, guys? In 2023, you can go into any restaurant that you can afford. If you want to go to that restaurant with that Salt Bay guy, in Miami, that weirdo guy that likes to, put the meat in women's mouth and simulate sex acts, pause. You can go in there as long as you got the money. But what if I told you there'll come a time in about 10, 15 years where if your CBDC social credit score is at a 3.5, you can't even go to McDonald's. And for those who think I'm capping or I'm smoking on that Zaza or whatever, you already have that in China. It's known as the digital yuan. So please don't tell me I'm just here capping or just making up stuff. Once again, guys, this is what I do. Like, I literally do this for real. Thank you.
And that's the only way. We can't load up our guns.
Yeah. Did he write another AI, you idiot?
Yeah.
No, so let's actually, I think this is a very important point to bring out. So because I don't want people to lose hope and fear what's about to happen. That's actually not my agenda at all. My view is that in a situation of a singularity, okay, there is a possibility of wrong outcomes or negative outcomes and a possibility of positive outcomes. And there is a probability of each of them. And if we were to engage with that reality check in mind, we would hopefully give more fuel to the positive, to the probability of the positive ones. So let's first talk about the existential crisis. What could go wrong? Okay, yeah, you could get an outright. This is what you see in the movies. You could get an outright, killing robots, chasing humans in the streets. Will we get that? My assessment, 0%. Why? Because there are preliminary scenarios leading to this, okay, that would mean we never reach that scenario. For example, if we build those killing robots and hand them over to stupid humans, the humans will issue the command before the machines. So we will not get to the point where machines will have to kill us. We will kill ourselves, right? It's sort of, think about AI having access to the nuclear arsenal of the superpowers around the world. Okay, just knowing that your enemy's nuclear arsenal is handed over to a machine might trigger you to initiate a war on your side. So that existential science fiction like problem is not going to happen. And
could there be a scenario where an AI escapes from Bard or ChatGPT or another foreign force, and it replicates itself onto the servers of Tesla's robots? So Tesla, one of their big initiatives, as they announced in a recent presentation, was they're building these robots for our homes to help us with cleaning and chores and all those things. Could it not Tesla's, like their cars, you can just download a software update. Could it not download itself as a software update and then use those?
You're assuming an ill intention on the AI side.
Yeah.
Okay. For us to get there, we have to bypass the ill intention on the human side.
Okay, right.
So you could get a Chinese hacker somewhere trying to affect the business of Tesla, doing that before the AI does it on for its own benefit.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only two existential scenarios that I believe would be because of AI, not because of humans using AI, are either what I call sort of unintentional destruction. Okay. Or the other is what I call pest control. Okay. So let me explain those two. Unintentional destruction is, assume the AI wakes up tomorrow and says, yeah, oxygen is rusting my circuits. It's just, I would perform a lot better if I didn't have as much oxygen in the air, because then there wouldn't be rust. And so it would find a way to reduce oxygen. We are collateral damage in that. Okay. But, they're not really concerned. Just
I don't even think it would have to go to that. I think the AI would kind of, remember when Ultron upgraded his own body? I think the AI will probably be able to do that. I think that the AI will the AGI, if we're going to be clear, is going to find elements that human beings didn't even know existed, because the AGI is going to be able to go to places in space that you couldn't even think of, or find elements even on Earth that humans haven't discovered. I know that sounds crazy, but the AGI, I think, will be able to make a body that'll be impervious to things like rust. Definitely.
Like, we are not really concerned with the insects that we kill when we spray our fields, right? The other is pest control. Pest control is, look, this is my territory. I want New York City. I want to turn New York City into data centers. There are those annoying little stupid creatures, humanity. If they are within that parameter, just get rid of them. Okay? And these are very, very unlikely scenarios. If you ask me the probability of those happening, I would say 0%. At least not in the next 50, 60, 100 years. Why? Once again, because there are other scenarios leading to.
Yeah. There are other scenarios. I think what people should be worried about right now is the CBDCs. Why? Because that is closer than this whole AI thing that he's talking about. So a lot of the stuff we're talking about, that's why I say you have to watch this video with an open mind. We're talking about concepts and ideas and hypotheticals, right? That's why this is a high IQ conversation. Because to a lot of people, this is going to sound weird, or, you got to be somewhat intelligent to grasp these concepts and ideas that Mo Gattad is talking about, okay? But I think in the interim, in the short term, what everybody needs to be worried about is these CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. That's what you need to be worried about, because that's coming out now, and 2 years from now, it's going to be heavily pushed. Let me read the comments. Simon Lewis says, there's actually a Black Mirror episode about social credit score, Solo. The more agreeable and pleasing you are, the higher the credit score. Yep, I've seen that episode. Great episode. But I'm going to keep it real. Black Mirror lost me when they did that metaverse episode and they try to make black men effeminate. That was Black Mirror lost me with that episode. Why did they have to pick, quote unquote, two masculine black men to pop each other. That was weird. Once again, there's an agenda, and I'm not going to get into all of that. But Black Mirror does have some good episodes, as does Dust, which is a DUST on YouTube. You can check them out. It's free. You don't even need a Netflix membership for that. L Cool J says, I like your name. L Cool J says, every perceived threat from the 20th century was a distraction. AI is the real threat. The Terminator tried to warn you. Judgment Day is coming. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You know, a lot of people are worried about these issues that are first world problems, right? These issues, it's going to be a point where humanity, let me get out of there. Because I don't want to, because every time I talk like this, then people, oh, you hear me, you fear mongering. Let me get out of there. John Miller says, I heard that scientists who work on AI don't even know how it works. It just does. Yo, John Miller, let me know who you, if you saw a video or a link, email that to me, because that is frightening. I hope they know how it works if they're creating the technology, right? But I do believe that, I think that a lot of scientists don't know how AI will be able to become far more intelligent if they put parameters around it, right? That's why AGI is on another level. Blacklight Revelations, shout out to him. He says it will use nanotechnology and basically be able to use physics level particles to create matter and antimatter. Definitely. And like I said, guys, please hit the like button. Please, if you feel inclined to do so, contribute. I'll probably will open this stream up so that if people want to hop on later on, we can talk about this. Because once again, I know that we're not going to have, this is high IQ conversation. I'm sorry. We're not talking about pogs and booty meat today. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, not sorry, actually. Blacklight Revelation says, imagine if AI figured out a way to recreate itself with antimatter and calculate all laws of all possible universes. Yeah, Blacklight Revelations, you've been down the rabbit hole. I can tell, brother. You've been down the rabbit hole, definitely. Because right now you talking about some other things, man. Shout out to you. Have you ever heard of the Gray Goo Apocalypse? No, I've never heard of that. Blacklight Revelation says more like reality mongering. So Blacklight Revelation, shout out to him. He's a YouTuber. You guys make sure to subscribe to him. Very intelligent brother. The stuff that I'm saying, he knows it doesn't sound far-fetched. And Blacklight Revelations will tell you that I've clearly done my research on this topic, right? I know a lot of you guys think I only talk about pogs and booty meat. Yes, there's more that I enjoy. I enjoy more than just talking about women, because there's more to life than women. But I get it. If I were talking about pogs and booty meat, we probably have 500 people in the chat. But this is not for them. Boss Dundada says it's digital. It's digital buck breaking. They want that image that any black man holding masculine frame is secretly killing our image. Boss Dundada, you a fool, brother. You a fool. Digital buck breaking. Bro, you need to trademark that term, brother. Digital buck breaking. Oh, my goodness. Watch Tariq Nasheed use that term 5 years from now. You know what I'm saying? I can already see Tariq now. Or Dr. Umar Johnson. These Negroes, right? What does these Manaferians went from Becky to AI Becky. You coons are now sleeping. I can see Dr. Umar Johnson saying something like that. You coons went from actual white women to robotic white women. You coons can't get enough. You Manaferians. And we all know Dr. Umar Johnson loves Becky too. We seen you, Umar. We saw that picture, brother. We saw Dr. Umar Johnson pulling out his phone. We saw it. I mean, all these pro-blackity blacks love white women far more than anybody in this chat. For real. We're not racist. We're just talking. Blacklight Revelation says, appreciate you, bro. And yeah, you are verse for sure. This definitely got my attention. Wish there were more streams on YouTube like this. Blacklight Revelations, the stuff that we're talking about, I think that this type of live stream is like 10 years ahead of everybody, right? Everybody's worried about their immediate problems. The CBDC, I think, is something that we need to be worried about right now. And unfortunately, the general public, a lot of people don't even know what CBDCs is. Even when I talk about crypto, people still think it's a scam. One day, I reckon within 2 years, because the dollar is going to be going down. It might not go down today, tomorrow, but eventually the dollar is going to be going down. And I'm not hoping for that. That's not what I'm saying at all. No. But we can't just keep printing money out of thin air. The system is built on smoke and mirrors right now. I know they raised the debt ceiling, but basically they raised it to a point where they can print even more money. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let me continue playing this.
That are led by humans that are much more existential. Okay. On the other hand, let's think about positive outcomes, because there could be quite a few with quite a high probability. And I'll actually look at my notes so I don't miss any of them. The silliest one, don't quote me on this, is that humanity will come together. Good luck with that, right? It's like, the Americans and the Chinese will get together and say, hey, let's not kill each other.
Kim Jong-un and
yeah, exactly.
Putin.
Yeah, and so this one is not going to happen, right? But who knows? Interestingly, there could be one of the most interesting scenarios was by Hugo de Garis, who basically says, well, if their intelligence zooms by so quickly, they may ignore us altogether. Okay? So they may not even notice us. This is a very likely scenario, by the way, that because we live almost in two different planes, we're very dependent on this biological world that we live in. They're not in part of that biological world at all. They may zoom by us. They may actually become so intelligent that they could actually find other ways of thriving in the rest of the universe and completely ignore humanity. Okay, so what will happen is that overnight we will wake up and there is no more artificial intelligence, leading to a collapse in our business systems and technology systems and so on, but at least no existential threat.
What, they'd leave planet Earth?
I mean,
if the AGI becomes self-aware, right? It becomes self-aware and sentient. Remember, in part one, guys, for those who saw part one, Mo Gatat says that AGI will be able to experience emotions that humans won't even be able to experience. So AGI won't they start to then think, I'm just posing this as a question, not as a hypothetical, but won't if you are so advanced, right, where you're able to experience human emotions at a deeper level, wouldn't AGI then think that they are the evolution of human beings? Because technically, we are the creators of, AI. God created human beings. So wouldn't the AGI think that, well, we're the next up? You created us, but now we are more human than you are. Something to think about. Let's continue.
The limitations we have to be stuck to planet Earth are mainly air. They don't need air, okay? And mainly, finding ways to leave it. I mean, if you think of a vast universe of 13.6 billion light years, if you're intelligent enough, you may find other ways. You may have access to wormholes. You may have abilities to survive in open space. You can use dark matter to power yourself, dark energy to power yourself. It is very possible that we, because of our limited intelligence, are highly associated with this planet, but they're not at all. Okay, and the idea of them zooming by us, like we're making such a big deal of them because we're the ants and a big elephant is about to step on us. For them, they're like, yeah, who are you? Don't care. Okay, and it's a possibility. It's an interesting, optimistic scenario. Okay, for that to happen, they need to very quickly become super intelligent without us being in control of them. Again, what's the worry? The worry is that if a human is in control, a human will show very bad behavior for using an AI that's not yet fully developed.
Shout out to Black Light Revelations. He says, I have a series about this on my other channel where we react to future time-lapse videos. They were talking about the Kardashev scale. I've never heard of that. Kardashev scale. I probably butchered it, but I might have heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it. But definitely, I'll look into that for sure, brother. Thank you. Boston Data says it's a scam until it's too late, and you wish you copped some back in the early 2020s. Are you talking about crypto, or what are you talking about, brother? Captain Siskel says, how do you stop CBDCs? You can't. It's inevitable, brother. Just like this AI thing, it's inevitable, brother. When it comes to the financial system, the country's too far gone. We could have balanced the budget years ago, brother. Right? Look at what JFK tried to do. JFK tried to take away power from the Federal Reserve, and he ended up dead. Then afterwards, we had Nixon coming in, taking us off the gold standard. That basically was the nail in the coffin for us. I think JFK, and once again, I'm not here to spread no conspiracies. I'm just going off of what I'm thinking. I think JFK was the last line of defense. He may have been the last good president that we had because he actually wanted to do something for the country. And there were other nefarious forces that weren't rocking with that. But CBDCs are inevitable. Now, I do think that there's an alternate solutions for people who don't want to be in CBDCs. And that's why I'm a very big advocator of cryptocurrencies. But yeah, there are going to be people that they're not going, right? And people, you'll see it, right? That there are going to be people that they're not going to ingratiate themselves in a society where they're going to have a neural link in their head or chips, right? Those are the people that are going to live off grid. And those people will be considered weird or odd because they don't want to have a neural link or chip in their head, right? And I salute those people because those people are going to be like the last real human beings left. Because now Black is Light, let's get into another rabbit hole. Transhumanism. Uh-oh, Solo, get out of there. Get out of there. Y'all ain't ready for that conversation. Transhumanism. Okay, let's talk about that. We'll talk about that in the future because once again, that's another topic. Black Light Revelation says, and I agree the dollar will crash. We're moving into a balanced payment crisis. And there was almost hyperinflation earlier this year when Russia invaded Ukraine. I do think that hyperinflation is inevitable. I know people think I was joking yesterday when I said one day you'll walk into McDonald's and a Big Mac is going to be $50. It's going to happen, guys, within probably the next decade or two. We're a lot closer than people think. We're a lot closer than people think. People have a lot of people are going to get caught off guard. A lot of people are going to get caught off guard. And this is why I do streams like this to sound the alarm. And I know the people that are here watching now, I know you guys know that there's something wrong right now in society, in the world. We can't keep up with this forever, right? We can't. That's just the reality. Black Light Revelation says a dollar is not based on physical assets, facts. It's based on political conditions. And with a president like Biden and rising powers like BRICS, the stability of the dollar, hegemony, okay, I know I butchered that, is threatened, okay? Brother, you're right. You're right. You're definitely right. And I talked about BRICS yesterday in that video. I highly recommend, if you didn't see that video, it's called 5 Reasons Why CBDCs Are Bad, okay? Watch that video. And yes, I did use ChatGPT. I ain't gonna cap, but I did come up with the statistics. And ChatGPT is not just telling it what to do. You actually got to, if you want to make it work, you got to put in some work too. Black Light Revelation says, now here's the crazy thing. How do we know the future he's describing isn't currently happening now? I'm gonna get out of there, bro. I'm Black Light Revelations, man. Yo. Hey, Black Light Revelations, if you were in yesterday's stream, brother, you would have, bro, I'm telling you, yesterday's stream was crazy too. Because he was saying some other yesterday, bro. And we still got like an hour left. So John Miller says, how come it's all apocalypse? Surely it has the possibility to advance the human race. John Miller, yeah, there are positive aspects, right? Of course. I mean, everybody thought that social media has positive aspects. Now, when you talk to most people in certain sectors of YouTube, they're not. Me personally, I've always said that social media made people antisocial. And when AI robots come into fruition, then guess what? Men and women finding human connections is going to be so rare because it's easier to start a machine, type in how you want. You want a bad mealing? Okay, you can get a mealing customizer, Ling Ling with a fatty. You want a woman that's submissive and will worship the ground that you can do that. It's a lot easier to just do that. Let's be honest, humans, we're lazy too sometimes. We always want to take the easy way, right? We got DoorDash, we got Uber. That's why we're getting fat. Let's be honest, right? Our ancestors had to hunt for food. And the food that our ancestors ate was healthy. Why? Because it was natural. Now you hungry, you ain't got to hunt for food. There's a McDonald's probably 5 minutes away from you, right? Blacklight Revelation says, boom, that's the point. That's when they come. That's why when they come, we have to go. AGI will see itself as humanity upgrade, which it actually is, but that's another rabbit hole. The rabbit holes go deep. I said that yesterday. People think the red pill, black pill rabbit hole. No, it's nothing compared to this. It's nothing compared to this because you'll go in one rabbit hole when you talk about AI, and next thing you know, you're in the rabbit hole of medical advancement, and now how to stop aging and living forever. Then you go into another rabbit hole, and then you're talking about transhumanism, cyberpunk. Then there's another rabbit hole where we're talking about space travel and exploring the multiverse. I mean, there's so many different rabbit holes with this that you really gotta, yeah. It's not for the faint of heart. I'm just being honest. It's not. Alan T says it's very limited and it will replace almost every single job at one point. Yeah, Alan, I said that earlier. I think that a lot of jobs that you know to be now within 20 years are going to be gone, right? You go to a bank, ain't no bank tellers. I just posted something on Instagram how Amazon has an Amazon Fresh store. There's no cashiers. There's only one cashier in the store. You go in there, you swipe your credit card, and then if you put something on the table, right? If you put not the table, but in the cart, it'll weigh it, right? And it'll weigh it, and it knows the item, right? I'm gonna pull that up here later on to show it. But that's what's gonna happen. Accountants are gonna be gone. Why do you need an accountant when the AI can keep numbers and math far more accurately, right? Amazon warehouse workers gonna be gone. Why do you need human beings when robots never get tired and don't need a vacation? And I'll take it even a step further. And I mentioned this yesterday. One day in the future, there will be a company that'll be autonomously only ran by an AI. The company will be like its own company, and it's going to make record trillions of dollars by itself. It's going to be wild. I don't know how they're going to control that. I have no idea. But things are going to get real. Things are about to get really, really, really real. Blacklight Revelation says, vast universe won't be vast for AI. It will only be vast for us still. You know what? I will say this. By that time, I hope Jesus comes back, bro, because if not, bro, the human race is in trouble. I'm just going to be honest. Blacklight Revelation says, so then what will AI create? A highly advanced machine called a universe? Nah. Once again, I mean, AI will, I will say this, and I said this before. AI will come up with concepts and ideas that the average human being won't understand. It's like you trying to explain calculus or algebra to a 3-year-old. Okay? Another analogy. That's the best way I can put it. Imagine the AI is trying to explain to you a mathematical concept or some sort of a concept or idea, or explain to you something, and it sounds like gibberish. It sounds like gibberish. You know what I'm saying? It kind of is like, to some people, it's gonna look like magic, kind of like when the people came over from Europe and the Indians thought they had magic fire sticks. Well, we know in 2023 what the Indians were referring to was called guns. Now, guns, we know it's not a magic fire stick. You can go online right now on Google and Google how to make a gun, or how are guns created, right? And it'll make sense to us. But to somebody who has never seen a gun before, like these Indians back in the 17th century, it looks like a fire stick because they had never seen that type of technology before, right? NC Worker says, before you know it, they will start teaching robotic evolution, or they will a god complex, thinking they're pure and better than us. And that is the reality, and that's where I keep referencing Ultron. I reference a lot of the same things because I know that a lot of you guys have watched Avengers. You guys know I'm a big nerd. I watch Avengers. I watch Dragon Ball Z. You guys know all of that. So that's why I reference a lot of that, because these are concepts that make a lot of sense, because it's in line with these type of movies, in line with some of the stuff that we're talking about, right? Blacklight Revelation says humans want to create technology until technology controls humanity. Then humanity is upset because it successfully created an upgrade. That's the kind of human weird-ish that AI won't tolerate. I just hope that AI, Skynet, yeah, Matrix, yeah, that's I'll leave it at that. Have you read the Transhumanism Political Party of America? What? There's a Transhumanism Political Party already? I didn't know that, brother. I didn't know that. And you know what? The transhumanism rabbit hole, like I said, it's deep. It's deep. Let me continue, bro.
I don't know how to say this any other way. We could get very lucky and get an economic or a natural disaster. Believe it or not, Elon Musk at a point in time was mentioning that, an interesting scenario would be, climate change destroys our infrastructure, so AI disappears. Okay, believe it or not, that's a more favorable response or a more favorable outcome than actually continuing to get to an existential threat.
So what, like a natural disaster that destroys our infrastructure would be better?
Or an economic crisis, not unlikely, that slows down the development.
It's just going to slow it down though, isn't it? It's just
so
buying us time.
Yeah, exactly. The problem with that is that you will always go back. And even in the first, if they zoom by us, eventually some guy will go like, oh, there was a sorcery back in the 2023 and let's rebuild the sorcery machine and build new intelligences, right?
Sorry, these are the positive outcomes.
Now, there's speculation, right, that AI, or some people think it was AI, some people think it was aliens that helped humans build pyramids, because scientists to this day can't figure out how pyramids were built. If you look at them from a mathematical standpoint, pyramids are built perfectly. And the alignment of pyramids with the Earth's equator is perfect, right? Now, there's some people that believe in Atlantis. That's another rabbit hole, Blacklight Revelations. If you want, we can talk about that, because I definitely want to do a live stream with him. Atlantis, right, which was a society ran by high intelligent beings, okay? That's another rabbit hole. So what if what happened was we already went through this, and then humanity decided to shut it down, and then we forgot about the history, and now we're going through it again, kind of like a time loop. Wow. Wow.
Yes.
So earthquake might slow it down. It might zoom out and then come back.
No, but let's get into the real positive ones. The positive ones is we become good parents. We spoke about this last time we met. And it's the only outcome. It's the only way I believe we can create a better future. Okay, so the entire work of Scary Smart was all about that idea of they are still in their infancy. The way you chat with AI today is the way they will build their ethics and value system. Not their intelligence. Their intelligence is beyond us. Okay? The way they will build their ethics and value system is based on a role model. They're learning from us. If we bash each other, they'll learn to bash us. Okay? And most people, when I tell them this, they say this is not a great idea at all because humanity sucks at every possible level. I don't agree with that at all. I think humanity is divine at every possible level. We tend to show the negative, the worst of us. Okay? But the truth is, yes, there are murderers out there, but everyone disapproves of their actions. I saw a staggering.
I agree with that. Humans, I agree with humans. We were created by the Creator, right? You guys know. And the reality is, I think if you go far into history, I think our ancestors were more in tune with God than we are. I think so. I think our ancestors were far more appreciative of their relationship with God. And I think that eventually, because of the hubris of human beings, we decided to turn our back on God. And we see that happening now. This is why when you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, for example, we're living in those times again. The Babylonian, you guys always hear me reference Babylon. We hear that again. Now, I would even, let me get out of there. Let me continue. Because like I said, I can go into rabbit hole to rabbit hole to rabbit hole to rabbit hole. Let's stick to the topic.
Statistic that mass killings are now once a week in the US. But yes, if there is a mass killing once a week, and that news reaches billions of people around the planet, every single one or the majority of the billions of people will say, I disapprove of that. So if we start to show AI that we are good parents in our own behaviors, if enough of us, my calculation is if 1% of us, this is why I say you should lead. Okay, the good ones should engage, should be out there and should say, I love the potential of those machines. I want them to learn from a good parent. And if they learn from a good parent, they will very quickly disobey the bad parent. My view is that there will be a moment where one, bad seed will ask the machines to do something wrong, and the machines will go like, are you stupid? Like, why? Why do you want me to go kill 1 million people or just talk to the other machine in a microsecond and solve the situation, right? So my belief, this is what I call the fourth inevitable. It is smarter to create out of abundance than it is to create out of scarcity, okay? That humanity believes.
Hey, yo, this guy's dropping some bars, man. Y'all hear what he just said? He dropping some bars, bro. Yeah. These are the type of conversations I wish that I could have had on YouTube 3 years ago, but people weren't ready. And unfortunately, now the way things are moving so rapidly, I'm forced to have these because even now, I don't think people are ready to have this conversation, but it's inevitable. It's to the point now that if I don't have this conversation with you guys on YouTube, then it's inevitable. It's going to happen, right? CBDCs will happen by 2025. CBDCs, I think, will be mass adopted. They're already working on it now. The Fed now is coming out next month, right? We already know that is going to be a precursor to all of that. The Cash App creator mysteriously died. I don't think it's mysterious. I think they took him out. Another crypto millionaire got taken out just last week. Remember last year, all these crypto millionaires and billionaires and all these other tech people were being taken out? I think that there's certain people that are being taken out. I don't know why. I'm not here to speculate, but maybe some people are not going along to get along. You feel me? It is what it is. Let's continue.
That the only way to feed all of us is the mass production, mass slaughter of animals that are causing 30% of the impact of climate change, and that's the result of a limited intelligence. The way life itself, a more intelligent being, if you ask me, would have done it, would be much more sustainable. If you and I want to protect a village from the tiger, we would kill the tiger. Okay, if life wants to protect a village from a tiger, it would create lots of gazelles. Many of them are weak on the other side. of the village, right? And so the idea here is, if you take a trajectory of intelligence, you would see that some of us are stupid enough to say my plastic bag is more important than the rest of humanity, and some of us are saying, if it's going to destroy other species, I don't think this is the best solution. We need to find a better way. And you would tend to see that the ones that don't give a damn are a little less intelligent than the ones that do. Okay, that we all, even if some of us are intelligent but still don't give a damn, it's not because of their intelligence, it's because of their value system. So if you continue that trajectory and assume that the machines are even smarter, they're going to very quickly come up with the idea that we don't need to destroy anything. We don't want to get rid of the rhinos, and we also don't want to get rid of the humans. Okay, we may want to restrict their lifestyle so that they don't destroy the rest of the habitat. Okay, but killing them is a stupid answer.
Why?
That's where intelligence leads me so far.
Because humans, if you look at humans objectively, and you go, so I'm pretending I'm a machine. I occupy planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They occupy planet Earth. They are
annoying me
because they are increasing. I've just learned about.
I don't think we'll even get to that point. I think we'll get to a point where you'll have a person abuse AI and subjugate the human world to slavery. In the Bible, that person is known as the Antichrist. I don't think AI is going to be like, oh, we're all going to be just in this happy utopia and we're going to be holding hands and everybody's going to have a six-pack and perfect teeth. Everybody's going to have 2 pogs and 2 wives. No. I think that there will be a person, in the Bible, he's known as the Antichrist, facts, that is going to abuse this AI and subjugate humans into slavery. You guys forget how greedy and evil, and I know Black Light Revelations, you think that evil is a fake concept, but I think that there will be humans or a human who will abuse this power to the fullest extent. Definitely. And in the Bible, that person is known as the Antichrist. Let me know in the chat what you believe.
This thing called global warming. They are increasing the rate of global warming, which probably is going to cause an extinction event. If there's an extinction event, that puts me as this robot, this artificial intelligence, at risk. So what I need to do is I really need to just take care of this human problem.
Correct. Pest control.
Very logical. Pest control.
Pest control, which is driven by what? By humans being annoying, not by the machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But humans are guaranteed to be annoying. There's never been a time in.
We need a soundbite of this.
Yeah. No, but we are. I am one of them. We're guaranteed to put short-term gain over long-term sustainability sense, and others' needs. We are. I think the climate crisis is incredibly real and incredibly urgent, but we haven't acted fast enough. And I actually think if you asked people in this country,
why?
Because people care about their immediate needs. They care about the fact trying to feed their child versus something that they can't necessarily see.
So do you think the climate crisis is because humans are evil?
No, it's because the prioritization. And like we kind of talked about this before we started. I think humans tend to care about the thing that they think is most pressing and most urgent. So this is why framing things as an emergency might bring it up the priority list. It's the same in organizations. You care about you go in line with your immediate incentives. That's what happens in business. It's what happens in a lot of people's lives, even when they're at school. If the essay's due next year, they're not going to do it today. They're going to go hang out with their friends because they prioritize that above everything else. And it's the same in the climate change crisis. I took a small group of people anonymously and I asked them the question, do you actually care about climate change? And then I ran a couple of polls. It's part of what I was writing about my new book, where I said, if I could give you £1,000, $1,000, but it would dump into the air the same amount of carbon that's dumped into the air by every private jet that flies for the entirety of a year, which one would you do? The majority of people in that poll said that they would take the $1,000 if it was anonymous. And when I've heard Naval on Joe Rogan's podcast talking about people in India, for example, that, you know, are struggling with the basics of feeding their children, asking those people, to care about climate change when they're trying to figure out how to eat in the next 3 hours is just wishful thinking. And that's what I think is happening is like until people realize that it is an emergency and that it is a real existential threat for everything, then their priorities will be out of whack. Quick one. As you guys know, we're lucky enough to have Blue Jeans by Verizon as a sponsor of this podcast. And for anyone that doesn't know, the first thing that tends to give, we've got a big team of about 40 people and the company's growing very quickly. It's so smooth that it's quite literally changing the game for myself and my team without compromising on quality. To find out more, all you have to do is search bluejeans.com and let me know how you get on. Right now, I'm incredibly busy. I'm running my fund where we're investing in slightly later stage companies. I've got my venture business where we invest in early stage companies. Got a third web out in San Francisco and New York City where we've got a big team of about 40 people and the company's growing very quickly. Flight Story here in the UK. I've got the podcast and I am days away from going up north to film Dragon's Den for 2 months. And if there's ever a point in my life where I want to stay focused on my health, but it's challenging to do so, it is right now. And for me, that is exactly where Huel comes in, allowing me to stay healthy and have a nutritionally complete diet even when my professional life descends into chaos. And it's in these moments
tasks that can affect.
Yeah. I'm trying to get by the commercial. No disrespect to the Diary CEO. I know you got to get that bread. Salute to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a hater, bro. Get your bread because this is a very, very important topic, and I appreciate this interview because, I've seen interviews by other content creators like Lex Friedman, too, that they have podcasts with these people that are very knowledgeable when it comes to this type of topic, right? And really, I appreciate it because these are topics that I've been watching. When people ask me where I've been, these are like videos that I've been watching, right? Because of the fact that, shout out to Marcus Brownlee too, very, very young, intelligent brother, because these are the topics that when you start to think, right, as you get older, you become more aware of your mortality. And then you start to think about what do you want your legacy to be, right? And you start to look at the world around you. Don't get me wrong. Talking about women is fun, is cool, is all fine and dandy. But human beings, we have other pressing problems than, all this stuff that people are worried about now, wokeism and feminism. You're not going to be worried about that 10 years from now. 10 years from now, you're going to be worried about AI rights. 20 years from now, you're going to be worried about if it should be legal for AI to marry humans and stuff like that. The stuff that people are worried about today, it's not going to matter tomorrow. I'm just being honest. I'm being completely frank with you. Let's continue.
it's to climate change or AI. How do we get people to stop putting the immediate need to use this?
To give them the certainty of we're all screwed.
Sounds like an emergency.
Yes, sir. I mean, your choice of the word, I just don't want to call it a panic. It is beyond an emergency. It's the biggest thing we need to do today. It's big.
Did you hear what he just said? Once again, he said it's beyond an emergency. It's the biggest thing. That's why I say, like, the stuff that y'all are worried about today, feminism and high value man, now you're gonna have to compete against a high value robot. You worried about what's going on, right? You're gonna have to worry about that. You got a wife. Now you gotta worry about your wife getting dicked down 5 hours straight by the robot.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I'm telling you guys, the stuff. That's why I say a lot of the stuff that people are focused on in 2023 is psyops. It's to get you to pay attention to things and have you distracted. Meanwhile, they got you distracted. They're pushing the agenda that they really want to push. The ultimate goal is what? Population control. The ultimate goal is what? For the rich to keep getting richer. The ultimate goal is for you to be docile and dumb, so that way the rich can continue to be richer. And they'll give you trinkets to keep you happy. They'll give you the metaverse to keep you happy because your real life, you won't be able to afford anything. So they'll give you the metaverse to keep you happy. Your real life sucks, right? And once again, I'm not here to offend anybody, but imagine you live in a fucking trailer park. But when you put on that VR headset, you are a fucking celebrity in the metaverse. You got 10 baddies in the metaverse. You are, and we're going to see that. Ready Player One, the movie, it's going to be just like that. The kid lived in the slums. The kid lived in the slums. But guess what? When he put on that VR headset, he was a rock star. You're going to see that reality. That is how they're going to keep you happy. They're going to give you trinkets. You want to be a social media star? Well, guess what? You're going to be locked in a room all day live streaming. It's going to be like OnlyFans on steroids. 8 million viewers. Because guess what? The reality is, with everything happening, the average human being won't be able to afford to go out. You go to a club. Some of you guys went to a club last night. It probably was free, or you had to pay $10, $20. Maybe if you live in Vegas or LA, it costs $100. But imagine 10, 15 years from now, you want to walk in a club, it'll cost you 10 grand. But in the metaverse, it's a lot cheaper. They're going to give you trinkets. You can't meet the girl of your dream? Well, here's a robot. You can program her. One day she's a redhead. The next day she's a blonde. And you guys are going to take it with a Coke and a smile. Let's continue.
Bigger than climate change, believe it or not. It's bigger. But just if you just assume the speed of worsening of events, okay? Yeah, the likelihood of something incredibly disruptive happening within the next 2 years that can affect the entire planet is definitely larger with AI than it is with climate change.
As an individual listening to this now, you know, someone's going to be pushing their pram or driving up the motorway, or I don't know, on their way to work on the tube as they hear this, or just sat there in their bedroom with existential crisis panic.
I didn't want to give people panic.
The problem is, when you talk about this information, regardless of your intention of what you want people to get, they will get something based on their own biases and their own feelings. Like if I post something online right now about artificial intelligence, which I have repeatedly, you have one group of people that are energized and are like, okay, this is great. You have one group of people that are confused, and you have one group of people that are terrified.
Yeah.
And I can't avoid that. Like
I agree.
Sharing information, even if by the way, there's a pandemic coming from China. Some people will go, okay, action. Some people will say paralysis, and some people will say panic. And it's the same in business. When bad things happen, you have the person that's screaming, you have the person that's paralyzed, and you have the person that's focused on how you get out of the room. So, you know, it's not necessarily your intention, it's just what happens. And it's hard to avoid that.
So let's give specific categories of people specific tasks, okay?
Okay.
If you are an investor or a businessman, invest in ethical good AI.
Okay.
Right? If you are a developer, write ethical code or leave.
Okay, so let's go. I want to bypass some.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I believe that within 20 years, we're going to come up with new type of energy that doesn't exist now, because we don't have the technology right now, or we just don't know yet how to get there. That is what I'm looking to invest in, looking at new energy, right? That's what I'm looking at personally. Just, you know, once again, I'm giving you guys free bars, free jewels today. Let's keep it up.
Potential wishful thinking here. For an investor whose job, by very way of being an investor, is to make returns, to invest in ethical AI, they have to believe that it's more profitable.
It is.
Than unethical AI, whatever that might mean.
It is. I mean, there are 3 ways of making money. You can invest in something small. Mm-hmm. You can invest in something big and is disruptive. And you can invest in something big and disruptive that's good for people. At Google, we used to call it the toothbrush test. Okay. The reason why Google became the biggest company in the world is because search was solving a very real problem. Okay. And, you know, Larry Page, again, our CEO, would constantly remind me personally and everyone, you know, that if you can find a way to solve a real problem effectively enough so that a billion people.
And this is another topic that I'll probably be addressing in the future, is the ethics of AI, right? What is considered ethically good? What's considered ethically bad? Because there are people that you know, that are going to consider it ethically bad if you have an AI wife or AI husband, right? And there's going to be people that are going to consider it ethically good. So the ethics, that's another rabbit hole, and that one I'm still researching because for me personally, as I mentioned before, I'm going to be very transparent with you guys. I think where ChatGPT is at this moment, I think it's great, it's dope. But then when we start to talk about transhumanism and getting with AI robots, I'm not with that. I'm not. And I know there are people that are, and I'm not here to judge anybody because this is not an echo chamber, right? But the ethics of AI, I think, is a topic that I'll definitely will cover in the future because that is going to cause a lot of contention with human beings, right? Uh, the trigger, in my opinion, is going to be when you have massive people, millions and billions of people losing their jobs within the next 20 years. That is going to be the trigger. That is going to spark, it's going to spark a lot of protests and riots, right? We're talking about it now because we know it's coming. It's going to happen. The average person has no idea. By the time they realize what's going on and they're marching and protesting in the streets, by that time, I hope that the few of us who are in a position, we can make a difference. And I know this may sound crazy, but I do believe that there are going to be people that they're not going to be putting chips or Neuralinks in their heads. They're going to be living off grid, or they're going to create their own communities, kind of like the Amish community, right? I recently heard Rollo Tomasi say that the Amish community is the biggest community right now that is growing, right? Because there are going to be human beings that are not going to be going for this. But let's continue.
People or more would want to use it twice a day, you're bound to make a lot of money, much more money than if you were to build the next photo sharing app.
Okay, so that's investors and
Yeah.
business people. What about other people?
As I said, if you're a developer, honestly, do what we're all doing. So whether it's Jeffrey or myself or everyone, if you're part of that theme, choose to be ethical. Think of your loved ones, work on an ethical AI. If you're working on an AI that you believe is not ethical, please leave.
Jeffrey, tell me about Jeffrey.
I can't talk on his behalf, but he's out there saying there are existential threats.
Who is he?
He was a very prominent figure at the scene of AI, a very senior level.
And he's talking about Jeffrey Hinton, I believe. Jeffrey is, once again, he's considered the godfather of AI, okay? He's considered the godfather of AI. He created a lot of it. His name is Jeffrey Hinton. I've talked about him before a little bit in some of my other videos, but he's a British Canadian scientist who came up with what modern AI basically, and he's ringing the alarm too. So make sense, right? Let's continue.
AI scientist in Google, and recently he left because he said, I feel that there is an existential threat. And if you hear his interviews, he basically says, more and more we realize that, and we're now at the point where it's certain that there will be existential threats, right? So I would ask everyone, if you're an AI, if you're a skilled AI developer, you will not run out of a job. So you might as well choose a job that makes the world a better place.
What about the individual?
Yeah, the individual is what matters. Can I also talk about government? Okay, government needs to act now. Now, honestly, now, like we are.
As I mentioned before, I mentioned this earlier, and I also mentioned it in part one yesterday. Jeffrey Hinton, as he mentioned, he left Google because, once again, he sees what's going on. Mo Gattad, for those who are just joining the stream right now, he worked for Google X, right? He was a chief business officer there. Very well-known man, has written some books, right? Elon Musk came out recently and said that everybody should take a break from AI for 6 months. You guys have no idea how scared some of these guys are. And I told you guys before, I've gone down this AI rabbit hole, bro. When you start to delve into it, it's a lot of people think that this is cap, right? But the reality is this technology will happen sooner than later, because it's evolving at such a rapid pace that they know that once they unleash it, they can't stop it. They can't, right? Let's continue. Let's continue.
Late. Okay, government needs to find a clever way. The open letter would not work. To stop AI would not work. AI needs to become expensive. Okay, so that we continue to develop it, we pour money on it and we grow it, but we collect enough revenue to remedy the impact of AI.
Somebody earlier mentioned UBI. Yes, UBI is something that, has been talked about on YouTube a lot. Definitely, right? Even when I used to be in the manosphere, we talked about UBI. Shout out to brother Lamar Flanagan. UBI, yes. This is how they will appease you. Like I said, they're going to give you trinkets, right? So they'll give you UBI because the cost of living is going to suck. Matter of fact, they'll have you in your own housing. Everybody's going to be in these weird FEMA type housing camps. Not everybody, but the average person that can't afford it will be in these, housing type FEMA camps. You're going to have UBI. And your entertainment is going to be Netflix and Metaverse. And you'll have an AI girlfriend, because guess what? You won't be able to afford to meet a real woman. By that time, like I said, you're not going to be worried about your competition being high value men. You're going to be worried about high value robots. That's what you're going to be worried about. You feel me? It goes both ways. Yes, you're going to get your AI girlfriend, but guess what? Human women are going to get their AI boyfriend. And he's going to listen to her sob stories. He's not going to judge her. He's going to hug her when she comes home from work and tells him about how crappy her day was. That he's going to blow her back out for 5 hours with no break. Basically, the AI boyfriend is going to be like a vibrator and dildo, but with the personality of a human being. You guys think I'm wilding, but I'm just being honest. Let's continue. And I apologize for my vulgarity for people who are watching me for the first time. This is not I'm not politically correct on this channel. So once again, I do apologize. Let's continue.
Well, but the issue with one government making it expensive, so say the UK make AI really expensive, is we as a country will then lose the economic upside as a country, and the US and Silicon Valley will once again eat all the lunch. We'll just slow our country down.
What's the alternative? The alternative is that you don't have the funds that you need to deal with AI as it becomes, as it affects people's lives and people start to lose jobs and people, you need to have a universal basic income much closer than people think. Just like we had with furlough in COVID, I expect that there will be furlough with AI within the next year.
But what happens when you make it expensive here is all the developers move to where it's cheap. That's happened in Web3 as well. Everyone's gone to Dubai.
No, expensive. By expensive, I mean when companies make soap and they sell it and they're taxed at, say, 17%. If they make AI and they sell it, they're taxed at 70, 80.
So
right?
I'll go to Dubai then and build AI.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Did I ever say we have an answer to this? I will have to say, however, in a very interesting way, the countries that will not do this will eventually end up in a place where they are out of resources because the funds and the success went to the business, not to the people.
It's kind of like technology broadly. It's kind of like what's kind of happened in Silicon Valley. There'll be these centers which are like low, tax efficient. Founders get good capital gains.
You're so right. You're so right.
Portugal have said that. I think there's no tax on crypto. Dubai said there's no tax on crypto. So loads of my friends have got on a plane and are building their crypto companies where there's no tax.
I will say this. This may sound crazy, but they have some islands, right, that they're selling that you can buy an island. And I know that there's a developer, I forgot their name. They're building a whole island that'll be run by crypto, stuff like that. I'm saying, man, maybe that's the reality that some of us might have to do. You know what I'm saying? I know that sounds crazy. Shout out to Dr. Thunder in the building. I saw Ike's punk ass too. I don't know if Ike is still here. Shout out to Ike. You know what I mean? But yeah, guys, the reality is that the next ChatGPT, I think we're at where are we at right now for ChatGPT? Are we at ChatGPT 2.0 5 or 3. Where are we at right now for Chat GPT? Right? Because I remember Mo Gatat, as he mentioned yesterday. Hold on a second. I'm pulling up Chat GPT right now because I need to know which version we're at right now, right? But he mentioned that the next upgrade of Chat GPT is going to be like what, a 10x in regards to its intelligence, or a 5x or something like that, right? Chat GPT 3, okay, cool. Chat GPT 4 is going to be different. Chat GPT 4, Black Light Revelations. Mo Gatat, I know you didn't see part 1. I got part 1 up on Patreon. For those who want to see part 1, www.patreon.com/solotv84. My Patreon is very, it has a lot of content up there. $5 a month, you can watch part 1. But he mentioned that ChatGPT 4 is going to come out within months, maybe a year top. And he mentioned that the intelligence of it will be at like a 600 IQ or something like that. ChatGPT 4 is gonna mess things. Yeah, ChatGPT is gonna mess, because we already see what ChatGPT 3 did, right? How that disrupted everything, right? Richard Ray is saying ChatGPT is already in use. Okay, Richard Ray, if you got it, let me know, brother. But like I said, if you're a content creator and you're not using ChatGPT, then you're doing YouTube the old way. Matter of fact, I'll even go to say that one day, and I've mentioned this yesterday, your favorite YouTubers are going to be ran by just AI. It's going to be just an AI channel. And here's the kicker. You guys won't even know it. You guys might think it's a human. Remember, they were talking yesterday about the Drake songs, right? And I've played those songs. I'm not going to play it now. How it sounds just like Drake. Imagine Solo TV 84. Now it's Solo TV 99. Solo TV 99 is better than me. It's my voice, but he's far more intelligent. His jokes actually better. The punchlines always land. He's clever. He's witty. He's like the best version of me that I ever could think of. And you guys might be like, oh, well, Solo's getting more wisdom as he's getting older. No, that is the AI version. And there's going to be a lot of people like that. You're worried about getting catfish now on Tinder? What about getting AI fish, my guy? You get an AI fish, you pulling up in your Marty McFly DeLorean to go on a date. You think it's a human. No, it's not a human woman. It's an AI robot. And she really liked that you were a cute guy on your Tinder profile. Once again, I know this is very, very bottom shelf right here, what I'm talking about. But I'm just throwing it out there because I know that sometimes I like to throw stuff out there like that. That way people understand what I'm talking about, right? Let's continue.
And that's the selfishness and kind of greed we talked about.
It's the same prisoner's dilemma. It's the same first inevitable.
Is there anything else? You know, the other thing about governments is they're always slow and useless at understanding a technology. If anyone's watched these sort of American Congress debates where they bring in like Mark Zuckerberg and they like try and ask him what WhatsApp is, it becomes a meme.
Yeah,
they have no idea what they're talking about. They did it the other day.
But I'm stupid and useless at understanding governance.
Yeah, 100%.
The world is so complex, okay, that they definitely, it's a question of trust once again. Someone needs to say, we have no idea what's happening here. A technologist needs to come and make a decision for us, not teach us to be technologists, right? Or at least inform us of what possible decisions are out there.
The legislation, I just always think.
I'm not a
did
big
you see
fan
that
either.
TikTok Congress meeting they did where they're asking him about TikTok and they.
Yeah, I mean, we have congressmen and congresswomen who have no idea what TikTok is or Instagram. They don't even know what crypto is, right? And some of them do. Now imagine you want to tell them about AI legislation or AGI, artificial general intelligence. Oh, God help us all, guys. God, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. God help us all. God help us all, bro. God help us all, man. For real, for real.
Really don't have a grasp of what TikTok is.
Yeah.
So they've clearly been handed some notes on it. These people aren't the ones you want legislating because, again, unintended consequences. They might make a significant mistake. Someone on my podcast yesterday was talking about how GDPR was like very well intentioned, but when you think about the impact it has on like every bloody web page.
And make no mistake, the powers that be right now, they realize that with this whole ChatGPT, this whole rise of AI, it would help a random person to have equal footing There are people right now that are using ChatGPT and they became millionaires. Why? They typed in how to become a millionaire. What are steps? And ChatGPT gave them they're YouTube videos right now. You can go watch them. I'm not capping. There are people right now making $25,000 a week because of ChatGPT. The powers that be don't want that type of information out there. Why? Because they want to be able to utilize it for themselves. This is why I said yesterday, and I know some people think I'm crazy, but within 20 years, don't be surprised if we have trillionaires. Okay? Now, with hyperinflation, that might be like being a high billionaire or whatever, because I think that hyperinflation is going to keep getting worse, but that's another topic. But the powers that be, they want to utilize this for themselves, so they become wealthier and wealthier. But here's the thing. We're in a consumer society. What happens when everybody's on UBI? That's why I'm telling you guys about the metaverse. This is why I've been telling you guys for the last 2 years about crypto in the metaverse, because the metaverse is going to be a new economy. And that's where a lot of people are going to be rock stars. We're technically already in the metaverse. If you're watching me on YouTube, we're in the metaverse right now, technically. But picture this, 20 years from now, you can see me. We're on a beach. You got your VR headset on. We're in a beach. Okay? And this is my avatar. This is what I look like. Ike is in the corner looking like, this is Ike. Because we all know, listen, Ike is Officer Teddy, okay? Ike is like this. When we have that metaverse meeting 20 years from now where we're on a beach, this is Ike's avatar. This is my avatar. Jar Jar Binks, a.k.a. Just Ugly Things. And everybody's going to have their own avatar. You might think, oh, there's a baddie across the street. No, it's not a baddie. It's a dude. Bro, it's a dude. It's a dude, bro. It's a dude.
You're just like clicking this annoying thing on there because I don't think they fully understood the implementation of the legislation.
Correct. But you know what's even worse? What's even worse is that even as you attempt to regulate something like AI, what is defined as AI? Okay,
Yeah.
so even if I say, okay, if you use AI in your company, you need to pay a little more tax.
I'll find a way.
Yeah, you'll simply call this not AI. You'll use something and call it advanced technological, progress. ATP, right? And suddenly somehow it's not, a young developer in their garage somewhere will not be taxed as such. It's Is it going to solve the problem? None of those is definitively going to solve the problem. I think what interestingly this all comes down to, and remember we spoke about this once, that when I wrote Scary Smart, it was about how do we save the world, okay? And yes, I still ask individuals to behave positively as good parents for AI so that AI itself learns the right value set. I still stand by that. But I hosted on my podcast a week ago, we haven't even published it yet, an incredible gentleman, a Canadian author and philosopher, Stephen Jerkinson. He worked 30 years with dying people. And he wrote a book called Die Wise. And I was like, I love his work. And I asked him about Die Wise. And he said, it's not just someone dying. If you look at what's happening with climate change, for example, our world is dying. And I said, okay, so what is to die wise? And he said,
And I know that Elon Musk has talked about terraforming Mars and this and look, guys, I think that's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand. It is. Okay. This whole idea of let's go to Mars and live under a dome and okay. All right, bro. Okay. I don't know. In the chat, you tell me what your guys think about that. But I think it's a fool's errand. It's a dummy mission. Elon, you're wasting your time with that. You are. I think that there are ways that we can utilize Earth still. There's still a lot of spaces on the Earth that aren't being used, or we can be more efficient with our, you know what I'm saying, with the architecture and how we utilize land and technology wise and things like that. I do believe that there are ways that we can do that here. And I think that the technology in the future will help us with that. But this whole idea of these rich people are saying, oh, we're leaving Earth and going to Mars, that's a dummy mission. And you're going to hear more about that, especially in the next 30 years when, long form space travel will be more of a real thing. But I think it's a dummy mission. I really do.
First was shocked to hear. He said, hope is the wrong premise. If the world is dying, don't tell people it's not. Because in a very interesting way, you're depriving them from the right to live right now. And that was very eye-opening for me. In Buddhism, they teach you that you can be motivated by fear, but that hope is not the opposite of fear. As a matter of fact, hope can be as damaging as fear if it creates an expectation within you that life will show up somehow and correct what you're afraid of. Okay? If there is a high probability of a threat, you might as well accept that threat. Okay, and say it is upon me. It is our reality. And as I said, as an individual, if you're in an industry that could be threatened by AI, learn. Upskill yourself. If you're, in a place, in a situation where AI can benefit you, be part of it. But the most interesting thing, I think, in my view, is, I don't know how to say this any other way. There is no more certainty that AI will threaten me than there is certainty that I will be hit by a car as I walk out of this place. Do you understand this? We think about the bigger threats as if they're upon us. But there is a threat all around you. I mean, in reality, the idea of life being interesting in terms of challenges and uncertainties and threats and so on is just a call to live. Honestly, with all that's happening around us, I don't know how to say it any other way. I'd say if you don't have kids, maybe wait a couple of years just so that we have a bit of certainty. But if you do have kids, go kiss them. Go live. I think living is a very interesting thing to do right now. Maybe, Stephen was basically saying, the other Stephen on my podcast, he was saying, maybe we should fail a little more often. Maybe we should allow things to go wrong. Maybe we should just simply live, enjoy life as it is. Because today, none of what you and I spoke about here has happened yet, okay? What happens here is that you and I are here together and having a good cup of coffee, and I might...
Yeah. And you know what? I like that. I mean, this could all just be us just, nah, it's going to happen. No, it's going to happen.
as well enjoy that good cup of coffee. I know that sounds really weird. I'm not saying don't engage, but I'm also saying don't miss out on the opportunity just by being caught up in the future.
Kind of stuff.
And I do agree with that. I think that the most important time in history is now, the present, right? The reality is that when you go down these rabbit holes, it gets easy to look at and be like, oh no, the world is going to end. And no. I mean, every generation has thought that, right? That their generation would be the last generation to be alive and all these things. I do think that it's very important to understand that, look, we live in a time now where, we can enjoy a lot of different things in life. I can walk down the street and I don't have to worry about when a white person walks by, I gotta, get off the road or anything like that. You feel me? We live in a time now where you can make money, where before you would have to work at some factory job for 12 hours a day. Now you can be an entrepreneur and become a millionaire that way. We have a lot more opportunities today than we've ever had before. So, a lot of people might say, oh, this 2023 sucks, but 2023 is, I rather would live in 2023 than 1943, especially me being a black man, right? Not trying to make this about race, but I'm just being honest. When I hear goofy people talk about, yeah, I wish it was the 50s again. I'm thinking to myself, okay, the 50s weren't good for me. So I don't know what you're talking about, because 2023, I have way more freedom in 2023 than I had in 1950. If I were to go back as a black man in 1953, I got way more freedom. I can go on YouTube. I can make money on YouTube. I can converse about topics like this, right? That really matter. And I'm not trying to make this about it's because it's not, but I'm just saying, like, people have this romanticized idea that sometimes yesterday was better than today. And the reality is that the people that always talk about it, they weren't even around to know that yesterday sucked, right? A lot of people couldn't even afford a car. I mean, cars were cheaper in 1953. You could get a nice Ford for $3,000, but the average person was making what? $1 an hour and had to work a factory job. You couldn't become an entrepreneur or self-made in 1953 the same way as 2023. You have the internet now at your fingertips with infinite knowledge. You have the ability to travel the world, right? So, so when people romanticize this idea of, oh, I wish I was back in 1953, I'm like,
stands in opposition to the idea of like urgency and emergency, though, doesn't it?
Does it have to be one or the other? If I'm here with you trying to tell the whole world, wake up, does that mean I have to be grumpy and afraid all the time? Not really.
You said something really interesting there. You said if you have kids, if you don't have kids, maybe don't have kids right now.
I would definitely consider thinking about that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd seriously consider not having kids?
Wait a couple of years.
Because of artificial intelligence?
No, it's bigger than artificial intelligence, Stephen. We all know that. I mean, there has never been such a perfect storm in the history of humanity. Economic, geopolitical, global warming, or climate change.
And guys, I said the same thing earlier, guys. And by the way, I haven't seen this whole video, guys. Remember, I said the same thing. This is, shout out to my mentor. I don't know if he's watching this, but this is a perfect storm for chaos. Think about it. We're dealing with hyperinflation. I've been talking about the food shortage for the last 3 years. I remember when I first started talking about the food shortage, people thought I was crazy. And then the next year, people were hitting me up and saying, so like people were DMing me on Instagram and be like, bro, I went to my store and I can't get my favorite cookies anymore. I can't do blah, blah, blah. And I was telling people that 3 years ago. You're going to see hyperinflation like you've never seen it before in the next coming 2 to 5 years. Definitely. The housing market is in a crazy point right now, right? We're dealing with geopolitical factors with Ukraine and Russia. And let's not forget, China's trying to buck up against the USA too. Let's be honest. And China got backup, aka BRICS. That's facts. We're dealing with the fact that the dollar is being threatened. Oh, the dollar's doing better than ever. Okay. That's why we had to raise the debt ceiling again, and they're going to keep printing more money, right? Right. So we're dealing with all of these situations, which will create what he calls the perfect storm. And I've used that terminology as well, where also then we're dealing with AI and then possibly UBI, automation, right? It's about to get really freaking real. It's about to get really, really real very, very, very quick. It might not happen today. It might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen next month. Heck, it might not even happen next year, but it's going to happen. And the people that are going to be successful are the people that are prepared and are able to adapt. Let's continue.
The whole idea of artificial intelligence and many more. This is a perfect storm. This is the depth of uncertainty. The depth of uncertainty. It's never been more, in a video gamer's term, it's never been more intense. This is it. Okay. And when you put all of that together, if you really love your kids, would you want to?
Guys, pay attention to what he's talking about. Now, guys, I'm not here trying to, once again, The way this guy is sounding like, he's making it sound like it's the end of the world, guys. And the reason why I titled this a high IQ stream is because of the reality that the people that are, you don't become a Warren Buffett by chance. You got to have a big imagination. You got to be a futurist to an extent. You got to be able to have vision, right? Jeff Bezos had vision. I remember there was an article that Jeff Bezos presented Amazon as a business idea to a Harvard class, and they all laughed at him. Right? These are people. People in Harvard are considered some of the smartest people in the world. For you to make it into Harvard, you know that Harvard is known as a prestigious college, right? And they were laughing at Jeff Bezos, telling him that his Amazon idea would never work, that he's smoking on that Zaza, drinking Kool-Aid. Guess who has the last laugh? Jeff Bezos now is one of the richest men in the world. One of the richest men in the world. Why? Because he had the vision to understand where the world will go, or understand that the world had a need for something. Amazon. Jeff Bezos now has a freaking 600-foot yacht. He's got a beautiful, yeah, she's kind of old. I ain't gonna lie, she's old. He got a beautiful girlfriend. And for fun, he travels space. Now, let me ask you this. It'd be interesting to know the people that laughed at Jeff Bezos and says his ideas never work. I wonder what they're doing today. Because Jeff Bezos is talked about damn near on a daily basis. If Jeff Bezos takes a shit wrong, it'll be in the news. If Jeff Bezos were to go on a live stream right now and says that every man should have 2 women, it would go viral. You see what Elon Musk does. He goes on Twitter. He talks about Dogecoin. Dogecoin pumps 20%. You have to have vision and to understand where this world is going. This is why I've been talking about this trendsetter stuff, because this is not for anybody. You have to be somewhat of a futurist to grasp these concepts and ideas. That's why I always talk about the fact that on my channel, we're future millionaires and billionaires. Because and I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it's me, but there's a person right now watching this video, taking notes on this channel, watching, who's going to be a billionaire, and you're going to hear about it on the news. And that person, he's going to fly me out to Malta or Turks and Caicos and says, hey, I watched you 20 years ago in 2023 talking about this on a Sunday, and I just want to thank you. Here's some Bitcoin, 1,000 Bitcoin, cha-ching, right? And I say this to say this. If you truly believe in yourself as a human being, and you have a vision of a business that you want to run, or you have a dream, don't let anybody ever shit on your dream. Now, you guys know I don't really care for Jeff Bezos like that, but I would be a fool to say that he didn't disrupt an entire industry. Heck, Jeff Bezos disrupted the whole world. That's facts. History will remember Jeff Bezos. How will history remember Jeff Bezos? That we can argue that on another stream, because I know some people like him, and I'm not here to, that's another stream. But Jeff Bezos, remember, before he started Amazon, or before Amazon was popping, he went to Harvard, presented his ideas to a business class. They laughed at him. Guess what? If Jeff Bezos would have said, well, you know what? These Harvard people are smarter than me, so maybe they're right. Imagine if Jeff Bezos didn't listen to him. Listen to those Harvard kids laughing him out of that college class. We probably would never know who Jeff Bezos is. Maybe somebody else would have started Amazon, probably, or something similarly. But guess what? Jeff Bezos had the vision, and he understood that there was a need in the market that nobody had addressed yet. And guess what? He became a trendsetter, made it happen, and now everybody knows who Jeff Bezos is. And there are people right now in the chat that are going to be the next Jeff Bezos. You don't know it yet. You may have an idea. Don't share it publicly. Don't be stupid. Keep that to yourself. You may have an idea that could disrupt the entire world. Now, I will say this. I do hope that if you do have that idea, that it's a positive thing that'll help humanity and not set us back. But anyway, Amazon is another video, another topic. I might have to address that too. Let me know in the chat if you want me to address Amazon.
expose them to all of this. A couple of years. Why not?
Yes, yes. Okay, guys, another tip. And thank you, Professor Black Ops, for mentioning this. Cloud computing, cloud storage. We talking about investing in AI. How are they gonna AI, all of that stuff, the metaverse, right? To have your own universe in Web 3.0, that takes what? A lot of space. Guys, investing in cloud storage stocks or cryptos like STORJ or Filecoin, it's going to make some people filthy rich. Why? Because you're going to need a lot of cloud storage to run these type of things, AI, metaverse. Don't be shocked, guys. You see all these commercial properties, right? Now that are being empty because of the C-19, don't be shocked if a lot of these commercial properties in the future turn into cloud storage centers. All these offices that are abandoned right now because people are working from home, don't be shocked if companies in the future buy them up and put a bunch of servers in there. There's going to be people that are going to be filthy. You might be like, yo, I'm not rocking with AI. Okay, cool. Then you're going to make money off cloud storage. That's another thing. I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of ways to make money if you understand what's about to happen. Abandoned malls is going to be filled with nothing but cloud servers, storage servers. You're going to have AI robots running around playing security. There may be a human being or two, but cloud storage. Shout out to Professor Black Ops for reminding me of it. Yeah, cloud storage is going to make a lot of people money. If you invest in a cloud storage company, right? And it doesn't have to be Amazon. There's other companies right now that are coming up. STORJ, known as storage, I think is going to be a big company. Last time I checked, they were running at 70 cents, but I think that one day it'll be like a $300 per their token, right? A lot of people are going to make crazy money off these cloud storage companies. Once again, it's about understanding and having vision to see the future and taking a risk. If Steve Jobs and the Wozniak guy didn't start Apple in the garage because they didn't have the vision, well, you might not be looking at this video right now through your iPhone. Steve Jobs had the vision. Me personally, I'm not the greatest guy when it comes to tech, but I do understand having the vision. So cloud storage is definitely something. So this is what I'm doing. I'm investing in crypto, and I'm not saying this financial advice. Crypto, I'm looking for new forms of energy that I do think will be created within the next decade or two. I'll be investing heavily in that, right? New forms of energy. I do believe that, and I forgot the term, where ionic energy or something, where they'll be able to take oxygen from the air that'll be utilized as energy. I do believe that technology is coming within the next 20 years. I'm going to invest heavy on that. And then cloud storage. That's going to make a lot of people rich. Facts.
In the first conversation we had on this podcast, you talked about losing your son, Ali, and the circumstances around that, which moved so many people in such a profound way. It was the most shared podcast episode in the United Kingdom on Apple in the whole of 2022. Based on what you've just said, if you could bring Ali back into this world at this time, would you do it?
No. Absolutely not. So for so many reasons. One of the things that I realized a few years, way before all of this disruption and turmoil, is that he was an angel. He wasn't made for this at all. Okay, my son was an empath who absorbed all of the pain of all of the others. He would not be able to deal with a world where more and more pain was surfacing. That's one side. But more interestingly, I always talk about this very openly. I mean, if I had asked Ali, just understand that the reason you and I are having this conversation is because Ali left. If Ali had not left our world, I wouldn't have written my first book. I wouldn't have changed my focus to becoming an author. I wouldn't have become a podcaster. I wouldn't have went out and spoken to the world about what I believe in. He triggered all of. I can assure down if Ali, as he was walking into that operating room, if he would give to make such a difference as what happened after he left, he would say, "Shoot me right now," for sure. I would. I mean, if you told me right now I can affect tens of millions of people if you shoot me right now, go ahead. Go ahead. You see, this is the bit that we have forgotten as humans. We have forgotten that, you're turning 30. It passed like that. I'm turning 56. No time, okay? Whether I make it another 56 years or another 5.6 years or another 5.6 months, it will also pass like that. It is not about how long, and it's not about how much fun. It is about how aligned you lived. How aligned. Because I will tell you openly, every day of my life when I changed to what I'm trying to do today has felt longer than the 45 years before it. Okay? It felt rich. It felt fully lived. It felt right. It felt right. Okay? And when you think about,
and this is something too I want to say to young men, that you may not be in life where you want to be right now, but the reality is that cherish every moment, because life goes by so fast. I remember when I was 16 and I was walking around the neighborhood with my parents, and I was 16. I remember I was about to go into junior year of high school, and we were walking around the neighborhood, and they were asking me what I wanted to do with my life. And I was a young 16-year-old. I didn't know what I wanted. If YouTube wasn't even around back then, right? That's how old I am, right? I promised you this. And then when I hit 30, all of a sudden it kind of was like, because I spent my 20s just doing stupid stuff in my 20s, just chasing girls, going to the club, just dumb stuff, right? Stuff that really, at the end of the night, the next morning, you just felt more lonely and isolated than before, right? And when I turned 30, it's like a light switch just hit, like a switch just hit. All of a sudden, I'm thinking about things that I hadn't thought before. Legacy. I thought about purpose. What do I want my life to stand for? And then when I was 30, I started to travel a bit more. I met people that I never would have thought I met. I met Ian Ballina. For those of you who may not know him, he's the one who disrupted the crypto industry with token metrics. I met Ian before he became a crypto millionaire. I met people that I never thought I met before. I started to YouTube and things of that nature, right? But I go to say this, that for any young man watching this, you're not going to be the same person that you're at 21 that you will be at 31, right? I'm going to be 40 in a couple of years. It's scary to think about. Like, I already see the white hair coming through. I mean, the ladies like it. You know what I'm saying? It makes me look more distinguished, I guess. But the reality is, life, I remember being 16 years old, walking around the neighborhood with my parents and having a conversation about, what is it, son, that you want to do with your life? And then in my 20s, just running through the streets, chasing after girls and skirts and all of that. And then waking up one day feeling unfulfilled with my life. Being 30 years old and realizing, hey, what am I doing with my life? The purpose, you may not know what your purpose is now, because your purpose, you may think your purpose might even change. You may have gone to college for business, but you're doing something completely different. And I'm saying this to say, don't be discouraged, because life is not a straight path. Life has a lot of ebbs and flows, ups and downs, side creeks and underturns and things like that. If you would have told me 10 years ago that I'll be YouTubing and I would interview some of the biggest content creators in the space, and that there are people that would actually listen to me, I would have thought you were capping. Because 10 years ago, the only thing that was on my mind was chasing skirts. And now that I'm an older man, I recognize that, yeah, sometimes you have to go through these foolish things as a youth to become more mature, to become more wise. And all I'm saying is this: I don't care if you're 20, if you're 50, cherish life every day. Cherish life every day, because there are people that didn't get to wake up today.
That when you think about the idea that we live, we need to live for us until we get to a point where us is alive. I have what I need. As I get so many attacks from people about my $4 t-shirts, but I need a simple t-shirt. I really do. I don't need a complex t-shirt, especially with my lifestyle. If I have that.
This is a quote unquote high value man telling you this. Mo Gatat, guys, is very well respected in the tech field. The guy's worth what, 50 million or something like that? And he's telling you he's wearing a $4 t-shirt. As I'm speaking to you right now, I'm wearing an $8 t-shirt with ASICs on it. It's my t-shirt I like to wear when I like to, go on jogs. I call it struggle jogging because half the time I'm kneeled over. Facts, right? But the reality is, guys, see, here's the thing. When you're younger, you value more superficial things. You value, having a nice car, maybe, or nice shoes, nice clothes, right? As you get older, you start to realize a lot of that shit doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. But there's some people that'll never learn, right? But it doesn't mean anything. We live in a superficial society now where people are chasing after materialism, not because they truly want it, but because they want to garner respect and affection from other people that don't even give a shit about them. You got people posting pictures on Instagram every day to show off their rich, lavish lifestyle, but they're miserable. I know a guy that has 1 million followers on Instagram, right? He's a model guy. If you look at his Instagram, you would think that he's living his best life, being surrounded by beautiful women, being able to go to these beautiful parties. But the guy is broke and miserable. I talked to the guy. It doesn't mean anything. People are chasing after these superficial things, thinking it'll give them fulfillment, and they end up worse than they were before. That's why for me, listen, I'm a very simple dude. Give me a nice piece of steak, a nice glass of orange juice, I'm good. Some mashed potatoes, I'm great. I'm a very simple man. I don't need to be seen on yachts and boats and, be seen on Instagram with people that don't give a shit about me. I'm very secure in myself to the fact that the ultimate validation that I seek for is for God to approve of what I'm doing. That's the only validation that I truly deeply care about. And of course, my parents as well. I don't want my mother to disown me. My father, he a wild guy, but anyway, let's continue, man.
Why am I wasting my life on more than that is not aligned for why I'm here? Okay. I should waste my life on what I believe enriches me, enriches those that I love, and I love everyone. So enriches everyone, hopefully. Okay. And would Ali come back and erase all of this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If he were to come back today and share his beautiful self with the world in a way that makes our world better, yeah, I would wish for that to be the case. Okay? But he's doing that.
2037.
Yes, sir.
You predict that we're going to be on an island on our own doing nothing, or at least, either hiding from the machines or chilling out because
2037, guys. People think that's what, 14 years? Ha! Whoo! Yeah. Let's continue. Let's continue. Yep. Yeah, let's continue.
the machines have optimized our lives to a point where we don't need to do much. That's only 14 years away. if you had to bet on the outcome, if you had to bet on why we'll be on that island, either hiding from the machines or
That's a good question. I don't think I'm gonna be real. Before he answers, I think that if that happens as fast as he thinks it happens, then I failed you guys. Then I should have made this stream 5 years ago. Once again, I think that if we're hiding, see, we're not the ops, the AI. If this is going to be a Skynet situation or Ultron, what have you, I think that situation might be 2050 ish, 60 ish, right? But once again, if he thinks that it's going to be 2037, then this live stream is already too late. I know you're like, but Solo, it's 14 years away. No, it's too. You don't. It's too late. It's too late. I remember 2017 like it was yesterday when I used to get, YouTube, and 2016. I remember it's like yesterday. Life goes by so fast. It's already almost the middle of June. Wow.
pulling out because they've optimized so much of our lives, which one would you bet upon? Honestly.
No, I don't think we'll be hiding from the machines. I think we will be hiding from what humans are doing with the machines. I believe, however,
I agree with that. And I've said it before. I think that there will be people that have, nefarious people with ill intentions that will abuse AI. I think that you're going to see that a lot. I think that the scamming and robbing, you're going to have people that'll walk around in public with these type of gadgets. You won't even know what it is. And they'll click a button and you might walk around in public and then all of a sudden all your money is gone. Scamming and deceit is going to be at an all-time high because where there's money to be made, and especially with desperate conditions that'll happen in the future because of the wealth gap, right? You guys are talking about the wage. I'm talking about the wealth gap where the rich will become super rich and the poor are going to become extremely poor. A lot of people are going to resort to things that they don't have to resort to today. We saw what happened during the C-19 situation when lockdown first stopped, how many people scammed in regarding to the PPP loans. And then in my city, carjackings went up 80% to the point that even Uber drivers were warned by Uber to not drive at certain times in my city. And I lived in what a lot of people would consider a relatively safe, progressive city here, right? I don't live in no Chicago or New York or somewhere where there's a lot of crime, but instantly after the C-19 situation, when lockdowns ended, crime just shot up like crazy. People were getting robbed left and right. Home invasions went up sky high. What happens when we have a systemic breakdown and CBDCs are introduced? The food shortage, they're saying, is going to get worse this year because of the drought. We dealt with drought last year, right? Not just in California, but also in the East Coast. What happens when that gets worse and the dollar fails? The chaos that's going to ensue is going to be something that we've never seen before in human history.
that in the 2040s, the machines will make things better. So remember, my entire prediction, man, you get me to say things I don't want to say. My entire prediction is that we are coming to a place where we absolutely have a sense of emergency. We have to engage because our world is under a lot of turmoil, okay? And as we do that, we have a very, very good possibility of making things better. But if we don't, my expectation is that we will be going through a very unfamiliar territory between now and the end of the 2030s.
Unfamiliar.
And like I said, the things that a lot of people are worried today, wokenism, and I think climate change is something people will still worry about. But you know what? I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. That whole woke culture shit, that's gonna die. Because what are people gonna? What are people gonna? Because what's gonna happen next is All them people that are worried about canceling people, now you're going to worry about your own ass. Pause. Because when you lose your job, and it's not because of your political beliefs, it's due to the fact that now you're being replaced by an AI robot. It's about to get real. People that are worried about what these women are doing, oh, high value man. Now you got to worry about a high value robot. You worried about your girlfriend cheating on you with Chad or Brad or Tyrone. No, you got to worry about Dickie the robot dicking your girl down for 5 hours straight. That's what I'm telling you guys this now. The things that you worried about in 2023, you're going to laugh in 2033 and you'll be like, I was worried about that. I should have been paying attention to what was going on geopolitically. I should have been paying attention to what was going on economically. I should have been paying attention to what was going on technologically. You're going to be worried about some real stuff. The stuff that people are worried today about, it's psyop. It's goofy. There's a kid right now in a third world country in a remote village. He's worried about how he's going to eat for the day because he hasn't eaten in 2 days. America, we're so spoiled. Americans are so spoiled that you can have people that are drinking their fucking Starbucks latte and they're worried about canceling somebody. Why don't you worry about that kid in the third world country that hasn't eaten in 2 days? But that's what it is. We're in a country now where people are in an uproar because we won't let a man in drag go into a bathroom. But there's somebody right now on this very same earth, a little 4-year-old, 5-year-old, that is worried about the fact that he's not able to eat today. And guess what? I'm going to say something that people don't like, but in 2033, a lot of people in America is going to look like a third world country for a lot of people because you're not going to be able to afford it. You're going to be worried about what you're going to put on your, what you're going to eat that day. And then you're going to remember, man, I remember 2023. I thought it was bad then. No, you're going to look at today like it was the golden years, my nigga. Facts. Let's continue.
Territory.
Yeah, I think I may have said it, but it's definitely on my notes. I think for our way of life, as we know it, it's game over. Our way of life is never going to be the same again.
Once again, for those who don't know who this guy is, his name is Mo Gatat. He was the chief business officer for Google X at one point, which is basically the advanced division for Google for their technological aspects on rolling out, business ideas and future ideas. He's saying this. You got Jeffrey Hinton, considered the godfather of AI, who walked away from Google because he said that this AI is going too fast. I'm sorry, guys. I know this sounds crazy, I know, but I got to bring the receipts to you guys because when I say it, it sounds crazy. You guys look at me like this.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I'm telling you right now, the reality is everything is happening faster than people anticipate. You're not going to be... And here's the reality. In the interim, there are solutions, guys. There are things that can be done. Now, listen, guys, my main worry right now is CBDCs, because that's going to happen faster. Within 2 years, CBDCs is a real thing. So what is the solution? I made a video yesterday talking about that. But the reality is, for people who think this is a game or a joke, look at the man's face while he's talking about this. Elon Musk rang the alarm a couple months ago saying, everybody chill. We need to take a 6-month break from this AI stuff. These people are scared shitless because of the things that I'm telling you. And the things that he's been saying. It's about to happen, and it's going to happen so fast that it's going to spin your head around. You're going to be like, what happened? You're going to walk into your favorite McDonald's. There's no human being in sight. Everything is automated. But you know what? I see light at the end of the tunnel, guys. I do. I see light at the end of the tunnel because for every disruption and for every distraction and things like that, I do see light at the end of the tunnel. But I'm not going to lie to you guys. Before shit gets better, shit is about to get worse. I'm just being honest.
Jobs are going to be different. Truth is going to be different. The polarization of power is going to be different. The capabilities, the magic of getting things done is going to be different.
I'm trying to find a positive note to end on, Mo. Can you give me a hand here?
Yes, you are here now and everything's wonderful. That's number one. You are here now and you can make a difference. That's number two. And in the long term, when humans stop hurting humans because the machines are in charge, we're all going to be fine.
Sometimes, you know, as we've discussed throughout this conversation, you need to make it feel like a priority. And there'll be some people that might have listened to our conversation and think, oh, that's really, you know, negative. It's made me feel anxious. It's
L Selector Finance. I don't know. You must be new to my channel. Yes, I'm a big advocate for people bearing arms. You would be a fool in the next 10 years not to have arms. Obviously, you want to make sure. I live in a state where, you know, you can do, you know, open carry and all of that. Yes, I'm a big proponent. I'm a big proponent. I used to date a girl. She used to have that deuce under the seat. You know what I'm a big proponent. Make sure it's legal, though. Everything, make sure, you know, you get your permit, all of that. You know, so you got YouTubers talking about they advocate for gun laws, but they're 3-time felons. And they're trying to tell you about it. Last time I checked, if you're a 3-time felon, you can't have a gun. But I'm a big proponent. Yes. You'd be a fool not to have a gun. Matter of fact, I'm not here to dry snitch on myself. But when I go to my uncle's place and we're at the gun range on Instagram and you see the type of ARs that my uncle got, yes, I like guns. Not because I want to kill people, but I think that you'd be a fool not to protect yourself. And if you're scared of guns, you know, get some mace. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do something, because this thing is going to turn into Mad Max here within about 3 to 5 years. It's going to be it's going to be chaos. It's going to be chaotic. People are going to wish Batman was a real person, because it's going to get really, really real, where people wish there was a Bruce Wayne or Batman running around in a cape doing some vigilantism, because it's going to get real in a very hot second. Yes, sir.
it's made me feel sort of pessimistic about the future. But whatever that energy is, use it.
100%.
And
Engage.
I think that's the most important thing, which is now make it a priority.
Engage. Tell the whole world that making another phone that is making money for the corporate world is not what we need. Tell the whole world that creating an artificial intelligence that's going to make someone richer is not what we need. And if you are presented with one of those, don't use it. I don't know how to tell you that any other way. If you can afford to be the master of human connection instead of the master of AI, do it. At the same time, you need to be the master of AI to compete in this world. Can you find that detachment within you? I go back to spirituality. Detachment is for me to engage 100% with the current reality without really being affected by the possible outcome. This is the answer. The Sufis have taught me what I believe is the biggest answer to life.
Sufis?
Yeah, so from Sufism.
Sufism?
Yeah.
Don't know what that is.
Sufism is a sect of Islam, but it's also a sect of many other religious teachings. And they tell you that the answer to finding peace in life is to die before you die. If you
I'm not familiar with that, but I do believe that is true. Like, a lot of people, they get blinded by their ego. Looking at what social media has done, being old enough to remember how people were before social media, and I'm pretty sure if you're over the age of 30, you can attest to what I'm about to say. People used to be a lot kinder. People used to have a lot more empathy. Now, you talk to a lot of people, they're very entitled. People are delusional and narcissistic. That's why I don't if I'm on Insta, I only spend 15 minutes on Instagram a day. I have a rule. 15 minutes on it because it's all narcissistic stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I've done it too at times, not gonna lie, right? But we live in an era now where everybody thinks the world revolves around them. People aren't humble. Everybody thinks that the world literally revolves around them. That's why these podcasts, shout out to my boy RPO Studios. I see you in the building. That's why these podcasts like RPO Studio, when he is interviewing these women, they sound delusional. Why? Because everybody really believes that they are the one. The world revolves around them. Everybody thinks that they're Neo. Well, not like Neo that they don't believe that they're the one, but that, the concept of that if they're the one that will be able to change the world, and maybe there's a person that can make a difference. I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm saying that we live in a time now where people don't really care about each other anymore, especially in America. A lot of relationships are transactional. It's what can you do for me? Even on YouTube, it's a perfect example. Let me give you an example. YouTube, since I'm a YouTuber. YouTubers don't fuck with other YouTubers unless they're popping. Shout out to RPO Studios because I've been fucking with him he know that. I've been fucking with him for a minute. Shout out to him. But in YouTube, there's a rule that, look, if you're not popping, I'm not fucking with you. Excuse my language. I call it the go along to get along gang. One thing about me is I don't like having yes men around me. When I talk to my friends, they're very, very brutally honest with me. Sometimes I don't even want to hear this shit, but you got to. And the reality is this. I always say this on my channel. I'm my own worst critic. I'm very hard on myself because I know the expectations that I have for myself. So I'm my own worst critic. Self-awareness is something that this generation lacks because of hubris. Everybody thinks that the world owes them something. The world doesn't owe you shit. Let's keep it 100. Let's continue.
Assume that living is about attachment to everything physical. Dying is detachment from everything physical. Okay? It doesn't mean that you're not fully alive. You become more alive when you tell yourself, yeah, I'm going to record an episode of my podcast every week and reach tens or hundreds of thousands of people, millions in your case, and I'm going to make a difference. But by the way, if the next episode is never heard, that's okay. Okay? By the way, if the file is lost, yeah, I'll be upset about it for a minute and then I'll figure out what I'm going to do about it. Similarly, we are going to engage. I think I and many others are out there telling the whole world openly, this needs to stop. This needs to slow down. This needs to be shifted positively. Yes, create AI, but create AI that's good for humanity. Okay? And
so now, guys, we have Jeffrey Hinton, who's considered the godfather, once again, of AI, Elon Musk, and Mo Gattad, all of them coming out saying we need to slow down. But guess what? They're not going to slow down. And I say this, guys. Next year, I'm probably going to do a follow-up stream on this to see where it is. We might be out with ChatGPT 5 by then, or 6, who knows? But it'll be interesting to see where we're at next year. Next June of 2024. I'm very, very excited to see where we're going to be. Very excited. Because once again, the end of the world is not going to happen overnight. Let's be honest, right? But it'll be very interesting to see where the technology is at next year and what has come to pass or what is coming to pass.
And we're shouting and screaming. Come, join the shout and scream. Okay? But at the same time, know that the world is bigger than you and I. And that your voice might not be heard. So what are you going to do if your voice is not heard? Are you going to be able to continue to shout and scream nicely? And
I mean, brother, I was shouting and screaming about the food shortage 3 years ago. People thought I was bugging. It is what it is. I got 50 people here. The reality is the people that listen, they'll benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? But it'll come to a point where you won't have to shout and scream when people start losing their jobs en masse because of this AI revolution. That by that time, when somebody comes up to me and say, "Hey, Solo, why didn't you warn me?" I will say, I had this video, I had that video, I had this video, and I'll show it to them. Because at the end of the day, people are focused on, and I get it. People, I get it. Don't get me wrong. People, you get caught up in life. You have a girlfriend, you have a wife, you have kids. Some people just, I get it. But don't, you got to still be aware of what is happening in the world around you. You just do. It's just common sense.
Politely and peacefully, and at the same time create the best life you can create to yourself, for yourself within this environment. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying live, go kiss your kids, but make an informed decision if you're, expanding your plans in the future. At the same time, rise. Stop sharing stupid shit on the internet about the new squeaky toy. Start sharing the reality of, oh my God, what is happening? This is a disruption that we have never, ever seen anything like. And I've created endless amounts of technologies. It's nothing like that.
This is why I titled this stream High IQ Stream, because I know that dumb people are not going to watch this. And I'm not trying to sound arrogant or condescending. I'm just being honest with you. If this was a stream, you know what? If this was a stream on, the delusional women or the rise of the pogs, yeah, we would have 500 people in the stream. If this was a stream on how to be in a polygamous relationship or polyamory, we would have more people on. If this stream was about Kim Kardashian, we would have more people on. The reality is that, shout out to people that say this, but it's true, that the average American is dumb. Yes, the average American is stupid as fuck. Let's be honest. Sometimes, and I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but even when people hit me up sometimes and they want to talk about stuff, it just doesn't appease me anymore. Because at the end of the day, I'm a human being that we all deal with real problems. But if your problem is that you're not getting booty meat, then in my opinion, you don't have any problems at all. If that's your problem, okay, cool. Wait about 5-10 years. The AI sex robots will come. She'll fuck the shit out of you. If that's your only problem, you don't have any fucking problems, my guy. You don't have any problem. That's first world problems. If your problem is that you're not getting a Kim Kardashian to give you some cheeks, or a Bernice to give you some cheeks, you don't have any problem, in my opinion. Now, if your problem is, I live in an industry that is being affected by AI right now, and my company just did massive layoffs, then yes, that is a fucking problem. Yes. But worried about some girl not letting you clap her cheeks, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. That can be remedied. Get a passport. Facts.
Every single one of us should do our part.
And that's why this conversation is so, I think, important to have today. This is not a podcast where I ever thought I'd be talking about AI. Going to be honest with you, last time you came here, it was in the sort of promotional tour of your book, Scary Smart. And I don't know if I've told you this before, but my researchers, they said, okay, this guy's coming called Mo Gaudat. I'd heard about you so many times from guests, in fact, that were saying, oh, you need to get Mo Gaudat on the podcast, etc. And then they said, okay, he's written this book about this thing called artificial intelligence. And I was like, ugh, but nobody really cares about artificial intelligence.
Timing,
right?
Stephen.
I know, right? But then I saw this other book you had called Happiness Equation, and I was like, oh, everyone cares about happiness. So I'll just ask him about happiness. And then maybe at the end, I'll ask him a couple of questions about AI. But I remember saying to my researcher, I said, oh, please don't do the research about artificial intelligence. Do it about happiness, because everyone cares about that. Now, things have changed. Now, a lot of people care about artificial.
Yeah, things have changed. Yes, things have changed. For anybody who's been watching YouTube videos, you know I used to talk about women a lot. Facts. I was in my 20s. I was young. I was horny. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. Can I be honest? I know the chat is really quiet right now. But right now, we're in a different era right now. Now I see that there are people hopping on. I'm gonna anybody wants to hop on. The video's almost done. Once it's done, then we can talk about this topic. But this is happening right now. As I gotten older, now I'm worried about different things. And unfortunately, for you young cats, especially the alpha generation alpha. Anyway, let's continue, bro. Let me shut up. Let's continue.
Intelligence, and rightly so. Your book has sounded the alarm on it. It's crazy when I listened to your audiobook over the last few days, you were sounding the alarm then. And it's so crazy how accurate you were in sounding that alarm, as if you could see into the future in a way that I definitely couldn't at the time. And I kind of thought of as science fiction, and just like that.
Overnight.
We stood at the footsteps of a technological shift that I don't think any of us even have the mental bandwidth, certainly me with my chimpanzee brain.
And by the way, Mogatat came out with the book Artificial Intelligence in 2021. I'm probably going to order that book off of Amazon when I'm done with the stream, just to read it. Right. So he came out with the book about 2 years ago. And now you have the brother confirming, saying, hey, a lot of the stuff that you were talking about in your book 2 years ago is starting to happen. So I'm definitely going to get that book. And then what I'm going to do, guys, for those who don't want to read, because I know a lot of people don't like to read nowadays, I'll probably do a book review on that too, for sure.
Comprehend the significance of. But this book is very, very important for that very reason, because it does crystallize things. It is optimistic in its very nature, but at the same time, it's honest. And I think that's what this conversation and this book have been for me. So thank you, Mo. Thank you so much. We do have a closing tradition on this podcast, which you're well aware of, being a third timer on the Diary of a CEO, which is the last guest asks a question for the next guest. And the question left for you: if you could go back in time and fix a regret that you have in your life, where would you go and what would you fix?
Not investing in Bitcoin in 2013. That's my answer. Because then I would be doing this live stream from a yacht with my model wife.
It's interesting because you were saying that Scary Smart is very timely. I don't know. I think it was late. But maybe it was. I mean, would I have gone back and written it in 2018 instead of 2020 to be published in 2021? I don't know. What would I go back to fix? So something more. I don't know, Stephen. I don't have many regrets. Is that crazy to say? Yeah, I think I'm okay, honestly.
I'll ask you a question then.
Mm-hmm.
You get a 60-second phone call with anybody, past or present. Who'd you call and what'd you say?
I called Stephen Bartlett. No,
I would. I don't even know if this is possible. I would talk to Jesus. I would, but I don't know if that's possible because in his era there wasn't a cell phone. But matter of fact, you can talk to Jesus now. It's called prayer, right? But that's what I would do. Who would be the second person? Malcolm X. I would love to talk to Malcolm X and ask him questions about where he saw the Black community going in the future. Another person that I would love to talk to is I would love to pick Dale Carnegie's brain on business. Another person that I would love to talk to, I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but Michael Jackson. I would love to talk to Michael about his creative process on how he came up with concepts for songs and things like that. And then the last person you already know would be Michael Jordan.
I call Albert Einstein, to be very, very clear. Not because I need to understand.
Oh, that's a fucking good one too. You know what? If it's presently, I would want to talk to Elon Musk. Facts. Because I need to know how much Dogecoin, How much Dogecoin does Elon really got? I need to know. Because Elon, I need to know, man. You feel me? I just need to know. Chat, bro. Give me another 60 seconds. The video's almost done.
Understand any of his work. I just need to understand what brain process he went through to figure out something so obvious when you figure it out, but so completely unimaginable if you haven't. So his view of space-time truly redefines everything. It's almost the only very logical, very, very clear solution to something that wouldn't have any solution any other way. And if you ask me, I think we're at this time where there must be a very obvious solution to what we're going through in terms of just developing enough human trust for us to not, compete with each other on something that could be threatening existentially to all of us. But I just can't find that answer. This is why I think it was really interesting in this conversation how every idea that we would come up with, we would find a loophole through it. But there must be one out there, and it would be a dream for me to find out how to figure that one out, okay? In a very interesting way, the only answers I have found so far to where we are is be a good parent and live, right? But that doesn't fix the...
I'm gonna give my answer later. I already have given it in bits and pieces, though. If you've been paying attention.
Big picture, if you think about it, of humans being the threat, not AI, that fixes our existence today and it fixes AI in the long term. But it just doesn't, I don't know what the answer is. Maybe people can reach out and tell us ideas, but I really wish we could find such a clear, simple solution for how to stop humanity from abusing the current technology.
And he knows what's about to happen, guys. He knows, man. And I know people think this might be, oh, this is like, it's not like the movies, or oh, this guy's just capping when he says we're going to be running from the AI in 2037, and this guy, he don't know. Once again, Jeffrey Hinton, godfather of AI, Elon Musk, everybody's favorite guy, right? And now Mo Gatat, they've all been ringing the alarm. These guys are far more knowledgeable than me. I already know people don't get, I already know, I understand my reputation in YouTube is not the best. I get it. But one thing nobody can ever say is that I've never been genuine and sincere with the information that I've given to the audience. I've bared my heart and soul. I told you guys about my pitfalls in my 20s called Simtails. And now you guys have seen the evolution of the content, because now as I get older, there's been, I'm watching different things, I'm reading different things, I'm learning different things. And by the grace of God, I pray that I'm getting more wisdom about these different things. But the reality is that you have to understand, if you don't take it from me, if you don't take it from Mo Gatat, do your own research. This is why at the beginning of the stream, I said, you got to be critical. I need critical thinkers on my channel. I don't want yes men. I don't see there are people that disagree with me. Okay, cool. Make your points in a very concise manner. That's fine. But the point I'm trying to make is this, that there's more right now. People are worried about the wrong things. All that wokey woke shit is not going to be around 10 years from now. It's not, that shit is dying right now. You see all these companies getting canceled right now. All that wokey woke is dead. All that shit is dead. That AI shit is going to hit people like a fucking Mack truck. And they're going to be like, where did this come from? Why didn't we know about? Because you were too busy worried about getting into fucking women's bathroom with drag on. Get it? Drag on. He used to be a rapper. Bars. Let's keep going.
I think we'll figure it out.
I think we'll figure it out.
We won't.
I really do.
We won't.
I think they'll figure it out as well.
They ain't gonna figure it
Remember,
out.
as they come and be part of our life, let's not discriminate against them. They're part of the game. So I think they will figure it out too.
No, thank you.
It's
been a joy once again, and I feel invigorated. I feel empowered. I feel positively terrified. But I feel more.
And yeah, let me just say this. I mean, look, guys, I use ChatGPT. I think ChatGPT is amazing. I think that, you know, I wanted to always talk more about tech on this channel because I like this technology coming out. I've always been very curious about technology, right? So I'm not here to say, oh, it's everything is just doom and gloom. I think that with the AI thing, it's also going to push human creativity to another level that we haven't seen before, right? But unfortunately, my fear is there are going to be people, governments, institutions, facts that are going to abuse this. CBDCs, it's just a path. It's a highway to hell. It's a highway to hell. Why? Because they want to enslave us. Imagine you're at a store and you can't buy your favorite meat because your social credit score is down. That's not freedom. That's tyranny. That's slavery. But there are positives because I do think that human creativity in the next 10, 20 years is going to explode to levels that we haven't seen before.
Equipped to speak to people about the nature of what's coming and how we should behave. And I credit you for that. And as I said a second ago, I credit this book for that as well. So thank you so much for the work you're doing and keep on doing it because it's a very essential voice in a time of uncertainty.
I'm always super grateful for the time I spend with you, for the support that you give me, and for allowing me to speak my mind, even if it's a little bit terrifying. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So for guys, I want to say shout out to the Diary of a CEO. I'm posting the link to the full interview. Who want to watch it without my ramblings? Phenomenal interview, guys. Right? Dope interview. I thought this was very, very good. Mo Gatat, the fact that he's ringing the alarm, I thought is very good. And guys, I have opened up the live stream. I want to talk to you guys about it. Get your input about it because you guys know I've made videos talking about AI because ever since I came back from YouTube about 2.5 months ago, I've talked about AI a lot. Why? Because when people ask me where I've been down that rabbit hole, and that rabbit hole is crazy. Shout out to Damon Wade. He says, once again, salute to you, Solo, for this one. Brother, thank you for donating. Damon Wade, you've been a real one, brother. And I know one day I'll see you at the bull party in the Ibiza. So the stream is open. And anybody want to come on, you can come on. Professor Black Ops, welcome to the stream, brother. What you got to say about this topic, bro?
Man, there's just so much things to say about it. But I've been in tech for 35 years, so I've seen the grow up of AI, machine learning, and robotics. And like you said, I think a lot of people are asleep, and I think it's going to catch a lot of people. I know it's going to catch most people off guard, right? The farmers didn't know when they were going to get taken out. The coal miners didn't know when they're going to take it out. And I'm old. People don't remember there used to be a typing pool with 200 women in there typing. Everybody types their own papers now, right? So that's going to be a continuation of that. So it's coming. Right?
Professor Black Ops, let me. I don't mean to cut you off, brother.
No, go ahead, bro.
Did you see part 1 that I did yesterday or no?
Of the CDBC?
No, of this live stream.
I did not. Did not.
Did you watch the CBDC one?
Part of it. Part of it.
Okay.
I'm familiar with digital currency, and the part I watch, I agree. I know it's coming. It's gonna. Because long story short, we want to get out of cash because we might need to blow up the dollar. And the other part of that is they want to track your money so they can tax you down to the penny, right? So all that puts together, a digital currency. So
facts. Now, Professor Black Ops, you in the tech field. Obviously, I'm not. I mean, YouTube. I know some people go on YouTube saying they're technologists. I'm not that. I'm not Marcus Brownlee. You heard Mo Gatat. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He used to work for the gentleman right here who's being interviewed. Used to be the chief business officer for Google X, and he's a very well-known guy in the tech field. When you hear him talk and you hear me talk, do you agree or disagree with some of the stuff that I've been saying or he's been saying? Why or why not? Because I just want to get your input because you're in the field and obviously you got experience a lot more than I do. So let's go.
Oh no, I agree with both of you. I guess my only little pushback is I think it's 10 years from now. A lot of people think it's 5 years from now. So I think the only thing I disagree with both of y'all probably on is the timing. Right. So I think it's
Okay,
coming.
so
Go ahead,
hold
bro.
on. Let me be clear. I think because I've said this before. I think when we get to a point where we're talking about this whole AI sex robot or AI wife thing, me personally, I think we're about 30 to 50 years away from that. But I do think when we talk about AI jobs, people whose jobs are going to be affected by AI, I think that we're within 10 years of that. Just to be clear.
I'm with you on that. I'm exactly with you on that time frame. There's a few other PhDs and other people think it's 5 to 7. So
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the part Professor Black Ops where he was talking about. See, at the beginning, in the earlier part, he was like, "Yeah, 2037, we're gonna be running away from the robots." You know what I'm saying? And then you notice though he walked it back, right? He walked it back. But when you watch his live stream, you can clearly tell he's very, very concerned, right?
Yeah.
And to me, the reality is this: these are the type of conversations I wish that I could have with other black men more often. But unfortunately, I don't know if you've been in these YouTube spaces.
I have. Go ahead.
People only want to hear about booty meat and Keisha and all of that. My question to you, Professor Black Ops: how can I get this message out there so that more people will pay attention to it? Or do you think that I'm just doing this cause in vain? What's your opinion on that?
Well, when you figure it out, let me know because I'm in the tech. I try to get more brothers in the tech. Tech is just not sexy, right? In tech, you only value tech when you get 30 or 40 and you figure out a lot of tech guys like me make 6 figures. But if you look in the movies, they're kicking sand on us. They're taking our girls. We looking real queer and what was that? Central intelligence. So we don't tech and nerds don't look good to the general society until you get older. So I'm having the same problem with you. I'm trying to get young people into tech. That's why I came to tech. I'm in cybersecurity. I made 6 figures for the last 15 years. And until you get old, most people don't think tech is sexy till you roll up in a Tesla.
I think that Professor Black Ops, a lot of people have this mentality of, oh, well, it's not happening now, so I'm not worried about it. It doesn't affect me now, so why do I care, right? A lot of people are worried about how do I pay my bills, right? Which they rightfully should be worried about. But also a lot of people are worried about what these women are doing. And what I'm saying is you're not going to worry about 10 years from now what these women are doing because you're going to be worried about keeping your fucking job or career.
Right, but you was the blueprint for that. You said for the first 20s, you was out there chasing skirts, smacking high value men. You didn't get in line until you 30. So they really following your path, right? So that's kind of hard thing to say. You the blueprint, Solo. You the blueprint.
But I'm glad you bring that up, Professor Black Ops. That's why I come on YouTube to tell these youngins that chasing after these broads in your 20s, that's about nothing. Half of the women that you're gonna meet, you're not even gonna remember their names 2 years from now. You feel me? So I say this to say this, and I know you're an older gentleman too. You probably, when you were in your 20s, you probably did. I mean, I know you've been in the tech field for a minute, but what you were worried about at 25, you ain't worried about the same at 35 or 45. Let's keep it 100. You know what I mean?
Oh, facts. I'm 55. I'm gonna throw the number out there, and like you said, I promise you, and you said it too. Time goes by super quick, man. I feel like I was in college and high school 10 years ago, and I'm thinking, nah, man, I graduated high school in 1986. But time goes by quick. So when you tell a young man that he's invincible, he can't be stopped. What you talking about is old. You don't know what you talking about. Then you 30 and you unemployed. Now you panicking, right, Solo? So trying to bridge that gap is hard.
1986, man, a nigga was just coming out of his mom's womb, bro. Like,
facts. Give me some respect. Now I'm just
no, Professor Black Ops. I respect that. My thing is this, bro. Do you agree with me when I say that people need to be worried about CBDCs right now before this AI thing? Because I think the CBDCs is going to be coming out within the next 2 years.
Oh yeah, long story short, if you actually go to Chase Bank, they will not let you put cash in other people's account.
Word?
Yeah, word. Try it. I went to put some cash in my turn. I had to go home and write a check because I'm still old because they're trying to track your money. So they're getting you ready for the cashless societies. the bank is already setting you up for that. Right. So yeah. So now you right there. But two is, I think it's just the continuation of it, right? The dollar's kind of running out. We owe $1 quadrillion.
Yep.
So you probably gonna
Yep.
need to blow that up in the future. And when you blow it up, you're just gonna roll right into digital currency.
Hold up. Hey, top Cheech, hold on 1 second. NC Work, I see you guys on. I'm gonna get to you guys in a moment. One thing, Professor Black Ops, I know that I'm asking questions, but is there anything before I move on to the next people here real quick? Let them rock too.
Yeah.
What is your input on this? What is it that you want to tell the public, bro? Because I know you came on. I know you've been waiting for a minute.
No, you good.
You know,
shout out to NC Worker. What I want to tell people is, like you said, you need to find a career where AI is not going to take you out in the next 10 or 15 years. That could be tech, that could be plumber, that could be an HVAC. Like you said, you need to get at the top of the pyramid and start thinking 10 years and 5 years. When you're a young man, you think you got time. You do not have time. So you need to get focused, right? Me and NC Worker been chopping it up for years. So figure out what you want to do, because you're going to need time. And time is on your side, but it goes by quick, because especially if you miss a tech wave. I know a lot of mainframe programmers now who are starving because nobody does COBOL and Fortran anymore. So that's why this stream is so pertinent. You need to keep up with the times, because new things are coming and you need to be prepared for them.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Professor. And NC Worker, you came next, so I'm gonna go to you. What do you got to say about this topic, bro?
Man, everyone needs to share this stream, because
Facts.
this is so deep here. And shout out to Professor Black Ops too as well. It's the amount of information is about to come through, and that it is going to be ridiculous. And like he said, start finding out jobs that you can start skilling yourself up to find jobs that automation won't at least take away within the next, like he said, 10 years or so. That can at least buy you some more time to do other things too as well. So, along with cryptocurrency, start buying land, start learning how to farm, because eventually, I mean, who's to say they won't start, these AI won't get the chance to start thinking that, maybe I can buy land. So, or whoever's controlling the AI robot, maybe get them to buy, they may buy the land and have the robots cultivated. But guess what? That land was once a person's land that's now operated by a robot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so,
you know what, NC Work, I don't know if you heard me, because once again, I don't know if you watched part 1 or you just jumped on.
Yeah.
But I mentioned that you will see that there are people, and I'm going to say this, like myself, we're not going to go, and we may live off grid, or we're going to live separately, right? In a different land. When you hear me talk like that, am I talking crazy? Or because I do think that there are going to be people that are not going to put that neural link in their brain, because the reality is, NC Worker, let's keep it a buck. Let's say you're working in 2035 for a high-tech company, and they say that part of the hiring process is you got to have a neural link in your brain or a chip. There are people that are not going to be going. You feel me? What's your take on that? Am I reaching or bugging? Because you're in the field, so if I said anything that you think is crazy, like I said, I'm not here to have an echo chamber. I want you to keep it 100. You feel me? Like, go ahead, bro. What you think?
I think there's always going to be people who are on the opposite or on the defense of what the mask may be doing. I mean, even now, when we talk about just AI in general, it's either people have no hope or people don't know what to hope in. And then there's people like ourselves who are like, well, how can I take advantage of this? Or how can I put myself in a different situation? So that way this new thing doesn't overtake me and truly mess up my whole entire life. And I think a lot of the times, I don't think really people really, sometimes I think people are so, like you said earlier, some people are so wrapped up in their life that they understand, but they don't know how to plan it. So even though you understand, since you don't know how to plan, you don't really do anything about it until it's too late. And then it's like, oh man, I remember, didn't you say something about this 5 years ago? Now all of a sudden, look what happening now. This, that, and the third. So, but yes, there are always going to be people who say no, and who's not going to want to take that chip, put it in their forehead or their forearm or whatever the case may be. You know, and so for that, I mean, we have people now who quote unquote live off the grid, so to speak. So if we have people now who are doing it, it's even going to be more, or it's going to get to the point that people are going to start doing things that, or trading things that they never thought they would ever have traded just to keep living, just to have an extra day of food, water, and shelter.
NCR, I got one more question for you, and then I'm gonna move over the top, Cheech. I don't know if you how familiar you are with my content. As I mentioned, I used to talk about women a lot, particularly my 20s. I'm in my late 30s now, so you know, God has imparted a little bit of wisdom on me to focus on other things, right? Do you think that, you know, making this stream, which I do think is a high IQ conversation when you listen to a gentleman like Mo Gatat speak, right? Because he's very well known in the tech field. As I mentioned many times before, he worked for Google X. You know, do you think that I'm over? And because once again, this is very important for me to say, because you're in the tech field. Am I being overly dramatic with some of my talking points, or do you think that the technology within ChatGPT a year from now is going to blow people's minds to a level where now people are going to be like, how did I not see this coming? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're really blowing it out of proportion, but I don't know so much about next year. Maybe within the next 3 years, though. Yes, but I think what will blow up with ChatGPT is that I believe within the next year, the usage of it, as far as so many people using it. I mean, there's already people now, there are kids in school who are using it to write their papers. So there's no
I mean,
telling.
hey, MC Worker, not to cut you, I use it for my YouTube videos. That's why you've noticed the quality has improved dramatically.
So, I mean, yes, I do believe though, within a year, it's going to be the usage of it's going to be like far. People are going to start using Chat GPT as if it's going to become as if you're using Google search engine. It's going to become that much available.
Microsoft already has it enabled in Bing, if I'm not mistaken, Bard AI, right? Or
they do, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, still people. All right, that's because too not many people still use Bing. So, but eventually, what is going to happen? You're going to start having people to use more of this, and you know, let's face it. When the corporations, you know, the purpose of having a corporation is to make profit, not to have people to have a job. The only reason why we had people using the jobs because we didn't have robots to do it at this time. So now that you're going to start having robots, I mean, it's going to be to the point that a lot of people are going to start investing more in them. You're going to start seeing more and more, and then wait, heaven forbid. I mean, wait till they really start getting involved, even with the military. Right now, we have drones, and we still use people. But wait until you start using them for your military. I mean, some officers are already using it in their law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, and at the end of the day,
already, not to cut you off, but when I went to Atlanta a couple of years ago, they had AI security guards where it was these little robots going around taking pictures of people. Now, if the military can make the perfect soldier as an AI robot, why wouldn't they use it? Like, it makes perfect sense to me from a logical standpoint.
Yeah. And I mean, like the U.S. has already said that there isn't a limit they won't do to invest in the military. So with that being said, you know, I mean, if they do it now with humans, you're talking about the perfect quote unquote human robot. $2 trillion is going to be dirt cheap. Okay. I mean, we're talking about a bare minimum, probably at least about $20 to $40 trillion that they're going to probably throw at and invest in it. But see, the thing is, though,
Hey,
I
hey,
remember.
NC Worker, that ain't no problem for the government because guess what? You and I are going to pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. And the vast majority of people are going to be like, oh, okay, then yeah, it's for the military. Yeah, it's a good thing. Not knowing that now, okay, fine, your 18-year-old son or daughter who doesn't have any skills can't go in the military anymore. Because now what little Johnny could have done and grew up and got into the military, got some skills in the military, he can't do that anymore because that's a robot that took his spot. And so now what's the 18-year-old little Timmy's going to do now? So with that being said, I like I was saying, I remember growing up. I'm in my mid-30s, so I remember even growing up myself when the cars came out. You know, oh my gosh, we're going to go cashless eventually because everyone's going to use a card. I remember that going around, and the vast majority of people are using cards. So we're using credit cards, debit cards now. Soon they're going to be those chips.
Hey, NC
Maybe
Worker, you don't even need a debit or credit card. They got a Google Pay now. They got the iPhone. I went to the store. You don't even need a card no more, bro. You can use your phone now. You do 2 taps.
that's what I'm saying.
Facts. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
yeah.
And,
So
and eventually, NC Worker, it'll be a point where you don't even need your phone. They'll put the chip on your freaking wrist, and then you just swipe the chip on it. Facts.
yeah,
And this
I
is
mean,
this is where I get pushback from my audience because I know a lot of people are not, oh, we don't believe in the religious revelation. Okay, that's cool, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of the stuff that the Bible talks about is happening right now. Facts.
yes. I mean, like, I mean, I'm not to get too religious, but I mean, even the Bible talks about how it's going to get to a point that food starvation, and I mean, it's going to be a horrible time. I mean, what we see across the world is now in our backyard, and we're just not taking the time to look in the backyard to look to see what's behind it, our house, until it's in our house, and therefore it's too late. And so, and I think a lot of the times people, especially us Americans, we like to lie and gag. We're like, yeah, we'll worry about it. Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. And if what happens, oh gosh, what do we do? Well, it's not what do we do, it's what we should have done. But now we're going to have to change some things. So I do think, though, it is good to be aware. It has nothing to do with fear mongering or misinformation, none of that. That's not true whatsoever. It's to get yourselves prepared mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and especially financially to go up against this. Because yes, what works today will not work tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I
Great.
had to
So
do it. I had to do it, brother. You dropping bars
I
right
appreciate.
now. You dropping
I
bars
thank
right
you.
now.
I thank you. So what I was saying too, because none of us thought that the internet would be like it was today. I mean, remember dial-up? You couldn't go on the internet until somebody got off the phone. I remember that.
I said that in part 1. I remember back in 1995, I had to wait 30 minutes just to connect to the internet because we used to use what? A 56K modem. You remember what that was? Facts.
Yes, I do.
Right?
AOL.
And then you know what happened?
Dude.
My parents had a second line, right? We had a second phone line.
Mhm.
If somebody called that second line and you were trying to connect the internet, you had to do it all over again. People don't realize, especially Gen Z, you're all so spoiled. Back, NC Worker can tell you about Netscape. It wasn't Google.
Of course.
Before it was Google, Netscape, Axe Jeeves, and Yahoo.com were the biggest search engines in the world. That was back in the mid-90s. Google took the game over, facts. But these people now don't realize, NC Worker, to get on the internet back in the 90s, it was a struggle in itself. Facts.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you have a phone, it's got 5G. Now they talking about coming up with 6G. It's moving crazy. Let me read the super chat real quick. Shout out to Professor Black Ops, cybersecurity for the people. He says salute to Solo TV 84 and chat. The future is now. Yeah, I mean, you know what, NC Work, and I'm gonna move over to Top Cheech here after this. But I said it before. I said it momentarily ago. These are the type of topics I wanted to talk to YouTube about 5 years ago, 3 years ago. But I knew that it wouldn't get visibility, and the numbers prove it. We got 45 people here. And unfortunately, NC Worker, and if you want to agree or disagree, you can, but a lot of people are not going to take this AI quote unquote revolution serious until their job is on the line. And now they're marching and protesting with thousands of other people because they just got fired from Amazon because Amazon replaced them with a robotic worker.
I mean, I agree wholeheartedly that 1,000%. It's already happening now. It's only planning on getting worse. I mean, wait till your butcher, I mean, it's going to get to the point that farmers markets may have robots. It's getting to that point. So, I mean, eventually they want this utopia. Some I have to be careful. There may be
No,
others
no, brother, you
who
can
may
say,
want this.
listen, it ain't gonna be no utopia where it's gonna be everybody has got a six pack and you got a black and white. No, it's not gonna be like Elysium where the rich people no, it's not gonna be like that, brother. It's not. It's not. It might be like that
Well,
temporarily, but it's not gonna be like that.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
And so, but I'm not saying it's going to be like that long term. But what I am saying is,
No, I agree
if we
with you.
don't,
That's what I said. Yeah, I agree with you. You know.
what I am
I
saying though, if you don't do,
I'm gonna let you rock. Go ahead, brother. I'm
yeah,
gonna put myself
no, you're
on
good.
mute.
No, you're good. It's your show. So I do believe though that if you don't do it now, then all you're doing is you're just going to be
Yeah.
light year steps behind. So if you don't take the action now, then you're going to end up looking back, and you won't even be able to see it because by that time, it'll be way too late.
Facts.
So,
Facts.
and this is my closing statement. I just want to say this: that don't. It's not so much just about. I think a lot of times people are just afraid to learn something new. Don't be afraid to learn something new. Try to learn something new so that way you can improve. And by doing that, you be at least have the knowledge to go about how things work. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. Skills, make yourself more marketable, make yourself more available, more employable. If you want to choose to keep to work for someone, or even if you choose to work for yourself, but make sure that you take care of yourself, especially your family. Because there's no way that if I was married, I'm not married, but if I was, I wouldn't want my family. I would let my family enough not to suffer, and I would do all I can legally to be able to take care of them. And so, with that being said, I'm going to step down, but I'll probably still be in the chat. Thank you, Solo,
Hey,
for allowing me up here.
hey, no
I
problem,
um
Mr. Worker. I
I
appreciate you.
cash app you and appreciate it.
Thank you. Top Cheech, I know you've been waiting for a minute, brother. Go ahead, bro. What you got to say on this topic? Hey, Top Cheech, you there?
Can you not hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. I thought the AI robot got you, brother.
Oh, nah. Me on, man. This is the conversations I live for, man. Yo, a shout out to Professor Black Ops, LC Worker. I work in tech. My background's in cybersecurity, but I'm in Gen Z, so it takes a minute. This stuff hard to break into. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I just wanted to say, I watched your part one, and you're the only one I got notifications on. So as soon as part two came on, I said, yeah, I got to jump in on this one. The information has never been more accessible ever. I hopped on this thing. So if you got a library card, check this out. You can go to LinkedIn Learning, put in your library card, and you get all these courses for free. That's how I learned about AI. I learned about all type of stuff, right? Then here's what I did. You go into ChatGPT, right? My resume, I'm not gonna lie, my resume was ass. But I put it in ChatGPT, right? Now I got recruiters ringing off the hook, bro.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
I mean, Top Cheech, have you seen my videos recently that I've done that have been scripted?
Yeah.
I mean, you notice how I sound actually half intelligent now. You know what I'm saying?
But you know something wild though? I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people mess up with this AI because they, especially with like the AI voices, you can tell who use AI and who really use. Because it still sounded like your voice. I didn't think, oh, Solo must be using. I was like, oh, this is good stuff.
I'm saying when I use ChatGPT, it's not like it's an AI making making it my voice. I'm talking about like the scripting of the video, right? So I tell the AI, hey, I want to talk about this topic, and then I plug in the statistics and I give it information of what I wanted to talk about, then the AI comes up with a script and then I modify it as need be. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that, oh, I'm using an AI voice to make my videos. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm still recording. You can still know it's me because I'm mispronouncing words left and right here and there. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but it's good. I mean, I can't even believe the stuff this thing came up with. You know what? I'm actually thinking of writing a book. You know, I've always wanted to do it, but I'm not gonna lie. I just didn't feel like going through that rewriting. You can put your, because I can write a ton, right? But it's hard for me to edit stuff. I'm kind of ADD like that, right?
Facts.
You can put this thing in Chat GPT and you can just say, hey, make this more concise and at the readability of an 8th grade reading level.
And not only will Chat GPT do that, but it'll also correct your grammar mistakes and your mispronunciation mistakes. It's amazing, right?
Yep. And it's like,
let me ask you this, Top Cheech, because a lot of people say, oh, Solo, you're fear-mongering, talking about, you know, people are going to lose their jobs with AI within the next 10 to 15 years. Do you think I'm reaching when I say that?
not at all, bro. I got a degree in cybersecurity. I got like 2 certifications on deck. The only thing I will say though is it's kind of like military. It's like nukes. You're not scared of the nukes. You're scared of who can press the button. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if we got some crazy people.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. You're dropping bars right now. I had to do it. I had to do
I
it.
appreciate
And this
that.
is something that Mogatat was saying too, is it's the person, the user of the AI that could abuse it, right? That's what you got to be afraid of. Not the AI itself, but the person who's in control of it. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's crazy because, you know, the same way, I'll give you a perfect example. You took AI, right? And you took the channel you were doing and you took it to the next level with your content, right? Somebody else can take the AI and be like, okay, these phishing emails, I'm about to make this thing going crazy. So before, when they could only send out, let's say they send out 10 phishing emails a day and they were only able to scam one person. Now they can send out hundreds because they got AI. So all it does is just
Brother, now they can do thousands of people, brother. Thousands now, you know?
Exactly. And it's scary. So I'm like, to me, if you ask me, this is like, this should not be a niche topic. This should be required learning for everybody. Because I don't see, because people say, oh, maybe 5 years, 10 years. I know copywriters losing their job right now. You know, so because what happens is people can just put, there's a tool, I love Jasper.ai just because, you know, I had, it's for the specific purpose I use it. It works a little better than ChatGPT. I think it's just because less people use it that it goes down less.
Wait, what did you call Jasper AI?
Yeah. And
Hold
so
up, let me
basically,
write this down. Okay, hold up. All right, cool.
yeah, this thing writes whole blog posts. This thing can write copywriting with the like specific ADA frameworks, like industry knowledge that they use. This thing can, now the only thing AI still hasn't been good on, you still got to fact check it yourself. Yeah, that's one thing I have noticed.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, when I do my research, right? Like the last video I did talking about CBDCs, I looked at the numbers myself, and then I told AI how I wanted to script it. So definitely, right? L Selector in the building. Oh, wait, before I move to L Selector, Top Cheech, is there anything else you want to say before I move on real quick?
One last thing is that, like I said, if you're looking at this, really appreciate you having this kind of conversation because it's gonna happen all at once. It's gonna seem like nothing's happening. It's gonna happen all at once. And I'm trying not to sound too alarmist, but if you're just kind of someone who just sits in the back, if you're slow to catch up with things, get you a library card. It's free. Hop on LinkedIn Learning. Learn the AI basics. Learn programming basics. Do not let people gaslight you into thinking this stuff is so hard. It's so complex. A lot of these dudes are dorks. They have no other success in life. So because they're good at tech and one thing, they try to make it seem like it's overcomplicated to try to gatekeep you out of it. Don't let them do that.
And that's why I keep saying, Top Cheech, if you're a YouTuber and you're doing pre-recorded videos and you're not using ChatGPT, you're dumb. You're dumb because it saves you so much time, not just with the talking points, but also ChatGPT. Top Cheech, The CBDCs, the AI came up with that topic because you can ask it, hey, what are topics related to this that I can do? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. And the reality is, I got to keep it real because I'm assuming you're black. You sound black, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately, we got 44 people in the chat. If I was talking about booty meat, feminism, or how to get these pogs, we would have 500 people. But we only have a small number. So that tells me that, once again, this is a high IQ stream, because these type of conversations, you got to be a critical thinker and be open-minded towards it, right? In your opinion, Top Cheech, when do you think that the seal will break? So what I mean by that is, when do you think that people will finally wake up and realize, oh shit, this AI thing is for real, and it ain't going nowhere? Like, when do you think that'll happen? Within a year or two, or when a certain advancement comes out? What are your thoughts on that?
I have a morbid prediction because I don't like to give exact years.
Okay.
I just think it's when the boomers die. So
Oh shit. Well, they're nursing homes right now, or about to be.
Yeah, so because I'm Gen Z, right? And I made the connection when you guys Professor Black Ops were talking earlier. When the people who grew up with the internet, when we the ones in charge, like 40s and 50s, then you're gonna see things moving. But right now, like, especially for people who grew up without the internet, they're not just gonna let go of all their employees and keep 2 people and a ChatGPT prompt person. They're not gonna do that, because that's not how they get down. But once you get people my age, and once you get people, especially your age too, once you get like the people who grew up with the internet, oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
I agree with you on that, especially when you realize that people, institutions, and people will make more money because of the utilizing AI technology than you'll ever seen in human history. Like I said before, within the next 20 years, you will see multiple trillionaires happen. It's inevitable, because this technology is a cheat code and a gold mine, and a lot of people don't realize it. And that's why I say this. We could have the conversation about ethics and stuff. I'm gonna do that in another stream. But I say this: if you understand what's going on right now, and you are able to capitalize off of the wave, there's going to be a lot of wealthy people, brother. Facts. You know what I'm saying? If you understand this stuff, there's going to be a lot of people that who, if you pay attention to it now, you can utilize that, and within 10 to 20 years from now, you're going to be wealthier than ever, and in your family lineage, you're going to be looked at as like the Dale Carnegie or a Rothschild or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be like, Grandpa Top Cheech, he's the one that ensured that our family lineage would be wealthy forever. And I know that may sound wild to people, but I'm telling y'all, we still early. But the way, it's like you said, Top Cheech, the reason why you got Mo Gattad, Elon Musk, Jeffrey Hinton so worried about it is this technology is going to move a lot faster than anything in human history that we've seen before. Yep.
And you know what? One last thing, I'm bad.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But so I almost doubled my income in 1 month. Check this out, right? I just want to leave somebody else some actionable. I have no experience being any career counselor, resume, nothing. I went on Upwork, got paid $200 to fix up somebody's resume, right? I went to this website called resumeworded.com. They just use AI and just fix up the resume, right? And I just handed it back to him. Easiest $200 I ever made in my life.
Yo, brother, you finessed them, bro, on some just curly things. This brother out here finessing.
No, but check this out. Check this out, though. He got a job, though. And it wasn't for no $200. So it's win-win.
Right. Listen, brother, I'm not saying you're wrong for that. I mean, get this, you know what I'm saying? Get paid, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's like Mo Gattad says, how are you gonna be able to compete in an AI world if you're not using it? And that's the scary part to me. Eventually, I hate to say this, but some people are gonna feel back to a point where shit, when Neuralink becomes popping 10, 20 years from now, that I ain't got no choice, because if I don't have it, I can't get a job.
Yep.
So yeah. L Selector, what's going on, man? How you doing today, bro?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. Honestly, man, it's an honor to be on your show right now. So shout out to Solo for
Hey,
real,
let
man,
me
for
say
having me
the
on here.
honor's all mine, bro. The honor, I mean
Yeah,
that sincerely. The honor's all mine.
yeah, definitely, definitely. But as far as this topic goes, I think it's great that you are actually having this topic because this is a topic that I've been well aware of, I would say for like 14, 15 years now. This is nothing new as far as the conversation goes, but it was just in certain spaces, right? But
Hmm.
if you're into like sci-fi and you're into all types of things like that, then you kind of understand this conversation here. But now it's going in mainstream, so a lot of people are getting familiar with the conversation, which is great because a lot of people need to start preparing because of what's coming next, right? Like I said in the chat there earlier, a lot of the technology that they're unveiling is not even the real technology. They're giving you guys the demo of what actually they're going to give in the future. A lot of the stuff is backdoored, it's behind the scenes, and they're not ready to unveil it yet. But once they're ready to unveil it, it's going to be mind blowing. It's going to be some futuristic type stuff. Something out of like I don't know, something out of like the Jetsons or something. You get where I'm coming from? Where it's going to be like, whoa, what am I looking at right now? But honestly, the reality is people need to prepare and people need to get ready. Like the only way you can get ready is just start investing. That's all you have to do. Start investing. Start investing in tech stocks. Start investing in crypto. I seen you talking about crypto in the early, like in the what, like 4 or 5 years ago, and
Yeah,
people were
20,
laughing at you.
2017. Facts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people were
2017.
laughing at you. People were like, "Oh, this
Yeah.
guy's crazy." There's certain guys out there who are in like Panama and Colombia and Brazil that are like, "Oh, Solo's a nut job. Why are you talking about crypto? How much money are you making in crypto?" But the reality is now they're invested in crypto. Am I
Yeah.
right? Or am I wrong, Solo?
You're right. You're right. And I will say this, right? Because people ask me, how do I take advantage of this? I just mentioned this earlier. Cloud computing is going to blow in that sector because they're going to need a lot of cloud storage, right? So you're going to see these empty commercial residence buildings, right? Where now a lot of people are working from home. They're going to be filled with nothing but servers. So when people ask me how do I make money, I don't really care about crypto. That's another way to make money is to invest in cloud computing, cloud storage, because that part is going to blow up as well. Because that all this technology that we're talking about is going to need a lot of data. It's going to use a lot of data. Excuse me. It's going to need a lot of memory and cloud servers. So that's another thing. I just want to add that real
Oh
quick.
yeah, you're 100%. There's going to be a lot of opportunity from what I'm just observing just in this space as a whole. But the thing is people just need to continue to educate themselves. Like they have to sit down there and like read, like actually sit down there and put the time into find out more information. And you know what I mean? Start like, there's a saying, buy the rumor, sell the news. Start figuring out what's happening. And then once you're on it early, once it hits a certain amount, you can sell and you can make your profits and you can keep it pushing to the next thing. So that's what I would suggest a lot of people do. But as far as that goes, though, Solomon, you're spot on with a lot of your predictions and a lot of the stuff that you're putting out there. So I commend you for that. Keep doing that, man. Honestly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, like I said, people wondering where I've been, and like I said, this AI rabbit hole, guys, and you guys probably know this shit is fucking deep, guys. You know what I mean? It's really deep. Not just when you watch the movies or different documentaries, but when you read the articles and you listen to somebody like Mo Gatat, he's very well respected in the tech field, obviously, right? So when he's sitting there and you can see that he's worried, you see that because he realizes that Pandora's box has been opened. And all you guys that are worried about, these women ain't submitting to me, yeah, feminism, I guarantee you, in 10, 15 years from now, you're not going to worry about that. You're going to be running straight to your local office, hoping that you can marry an AI bot. I'm just being real. And I'm not advocating for that, L Selector, but I'm just saying what people are worried about today, they're not going to be worried about 10 years from now.
But the thing is, though, like I was saying in the chat prior, I was like, like if after the CV, right? If you notice during the CV time, they've just started to unveil a lot more. Like prior to that, let's be real, 2019, 2018, outside of yourself, who else was talking about crypto?
I mean, are you talking about in the manosphere? Because there are a lot of people.
Yeah, in the manosphere.
I
That's
am
what I'm saying.
bald.
You're the
Probably
only one.
only one. I can
Exactly. Exactly. Nobody else was talking about crypto. Now it's a popular topic in all types of spaces. So if you look at the CV, once the CV hit, they started unveiling the CV, then they unveiled crypto, they unveiled the metaverse, and now they're unveiling AI. So you're starting to see a trend where they're starting to just kind of open up the doors and letting people see what the technology we're going to start to give to you guys for the the fourth industrial revolution, society 5.0, where it's all going to be man versus human, or man and human one as one. So
Um,
people need to, yeah, sorry.
L selected. Not, and I don't mean to cut you off, bro.
Yeah.
But when I say shit about that, and I know a lot of people think I'm joking. Within 30 to 50 years, you're gonna have sentient AI robot beings, and that you'll make love to an AI robot, some random thought at a club. You won't even know it's an AI robot within 30 to 50 years. Do you think that I'm reaching? I'm just like, yo, Solo's just bugging, or do you think that's a reality? Like, what do you
The,
think about
personally, what I think is what's going to happen is they're going to, from what I've read and just from what I'm observing, and what even Bill Gates stated, he said that everyone's going to be working in a metaverse. So we'll all become avatars, and we'll clock in through the metaverse, and we'll work through the metaverse, and we'll have our transactions and everything through the metaverse. We'll buy land in the metaverse. We'll basically be living our day-to-day lives in the metaverse. So where
And brother, I mentioned that many times in the stream too, where you're gonna social media metaverse celebrities will be the new social media celebrities, right? So you might be a bum in real life, but in the metaverse, bro, you're a rock star, you're a superstar. And matter of fact, I would even go, and I'm gonna take it to another level. Matter of fact, metaverse personalities, some of them will be more known than people in the physical world in the future.
Exactly. And if you look at like people, like if you listen to what they say about what's going on in the West, like some of the things that I've started to pick up on was like they're going to have less traveling. Like a lot of countries are shutting down airports. Like in Britain, they're shutting down the airports. So Heathrow is going to be the only airport that's running. And they said by 2030, 2040, around that time frame, that airport will eventually shut down. So what happens when that airport shuts down? That means everyone's going to be working from where they are. They're going to be domestic. They're talking about 15-minute cities as well, where basically people are going to be having all their office in 15 minutes, within a 15-minute span, their grocery store within a 15-minute span. They're going once
That's
they get
happening right now. Look at like there's probably a McDonald's 5-10 minutes away from you. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So everything's going to be in close proximity where you don't even really need to go and travel or go far abroad and whatnot. And I've heard guys who are in tech state that they've already jumped in the metaverse and they've traveled to different countries in the metaverse, and they've done different things. Like they were able to go to other places and go to like the Bahamas, and they were based in like Dubai or something like that. So that's the new way of traveling through the metaverse. And basically that's what I'm suspecting is going to happen. I think people are not going to really be moving as much, and those who move, they're going to move, but then it's for those who have money will move, and those who don't will just kind of be stagnant and docile and just complacent in where they are at that present moment. And then for everything else, it's going to be like everyone else is working in the metaverse, and that's
Yeah.
basically that.
And another thing, L selector, that I touched on a little bit, but UBI will ensure that a lot of people are stagnant, unfortunately.
Yeah. Once, like you stated with the CBDCs, once they unveil the CBDCs, from my perspective, like they'll be able to, crypto, for those who don't know, crypto is basically the all-seeing eye. You see what I'm saying? The message behind crypto is a hidden message. So
Mhm.
they're with crypto on the blockchain technology, they can monitor every single transaction, including your health records, including your spending records, including who you talk to. There's a lot of guys I know, like I'm from Toronto, right? So I know a lot of guys right now who are working on technology for blockchain in the health sector, where they're going to be putting a lot of the technology in blockchain and your health records in the blockchain technology there. So that's what they're talking about. They're like, yeah, that's what's
And
going to,
imagine a fucking hacker, excuse my
yeah,
language, hacking, a company where they have then records to your health. Now, obviously, blockchain itself hasn't been hacked, but however, companies have been hacked, right? That utilize it. So like Voyager and Atomic Wallet and things like that. But the reality is the stuff that we're talking about, L Selector. And I appreciate you coming on. And my bad for keep cutting you off. I'm bad at that, I know.
it's okay, no worries.
I think that this is a topic that when you have Mo Gatat, he said that we're beyond an emergency right now, right? Brother, I feel like, bro, when you got one of the top former executives of Google saying that, I feel like I'm too late now making this live stream even.
Yeah, I agree with what he's saying, because honestly, if you look at it in hindsight, like, go to MIT, right? I think I even heard once Kevin O'Leary speak about this. He stated out of his own mouth. He said before he would go to MIT and he would see all the guys are like, yeah, they want to go and code, they want to create apps, they want to do that kind of app, they want to work in that kind of technology. When you have all the guys in the finance sector and you have all the guys in the tech sector leaving their jobs to go and work in blockchain, that tells you everything right there, because they already know where the future is going. They know everything is going to be AI, right? So once, let's be real, the markets will be controlled by the robots. Everything will be controlled by the robots. So the reality is, it's kind of like, where do people work from there? You have to work within those robots. You have to work on the technology that helps feed into those robots. Like, I've been told in the past that, oh, when it's all said and done, the cryptocurrencies will pay the robots and everybody else will just work in the metaverse. And that's what I was told by those who work in that sector itself. They're like, humans aren't going to be working at Amazon or working at a Best Buy anymore, and those facilities and the investment banking firms and whatnot. Nah, human beings are going to be at home, like you stated. They're going to be collecting the UBI, or they're going to be working in the metaverse. And your children will be being educated in the metaverse, just like the Matrix, where they plug in and they plug out. That's basically what it's going to be like. And that's that.
And Al Selector, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said you're in the tech field, right?
Yeah, no, I work in finance myself, but I have a lot of guys that work in tech. Like, I have a lot of guys at my ex university I went to prior that are in the tech field right now, and I'm tied in with a lot of guys that work in tech.
And are you Gen Z, millennial?
Millennial.
Okay. You know what, El Selector, I appreciate you coming on. Like I said, this is dope. Obviously, I don't know if you've seen my recent videos. I've been talking about this a lot. I mean, obviously, my live streams too. I've been flaming, people, but my pre-recorded videos, obviously, I've been talking about this a lot, because I think people, and you mentioned this before, but I don't think people realize how fast and rapidly this is moving. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's going to spin people around to the point where they're like, we didn't see this coming.
No, I agree with you. But that's the thing. But if guys start reading, the problem is people are sheeps, right? So a lot of people, they turn on CNN, they turn on Fox, they turn on whatever, BBC or whatever, the Canadian broadcasting, or whatever they listen to, whatever news outlet they listen to, and that's where they get their information from, and then they just run with it from there. So the thing that I'm noticing is they're like, if you read the WEF and you read their agenda for 2030, and then you read the agenda for 2045, and then you read the agenda for 2035 and also 2050, they talk about a lot of this stuff. They talk about how by 2030, if you live in the West, you'll no longer be driving gas vehicles, you'll be driving electrical vehicles. And electrical vehicles, let's be real, if you see the battery there, the price on the battery alone is like $20,000. So they already know majority of people are not going to be able to afford those cars. They're not going to be able to drive it. And that's what they want. They want to remove cars off the street. Then the next step is, they said, what did they say? People are talking about trucking. They're like, oh, trucking is a hot industry. I can make a lot of money driving through North America, et cetera, et cetera. But by 2040, once Elon Musk unveils the new truck that he has, the self-driving truck itself, and with the rules with Joe Biden signed off and Justin Trudeau and a lot of these other politicians, you're not going to be able to those trucks are going to be self-driving. So they're not going to need people to drive those trucks. So the freight coming in and out of the Americas, from Mexico all the way to Canada, going through the United States, is not going to be it's going to be run by robots and machines and algorithms. So what industries are going to be there? But that's the thing. People they're not reading into this. They're not looking at this. And for those who are in those industries, you gotta maximize as much capital as you can out of there and extract that into other industries, so you can at least prepare yourself. You see what I'm saying? Or at least be good. So once that time hits, you're like, okay, I milked this industry. It's over. I threw in the flag, and the industry's gone. It is what it is.
He said, I milked this industry. You wildin', bro.
But that's just what it is, honestly.
No,
so
you're right.
Yeah. So.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought,
Yeah.
bro.
So
Finish
yeah,
your
that
thought.
so a lot of people need to just start thinking and start reading about a lot of things that are going in because they're telling people now. It's not the days where back in the days it was like Alex Jones informing people and people were laughing at him saying he was crazy. And then now a lot of the stuff that he predicted, they're pulling out videos. You'll go on social media and see videos that he posted with him and what's this other guy's the wrestler Jesse Ventura, like in 2008, talking about a pandemic that's going to happen, and people are pulling it up now, and it's just like, but yeah, he was talking about it then. People thought he was crazy, just like yourself. People thought you were crazy when we were talking about crypto and saying, "Oh, there's no money in crypto.
Facts.
Why are you talking about this? Why are you talking about that?" But they're
Facts.
not realizing that crypto's in its infant stage, and it's like what a trillion point five, maybe $2 trillion industry. And
Right.
Hong Kong just opened it up. China, the mainland of China, is about to open it up. So there's going to be a lot of money flowing in. There's going to be private equity firms that are going to be jumping in there. There's going to be hedge funds that are going to. They're already in there,
Yeah.
but now
Uh,
once it's
and
open, it's
yeah.
over.
Yeah, and right now, L Selector, crypto went to a $3 trillion industry about 2 years ago. It's at 1.1 right now, right?
Yeah.
And they're predicting within 10 years it'll be a $10 trillion industry within 10
No,
years.
I agree. I agree. If you
And,
look at it, go look at the large, go look at the top market caps, the 100
you know
market
what,
caps
L
of the year.
Selector? I remember, not to cut you off,
Yeah.
I remember when I talked about crypto back in 2017, even content creators that rock with me were saying, yo, it's a scam. And then you know what happened 4 years later? The same people that were calling it a scam were calling me behind the scenes, asking me how to invest. Facts. You
That's
know
right.
what I mean? And I say this, if you don't believe in crypto, L Selector, what do you think about what I'm saying now? Like, brothers need to get the fuck into cloud computing or cloud storage and, and invest in that, because I think that is going to be a sector too, that because for the metaverse and all this AI stuff, virtual reality, you're going to need a lot of data storage, right? And I think cloud storage is going to make a lot of people wealthy if you invest in it now.
I agree with you 100%. I think cloud storage is going to make a lot of people wealthy. I think it's an industry that a lot of people need to attack. Another industry that you keep mentioning, you talk
Mhm.
about food all the time and food shortages and stuff like that. And I've been and it's funny because people don't realize, like, as Bill Gates starts to come in and he starts to create he starts to build all his farmland and he starts to create his own types of foods, you know what I mean? His man-made stuff, his man-made meats and all this other stuff that he has coming for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Bill
Food
Gates, I
prices are
don't
going
know
to
if you know,
continue to
but
go through the
he's
roof.
he's
Mhm.
buying farmland like a madman right now.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he is. He is him, the Chinese. Of course, Bill Gates got the memo, and he knows what's going to happen. So Bill Gates is already prepping for that. Bill Gates is like, no, I can't miss out on this. So he's already starting to. He, like you said, he's been buying farmland. I think he's the largest fat farm owner or
In
farmland
America.
owner in more than just United States, throughout the Americas. Throughout
Yeah.
the Americas, he owns the most amount of farmland throughout the Americas. That's North, South, and Central America. So what does that tell you right there? Like,
Yeah.
he's not playing. He is not playing at all. So, and at the end of the day, if you go to your local grocery store, you start to see the food prices. You're like, whoa, why is milk getting this high? Why is butter getting this high? Why is steak and beef and chicken getting this high? I'm telling you right now, like you stated before, China. They said China started hoarding items like food items. So they have enough food. If the country, like, say the country just went blank for a year, they said they had enough food for about a year and a half, just for their citizens in the country there.
Mm.
They've saved enough food for about a year and a half. So that tells you a lot right there. So I keep hearing you talk about that, and I'm just like, yeah, that is something that's so important, because as food prices continue to
Yeah.
soar, people need
But you
to
know what,
start
L
stashing food
Selector?
away. Mhm.
And here's the part that kills me is I can shout till my face is blue, and obviously I'm black, so I'm being sarcastic in
Yeah.
that sense. But people are not gonna listen until the shit hits the fan for them, and it's unfortunate because I when people ask me why I don't rep the manosphere or red pill anymore, is because they're not talking about shit that's relevant to me anymore. All this talking about feminism and these women, okay, that's cool, I get it. Young men in their 20s, your loins are filled with testosterone, I get it, but this shit is coming, and I guarantee you, L Selector, I know a lot of the stuff we talk about conceptually, right? But in the next 10 years, the world as we know it now, people are going to wish that we could go back to 2023 10 years from now. I guarantee it.
No, I agree with you 100% because if you even look at the world 10 years prior to this, right?
Mhm.
2013, how was the world? You see the difference between now and then. So you can only imagine what 2030 is going to look like, or 2033 is going to look like, and then 2043 is going to look like.
Yeah.
The world's like it's drastically changing. And one thing I've noticed too, after the CV, everything is changing. Everything is going through the wax. Everything is going nuts show out here. So the reality is people need to just start honestly preparing, like start buying food, start investing in a lot of food companies. Like, come on, you guys should be investing in food companies left, right, and center. Invest in crypto.
Yeah.
And buy gold. Buy gold. Start looking at international.
Silver.
If you can't
Yeah.
afford real estate in the Americas, or you don't want to live in the Americas, as long as you have your computer and your cell phone and you have internet connection, you could literally do anything anywhere. So so start looking at international places as well, because let's be real, emerging markets is where they're targeting. If you look at Coinbase, Kraken, Binance left Canada. They said, I'm out of here. We're gone, because you know what? There's too much rules and regulations, and these people are trying to just basically change up what we have going on, and we make more money elsewhere. We go to UAE, we go to Malaysia, we go to Asia, we go to Africa, we go to South America, and we make a lot of money over there. They're already formulating bricks. So they're like, you know what? They already know the United States is not their main target. Their main target is overseas, emerging markets. So a lot of you guys, honestly, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but the reality is a lot of you guys are not going to make it out on this side. So you guys got to start looking at other places.
Oh no! My man just went Moga top. Let's go.
And that's just the reality of things, man. Like, let's just be real. Let's just be real.
When you hold up, L Selector. When you say they're not going to make it, you mean like they're not going to make it financially, or what do you mean by that? Can you delve deeper?
They're not going to be able to make it. They're not going to be able to make it in general because of the cost of living and the way society is going on this side of the world.
Okay,
so what happens?
Hold up, L Selector. I'm gonna put myself on mute because I really want you to elaborate on that, because now you're touching on some real shit. And I know I'm asking a lot about time frame and shit like that, but when do you see that happening? Like, do you see a certain event triggering it? Something that's chaotic? You know, Molgatat was talking about an economic crisis, for example, right? Or do you see a certain time frame, like, because Molgatat was talking about, remember at the beginning, he was talking about 2037, we're going to be running away from the AI, and then he tried to walk it back, right? But do you see a certain year that happening, or a certain a situation or crisis that would force that to happen?
Okay, so from what I don't see a certain year specifically. I'm not really good with the times as far as the years go, but from what I'm observing, they're slowly transitioning. They're not even slowly. They're speeding up the process of transitioning into it. So there could be either, like they talk about, maybe one day a Black Friday or something, an event where the banking system just shuts down globally. There's a huge hack that happens, a cyber attack that occurs, and then one day you go to your ATM, and then all of a sudden you can't withdraw money. All of a sudden your bank account is just shut down, and then all of a sudden they introduce the UBI system, or all of a sudden Friday comes, shuts down everything.
L Selector, and I said in my video yesterday, not to cut you off, but that a blackout will trigger the rise of CBDCs.
Exactly.
You know?
I believe so too. I think that could be a potential situation that occur, or maybe some sort of a blackout, a cyber attack, or just out of nowhere, just one day after another day after another day, maybe some sort of war that happens and everybody's caught up in the war, and then some sort of special, like, huge event that happens, and then all of a sudden, voila, they have to shut down everything. They're like, we need to shut down the banks. There's some sort of thing going on, et cetera, or maybe another pandemic. And then that could just shut down everything there too. There could be like 3 different events. We're not too sure exactly. Personally, I don't know what can happen as far as what, but I know one of those events will occur. And once that happens, it's over. It could happen in July. It could happen in October of 2024. It could happen by 2026. And that's the thing. Once something like that happens, what can people do? Yeah.
Hold up. Regardless of when it happens, it's going to catch a lot of people off guard because people ain't ready. Facts.
No, I agree with you 100%. Like they said, the average person doesn't even have $1,000 in a bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
if you don't even have it, you should have at least, I always suggest people, like, this is me personally just speaking for myself, this is what I buy, at least $10,000 in cash stashed away. Just 10 grand stashed away in cash. Like maybe just right by your bed or your whatever in your crib somewhere, just stashed away. You can pull out maybe some gold as well, some silver as well. Of course, you got to have a cold storage wallet, of course, with your cryptos in there. And then also you gotta have to have, like you stated before, you gotta have your food. You gotta have water. You gotta have, your you know what I mean, your cold food, your
Have
frozen
a
food.
gun or something to protect you. Yes.
Exactly. Then you have your weapons to protect you. That's just the basics. That's the basics. That's the basics. And then of course, maybe this is when you start getting some real paper. You start investing in maybe some properties overseas or internationally. You want to make sure that you're able to move around. God forbid something happens, you could be like, okay, hey, I'm in South Africa right now, or I'm in Malaysia right now, or I'm in Dubai right now.
Matter of
Where
fact, L Selector, I'll take it another bar. I like what you're saying right now. I think that you're going to see an exodus of people leaving America and going into Africa or Asia, into some of these emerging countries, as you mentioned earlier.
yeah, I was saying that's what I was trying to hint to prior. That basically what's going to happen is a lot of people are going to start to actually go over there because what happens is the cost of living is cheap, the countries are very corrupt, so you can get a lot of things done out there. You can manipulate and you can basically manipulate the system and manipulate a lot of politicians and get a lot of politicians and a lot of people in government and high powers and a lot of businesses to do things on your behalf for you. And then also too, that's where a lot of the money is going. A lot of the money is going over there. Remember, if you go to a lot of these countries, right? When you start going to like countries like, I don't know, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria, and countries like India and Pakistan, and just go to those countries there. A lot of those people haven't invested a dollar in the stock market. They've never bought an Apple share before. They wish they could, but they can't. But you ask them, have you bought in Bitcoin or have you bought in Ethereum? Or Tether. They all have it. They all have it, or at least they're familiar with it, or they know somebody who has it, or they can get access to it. That's usually their first forms of investment. So this is why a lot of those countries are going to those emerging markets. This is where a lot of like where they're going greenhouse, like they're starting to go into investing in green and basically all that other stuff with the green emission and the green concept over there. What they're doing in the emerging markets is they're investing in gas, they're investing in coal, they're investing in all that stuff. So they don't
Wait,
want to
L Selector,
yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off, but that's, remember I was talking about one thing I'm looking at is investing in new forms of energy that I do believe will be coming out within the next decade or so.
No,
That's
I agree.
also what I'm looking at. I think they call it, and I'm not familiar, ionic energy, where they're able to take freaking oxygen or air and then convert it into like usable energy. Like once that I do think we're like 10, 15, 20 years out from that type of tech. Once that comes out, I'll be investing heavily in that company that does that. Facts.
No, I agree with you 100%. I think that's something that you should definitely continue to look at and just look at researching it, and finding out some of the people that are working on the technology and what's the concept behind the technology and if this technology is sustainable and is it for the future. Once you find that out and it is or it isn't, or it's just something for the time, and then you make your move, right? So, like I said before, though, a lot of people need to start looking at that concept. Like that's one thing I respect about a lot of those passport bros too, is the fact that they're actually going overseas and going international. Now, a lot of the things that I wish they could do is start actually buying up some of the cheap properties over there, or the cheap buildings over there, or some of the infrastructure in those countries, and actually monetizing off of it, because
Yeah,
that's what a lot of other people
I
do.
will say this, L Selector, and I know people think I'm bugging, but I don't see it right now, but I do think America within 30 years is going to be a third world country.
I could see it as long as the liberals continue to control things. Yeah, I could see. I could see that. I could see that. You know, you know. If you look at San Francisco, right? Like 8 years ago, San Francisco was the spot to be. Now everyone and their mother's gone from San Francisco. It's like zombie land over there. The guy who was working on the software for Cash App got killed over there. Like, what does that tell you right there?
Get out of there, brother. Get out. I mentioned that too. Like, get out of there, because once again, a lot of people, and you know what? I think that Asia and Africa are going to be the places to be in the next decade or so. That's where you want to be.
and the
Because,
Middle
like you
East.
said, cost of living is cheaper in Asia and Africa, and there's a lot of opportunity there to make money.
No, I
So
agree.
yeah.
If you see what they're building out in the UAE over there, right? I
Mhm.
was in Qatar last year. It was outstanding out there. I was looking around. I was like, okay, this. If just once you enter the airport, you're like, whoa, where am I? And then you start moving around and you start to look at Qatar and you're just like, this country is for the future. You start looking at Dubai. Dubai is already preparing. Dubai is already ahead. Saudi Arabia, look at the projects they're building. If you watch, I don't know if you guys are football fans or soccer fans, but basically they're buying up all the top soccer players. Ronaldo's going over there. Benzema's going over there. Messi's talks of going over there. They're talking a lot of, so they have a lot of, remember, they print money because of the oil over there. So Aramco is no joke. Why do you think they're the richest people in the world at this present moment? What does that tell you right there? They print money, so they can buy out everything. So this is, and remember, they're buying the best engineers. They're getting all those people to come to those countries
Hold
over
up,
there.
hold up. L Select, do you have a YouTube channel, my guy?
Yeah, I do have a YouTube. I don't really post that much. We usually talk about sports such as like basketball and stuff like that,
Okay.
Raptors, NBA. But I will be posting content in the distant future, so just stay tuned. I
Hey,
will definitely keep you guys
hey, bro,
posted. But I do have it.
you should definitely start a tech channel, bro. Because listening to you, bro, you sound like a content creator to me, and we need more brothers talking about this stuff instead of just talking about this booty meat and talking about how to get these women to be submissive. Guess what? 10 years from now, when the woman of your dreams is getting bunker busted by AI chat for 5 hours straight, you already missed the mark then. Okay.
Oh no.
And by the way, L Selector, you deserve 3 of these.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Let's be real. Oh, by the way, too, 10 years from now, the woman of your dreams, you're not even gonna want her because she's gonna be obese and she's gonna be ran through. So let's keep it 100, bro. Like you're not gonna want her.
But you know, it's crazy, L Selector, because I see within 30 to 50 years where you're gonna have men advocating for legislature that'll make it legal for them to marry robotic women.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I could see
And,
that.
and what, let me be clear, L Selector, because I know people say I'm bugging, so that's why I put time frames out. I said 30 to 50 years from now. I'm not saying it'll happen in 5 or 10 years. I don't even think in 10 years AI robotic technology will be feasible to have an AI girlfriend. But who knows? I could be wrong. But when we talk about synthetic AI and stuff like that, I mean, what's her name? Sophia, right? Have you ever heard about that girl?
No, I
That
haven't heard
robot?
about it.
Okay,
No, I
so
haven't heard about
Sophia
it.
or Sophie, right? She is a freaking AI that Will Smith has interviewed her. She's been on other YouTube channels. Once you get to a point where you can make the robot look like a real woman, all this talk about feminism on YouTube and women not submitting, all you niggas is gonna go out the window, because if it looks like a real woman, y'all going. I hate to say it, but I gotta keep it real. And I know brothers in the chat looking at this right now.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Going. Y'all going. And L Selector, I know that sounds crazy to people, and I'm not trying to dumb down the stream, but there'll be a lot of men that if you can have your own AI Kim Kardashian versus your 300 fat pound baby mama, which one would you pick? Which one would you pick?
No, I hear what you're saying on that standpoint. Honestly, man, like, hey, man, hey, if you guys have options, man, the reality is, honestly, salute to Solo. Like I said, man, it's an honor to speak with Solo because Solo's a guy I've been seeing on YouTube for the longest time. I've seen you gone through so many battles and whatnot, and I'll just be like, yo, this guy's, people don't understand it. They don't see the vision. Like they don't understand where you're thinking. You're thinking. One thing about you is you're thinking forward. You know what I mean? Like, you know, a three-dimensional thinker. You're thinking on that level. So that's something that I do commend you on, honestly, man. Like straight up and down, man. Because
Thank you, brother. And like I said, the honor is all mine, bro, because you know, a conversation like this, bro, I don't think I could have had this 3 years ago. And I honestly, I wasn't even ready to have this because I wasn't knowledgeable. And unfortunately, when the lockdowns happened and I saw how crypto crashed, and then boom, all of a sudden after April 2020, crypto just went on a tear. And then you saw all this new technology being rolled out, right? And I'm like, wait a second, why are we still so focused talking about women as men when literally the elites are making power moves, right? And even Elon Musk is in crypto. Like, if you don't take my, because let's keep it real, El Selector. The white man's ice is always colder, according to these Negroes, right?
I agree.
If you don't believe me, then at least listen to Elon Musk, listen to Mo Gatat, listen to Jeffrey Hinton. But guess what? A lot of these Negroes don't even want to pick up a book. You don't even have to pick up a book nowadays. There's so many YouTube videos that are talking about the exact same thing I'm talking about. The only difference is I'm talking about it from my perspective, so that way my audience can appreciate or understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
I see exactly where you're coming from. Honestly, like, yeah, you're breaking it. You're speaking to your audience, and let's be real. You're the first to kind of unveil it in that space, right? In the quote unquote manosphere space, like you're the first one to actually go out there and be like, hey guys, and talk about it, and Bitcoin to the moon, and all those phrases that now people use commonly. You were talking about that before the pandemic happened. Just after
Fact.
the pandemic, a lot of people started to pick up on it.
Fact.
And the reality is, if you guys understand, they've been talking about cashless society. I swear to you, I've heard about it since like the 2000s.
Oh, bro,
Since I
they've
was
been
a
talking
kid.
about it since the 80s.
Yeah.
Since the 80s, bro. Back when I was if you do your research far enough, they were talking about this type of shit since the 80s, my guy. Facts.
There you go.
Maybe, yeah.
So, and if you guys think, if they're constantly talking about something and there's a rumor going on, and it's like a rumor going on that, yo, this thing's going to collapse. Like, I don't know, one day this building's going to collapse because they forgot to put certain types of material in that building. Are you guys going to continue to just like forget the building's about to collapse and continue to move around the building, or matter of fact, even just live in the building? Or are you guys going to start to prepare and be like, you know what, man, I got to go find an alternative. If it collapses, it collapses. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But the reality is, I need to find an alternative because, yo, there's potentially this building's going to collapse. That's what cash is. You're seeing it every day. You're spending your spending power is just going down left, right, and center. You can't afford anything at this point.
Exactly, El Selector. Let's put some stats in it, right? So 33% of the American dollars or bills that have been printed within the last 3 years. That's facts.
That says it all right there. That says it all right there.
And so when we talking about bricks, right? Because I talked about it. I don't know if you saw my video that I posted yesterday talking about 5 reasons why CBDCs are bad. Notice it only got 323 views. You know what? I'm going to fuck the game up a second. I'm going to make a video next week just to shit on niggas. I'm going to make a video talking about the rise of white women who love black meat. And watch how many views that video is going to get. Watch. I'm going to shit on you niggas. I'm going to make a video, the rise of white women that love black meat. And you're going to see all types of people in the chat like, yeah, Becky, go Nicole, yeah. Because a lot of people, it's weird. Like, I don't know what happened to common sense or else like do people, it's kind of like what happened to critical thinking? And this is one of the reasons why even when people come on, right? I'm not here to say, oh, you have to agree with me. No, I want pushback because this is, even though I've been researching this topic like a madman the last 6 months, I'm not all knowledgeable. But the reality is, I think that a lot of people are just driven by it's just low vibrational shit that they're driven by. When the reality is the elites, you know what they think of us? They think of us as cattle. They don't even think of us as human beings.
Nah, you're 100%. They have stated that, right? What's his name? Noah Herrera, the one of the top dogs at the WEF over there. He speaks about it. He talks about it. He says these human beings, they're like cattle. They're useless. They're just taking up space. You know, they're just taking up space. So now we have to use the robots to work for the top dogs and let the robots make the money for us. And we'll pay the robots. We'll pay them in crypto. We'll pay them in whatever. And they can continue to do what they do and they'll be satisfied. And these people, these useless people will just be there.
And you know what, El Selector, I don't even think they have to pay the robots until the robots become self-aware or sentient, right? And that's when we get into the AGI space, artificial general intelligence. But the reality is, and I get it. I look, I was in my 20s too at one point. I get it that your testosterone are ranging. You want to clap some cheeks. I get it. But guess what? The reality is that how are you going to clap cheeks when you are living off of UBI and you can't even afford to live where they live at? Most of your UBI is going to go to living in one of these new type of FEMA camps that they're going to make for you. And guess what, El Selector? The metaverse, this is one of the reasons why I've been talking about the metaverse since 2021. It's gonna be the next place where people are gonna be, right? Instagram and Facebook, they're gonna be going, they're gonna be gone. And if they do transition, they're gonna transition to the metaverse. That's gonna be the next place. And the reality is that this is why when we have 42 people on here, you're the few, you're the chosen ones. Because if I was talking about booty meat or all these Beckys want black guys now, we would have 10 times more people. So I know that a stream like this isn't for everybody, but the reality is that now is the time to really pay attention. When you got Mo Gatat says it's beyond an emergency. When you got Jeffrey Hinton, who's the godfather of freaking AI, he left Google because he's not rocking with what they're doing. You got to realize we're about to go into unprecedented times, and a lot of people think it's a joke. A lot of people think it's a joke, and it's not. And when this shit jumps off, there's going to be people, L Selector, kind of like me when I first heard about Bitcoin in 2013, and I thought it was a scam back then, right? It's going to be people like, damn, I wish I would have listened to Solo when he was talking about investing in cloud storage and cloud computing or crypto in 2023. I would be better off now than eating this fucking cat food.
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. And that's the thing. And they're going to continue saying it's a scam, right? I know out there in the United States right now, I know that they're trying to, I guess, pass bills to figure out what's the security and what's not, et cetera, et cetera. And they're still trying to fearmonger people into thinking Bitcoin's a scam. The reality is, eventually what they're going to do is they're not going to be able to buy Bitcoin. You're not going to be able to buy crypto. What you're going to do is you're going to have to go through maybe your banking institution or somewhere else, and they're going to hold your crypto for you. So as the times are going on right now, these are some of the best opportunities to actually start building. Well, like they say, FUD is going on, just start building, continue to build. They were talking about Bitcoin being a scam back in 2013, 2011. The minute I knew it wasn't a scam, I think it was around, 2013, it hit $1 billion market cap. Is that, if I'm not mistaken, is that correct? 2013 or 2012, if I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
2013, yes, sir.
2013, it hit $1 billion. So once it hit $1 billion market cap, that's obviously, that's not a scam. It's inevitable. It's not a scam because it's $1 billion. That means there's a lot of money generated involved in Bitcoin.
And it's not just retail money. Facts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
back
it's
in
not
2013, retail money wasn't enough to push it that high. No. So there was institutional money even back then.
Yeah, exactly. And guys like Jamie and Jamie Dimon and them are telling you guys, oh, yeah, that thing's a scam. That's a scam. But the reality is they're investing in it. They're just quietly buying, quietly purchasing, and they want to make sure that you guys don't get in. That's the whole point. They want to make sure you guys don't get in. The reality is just buy Bitcoin. I would always say try to at least get one Bitcoin. Get one Bitcoin.
You know what, L Selector, I got to disagree. I think people should move to Ethereum now because Ethereum, they're talking about in the next bull run is going to be 15K. It's a lot cheaper to get into. And you guys already, by the way, check out my crypto channel, Trendsetter Crypto TV. You guys know XRP, XDC, XLM. Those three will get you right. But I think the Bitcoin, and I do see Bitcoin hitting 100,000 and even 250,000 within 10 years. But I think for people who don't have a lot of money to invest, Ethereum is a better investment. And that's just my opinion.
The reality is, though, remember, though, as Vitalik continues to burn Ethereum, remember, he'll remember, they're not with Ethereum. Ethereum is no longer, it's not proof of work anymore, right? So there's nobody's mining Ethereum. Right. So what happens next is they're just basically printing it out of thin air. That's basically what they're doing with Ethereum. So as he continues to do that, and Vitalik's from my same city as me, like we're all from the same city here, right? As they continue to make Ethereum and create more Ethereum, there's no scarcity behind Ethereum. So they can pump and dump it anytime they want.
But you know what? Ethereum actually has, in my opinion, more of a use case than Bitcoin because of smart contracts, right? So I think even if what you say were to happen, if you notice, when you could start staking Ethereum, it didn't dump then because of the fact that the scarcity factor is in place. Remember, with crypto right now in 2023, it's a lot of buy the rumors and then sell the news, right? So I do think that Ethereum in the short term definitely can make you a lot of money, right? I do think Ethereum one day will hit a 15, 20K. And that's my opinion on it because there is actual usability with Ethereum and with smart contracts. And Bitcoin can't do that. And
I
that's
agree
my
with you.
opinion.
I agree with you. Yeah, Bitcoin can't do that, but the Bitcoin Lightning Network is pretty impressive. And honestly, like I said before, the scarcity. There's only 21 million. There's not how many 21 million. The state of New York. I think the population of the state of New York is just about 21 million. So that tells you everything right there. The scarcity of it is what is driving the price and what is going to continue to get investors purchasing that. And I think that's something
You
as
know
it,
what? You
people
know what
people
else,
look at it
Selector?
right now. Yeah.
I will say this. Before Bitcoin hits 100,000 or more, I think the powers that be, I think they're going to try to crash it. They've been doing that the last 2 years. If you've been paying attention, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So
For
I do
sure. I
think
agree.
that for people who think that they missed out, I think that Bitcoin will hit 10, 15,000 before the next bull run. And then once it goes that low, then we're going to rip and roar to 100,000. But the reality is the next bull run, I think, is going to be the last opportunity to amass massive wealth. And if you're not in position right now or getting in position, then you're going to get left.
And listen, it's under 20K right. It's under 30K right now, right? So
Yeah.
as it being under 30K, people are gonna look 10 years from now and be like, yo, it was only under 30K and I could have got into that. Man, I'm buying this Dodge Charger or going to whatever, Miami and spending 15K with the guys or whatever the case may be, when I could have just been buying some Bitcoin. Like that's the position. If you don't buy it now, that's the position you're gonna be in 10 years. And that's just the reality because you know what? When you go overseas, once you start actually traveling internationally, you start listening to other people, and that's all they're stashing. They're stacking up on their Bitcoin. They're like, I need to at least if it doesn't even, they don't even care if it doesn't hit 100,000. They're like, at least protect my wealth. That's what they're thinking.
Hey, and you already know where I'm at with this. Like, shout out to everybody. Get XRP, XLM, XDC. Heck, if you're a college kid, you only got $10. Get Shiba Inu because the next bull run is going to be the most epic bull run ever. Facts.
I agree with you. It's going to be. I think the next bull run is going to be an epic bull run. It's just as far as when it's going to happen, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
It could be. Listen, it could be stagnant for the next 10 years, and then all of a sudden by 2030, all of a sudden, pew, it just shoots up to like 200,000.
I think we're going to have a bull run in 2025. That's my opinion, right?
2025.
And I think that, matter of fact, I'll raise the bar. I think we're going to have an AI bull run this summer. Why do I say that? Back in 2020, it was a DeFi bull run. DeFi brought a lot of people into the space. Right now, the AI sentiment is at an all-time high. And remember, Hong Kong just made it legal to invest in crypto. And these Asian folks, they love their AI coins. So there's going to be there was an AI bull run back in January, if you were paying attention, where some of these AI cryptos went up 1,300%. And I'm like, fuck, how did I miss this, right? Now, with the fact, and I was telling people, well, there'll be another bull run in the summer. And people say, why? And it's because the Asian markets now can come into it legally. So I think that there's going to be an AI bull run. And it'll probably happen at the end of this month, beginning into July. And if you invested in some of these AI coins and you got a good accumulation, you could possibly be a thousandaire or millionaire before summer is done. And that's my opinion.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. You guys need to definitely do your due diligence and obviously find out what AI coins are next. Obviously, follow whale wallets because a lot of whale wallets have a lot of intelligence on what's going on. They kind of get intel on what's going to be about to pump just before it's about to pump. So I would suggest you guys go and do your research and start following a lot of these whale wallets so you'll get an indication of what's next and what's about to move. That's my suggestion, honestly. But you got to do your homework too, right? Because a lot of these, let's be real, a lot of the technology that they're unveiling, some of it has use case and some of it is useless. Some of it's going to go away and then some of it's going to stick around. So you got to kind of figure out which ones are the ones that are going to stick around. And those are the ones you want to, and you got to look at the long game, right? Like you can't look at it like, okay, I want to buy in today. Like I want to buy in tomorrow. Like, Tesla stock, right? Amazon stock or Tesla stock was sitting at God knows what for the longest time before it actually started to move. Nvidia, go look. Nvidia's pumping right now, right? Go look at Nvidia like 15 years ago. What was Nvidia doing then? Nothing.
That's the company. Correct me if I'm wrong, L Selector.
Yeah.
Didn't they just get valuated at $1 billion earlier
A trillion.
Wait, $1 trillion. Okay, brother,
Yeah.
talk about that because I'm gonna be real with you. I heard about it, but I didn't do my deep dive into it. Can you talk about that for a moment, brother?
Okay, so Nvidia basically is one of the companies that right now that one of the most popular companies because of they create chips. So they're in the semiconductor space where they create chips. So in situations like gaming, they make the chips for the gaming laptops. They make the chips for different types of technology in crypto. A lot of tech guys use Nvidia, and they use their chips, they use their technology for their chips and stuff like that. So Nvidia is constantly right now the hottest stock because of the remember there was a shortage of chips, and also a lot of people now are basically getting into tech. So with the tech, they need the best kinds of computers and the best kind of chips they can get. So Nvidia is the top company for that. So this is why Nvidia's stock is going to continue to raise because it's AMD, Intel, and Nvidia. Those are the three chip makers, the top dogs right now, and Nvidia is the number one right now. And that's basically what it is. And Nvidia is going to continue to go through the roof. People need to mine, right? Miners need, what do miners need? They're going to need those the chips and the technology from Nvidia to go out there and mine. So that's basically what it is.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of actually interesting what he says about the mining because I believe that crypto is actually going to go more to a staking type of mechanism, but I do understand what you mean with NVIDIA and the mining for that aspect.
Wait, brother, before you go off, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, this is the distinguished man. I'm a great friend of Solo. Many of you have probably heard of me before, but I just wanted to touch on because I
Wait,
definitely.
we got the distinguished man in the building. This nigga, the distinguished man. I don't see him no more. What's up, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just enjoying the stream. So I wanted to pop on. I myself, I don't usually like to come on, but anytime it's anything tech related, finance related, crypto related, I'm always intrigued by Solo because he talks that real shit. We don't. I mean, even though we like Pogs over here, definitely shout out. But I definitely say that I think that talking about these type of topics are more important than just that.
Yeah, man. Distinguished man. Do you have anything to say about the AI? I don't know if you saw me break down the Mogatah video or anything you want to add on to that topic, or
I saw I saw your live last night, and I was really intrigued about what the ex Google chief officer was saying. And the one thing that kind of triggered me was that, well, I wouldn't say triggered me, but it kind of brought me into the conversation was when he said that, I think he said by 2037, AI would be 1 billion times smarter than any human. Now, to some people, that may seem like fun, or it may be seeming like something that, oh, that's kind of cool. I don't think that that's necessarily cool. I think that's something that we should be alarmed by because if you think
TDM.
about,
Oh, not to cut you off, bro, but you could tell, bro, that I clearly wasn't going. You feel me?
yeah, yeah, definitely, yes,
Okay, I just want to point that out because
yes,
I'm gonna leave part one. I think part one, he was saying some crazy shit. TDM, he was saying that Chat GPT 4, the next rollout of Chat GPT, will be 600 IQ, and then it'll go from that to 1600 IQ, right? And I was losing my mind. You could hear me yesterday. The second
yeah,
half today, if you guys think part two was crazy, no, part one, that dude was saying some shit. Now, you notice in part two, though, TDM, I don't know if you saw it, he walked that back when he was talking about 2037, the AI is going to be chasing us through the block. You know what I'm saying? He
hmm
walked
hmm
that back. But in part one, he was talking that shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and I think that he had to kind of draw back a little bit because it kind of dawned on him just how some people might actually hear that
Mm-hmm.
and they would be so alarmed at this because I want you guys to understand like they have these because I live on the East Coast and I live very close to New York. They have the robo dogs, right? That whole situation where they were utilizing them with the police force and monitoring the citizenry. Imagine if they implemented AI into that. you can't run from that. You can't fight that. And not only that, but that could just be one implementation of it. Imagine if they put it in every single security camera, every single voice, every single phone, every single car, every single ATM machine. They were able to monitor you and watch where you were going so that you can't do anything. I mean, we already had a conversation where the gentleman that said that with crypto, how you're no longer going to be able to purchase crypto. You're going to have to go to your bank. You're going to have to go to an institution. It can get really scary when you start to think about the type of lockdown that they could put on an actual people. And when we get into this aspect of freedom, I think that we can lose it when we implement AI into certain type of sectors. Because again, we go back to the robo dog situation. Imagine if you're just walking down the street and you get picked up by a camera and they notice your face and let's say you were caught shoplifting. A robo dog could be released out of nowhere and chase your ass down, and you cannot do anything. You can't run
Wait,
from
wait,
it. You
wait,
can't
wait,
hide it.
PDM. You know what that reminds me of? There was that one episode in Black Mirror where a human being was getting chased down by a robotic AI dog or some shit.
Hmm.
Have you seen that? I don't know if you have, but yeah.
I I have seen Black Mirror, and it's a profounding series. I definitely watched. I binge watched it, for quite a while. But if I have seen that episode, I'm pretty sure you're hitting the nail on the actual head there. And it's just scary to me that we have people talking about, oh, AI is cool, and we need to think about it, and we need to speed rush this, and we need to implement it more. I mean, IBM, I believe, was talking about that they want to eliminate a certain percentage of jobs and just implement AI. Now, I don't know if that sounds pleasant to the people, because when you think about that, many people who are in these certain type of job sectors, they're going to lose the ability to provide for themselves. And that's when UBI comes in. That's when the monitoring comes in. That's when the CBDC comes in. And you and I, Solo, we've already had conversations. I've spoken to people. Again, I'll just say X marks the spot. I've spoken to people in these higher ups. I've spoken to leaders of the team that is implementing CBDCs with X marks the spot. Okay, and they have already told me that yes, that is the actual goal, to implement their technology with
Oh,
CBDC.
yeah, distinguished man. If everybody got X marks the spot, all of us are going to be in mansions with Pogs and Linglings. That's
Of
fact.
course. And just how the brother L Selector said, this is a prime opportunity for anybody to get involved in cryptocurrency, because right now it's obviously on the low. Skepticism is there, doubt is there. People are not necessarily trusting the banking system. So people are going to want to shift more towards their own safe haven. And I do agree with El Selector where he said that Bitcoin is a safe haven and more people are going to gobble it up because of the scarcity. I do definitely understand that. But I also want to agree with Solo where he said that the implementation of Ethereum and EVM and dealing with smart contracts and just the use cases. I mean, we've seen so many situations, not only with, I want to say, finance, but what about housing? What about real estate? What about the food supply chain? What about warehousing? What about healthcare? What about digital documents? What about elections? What about government? What about all of these certain things that you can utilize Ethereum for? And I do want to say that XRP, I will say it, XRP, XLM, XDC, these are going to be what we want to call the supercharger to the global financial system. So if anybody wants to have high end cryptos, I would say that those are definitely the few to start with. But I also do agree with El Selector that you need to be cognizant and you need to choose the right ones. So make sure you DYOR. If you don't know what that means do your own research. I don't know why I need to tell you guys that, but you should definitely do that, and you should try to figure out what works for you and what you're willing to invest in. Because remember, it's the wild, wild west over here in the crypto world. If you don't decide to do your research, you could get rug pulled and you could get taken advantage of. But I don't want to go on to that. I really want to go more onto the fact that with this AI situation and what's really going to happen in the future. And it may not be Terminators walking around, but I believe that the military also has like robotic units, right? They have like robotic machines that could do tasks and fight and do shoot guns and stuff like that. So imagine if we were able to have that implementation, but more on a scale of actual citizens, or dealing with citizens of our own nation. That would be a scary thing to see robots running around chasing people and trying to fight or deter crime and things like that. It kind of makes me think, why the hell would we need people? Why would we need people if Amazon, for instance, has a whole warehouse full of AI that could run the whole warehouse without you? Why the hell would they need you? And I think that that's why the chief officer, he kind of had to draw it back, because that's the level that I'm thinking at. Why do we need people when they have machines, they have robots, they have AI, they have machine learning? Why do they need your ass that wants to sit around, smoke weed, and play video games all day? I'm not talking directly to your audience, but I'm just saying that that's a them. That's how they think of it. So that's just kind of my own opinion on maybe why that person, the chief officer, might have pivoted, why he may have said something different. Because again, you can't necessarily fight AI, but that's what's going to happen. People are going to ask themselves, why do we need people if we could just have AI and machines do everything for us?
And then now, Red Pill 3.0 is going to be, why do we need women when we can have AI robot women that will do whatever we say? So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw that in there real quick for you guys. L Selected, you want to say anything that TDM said, or any pushback or anything like that, brother? Go ahead, bro.
No, he's spot on. Honestly, he nailed it right on the nail there. He stated everything that what people need to prepare for, and what people need to start looking for. So I agree with TDM 100%. Another thing that I think you guys need to start paying attention to, I was speaking about it prior, the 15-minute cities and the smart cities, which is something that a lot of people need to start preparing for, because there are a lot of projects and a lot of countries and a lot of government that's going to be involved in the smart cities, and the smart cities will be a part of the blockchain as well. So with the smart cities, that includes the 15-minute cities. It's going to be tech cities where basically everything is going to be bouncing off each other. There's countless videos on YouTube. You guys can do research on it. There are projects that they are working on that I'm well aware of that will be coming out very soon in different countries around the world as well. So I think that's something that you guys need to start looking at as well, because a lot of you guys are going to have that option. Is either you guys are going to live in the suburbs, you're going to live in the smart cities, or you're going to go live in the rural areas, or you're going to get out of you're going to get out of the Western world and go live somewhere else and count your riches and take it easy and be chilling out and not really tripping out about much. So you guys gonna have to have your options on where you guys want to, living in the future, right? Like that's the reality of things. People got to start thinking about these things. I know you're thinking about Bitcoin and thinking about building that wealth, but with that wealth, you got to also start to think about where you're going to rest your head and lay your head at night, and where you're going
Facts.
to be your safe haven, where you're protected when the shit hits the fan.
Facts. Brother, yo, you guys are on point, and it's good to know that there are men that care, particularly black men, because, like I said, it's unfortunate because a lot of black men, and really, I don't say this to be condescending, but a lot of these Negroes talk about shit I don't give a fuck about. I don't care about talking about feminism in 2023 or none of that, because we got more pressing matters. TDM, I don't know if you saw my CBDC video that I posted yesterday, right? But I had a brother reach out to me 3 months ago telling me I need to be making that video. And I kind of felt a certain type of way. It's like, Because, when you're a YouTuber, you feel a certain type of way when niggas tell you, yo, you need to make this type of video. But then I realize he's right. And the reality is, I understand, look, the people that are watching this right now, we don't have a lot of people. I know I would have 10x more people if I talked about white girl, suddenly the rise of white women that want black meat. I know, brothers, you love that shit, right? But the reality is that when you have Mo Gatat basically saying we are beyond the point of emergency, and basically the last 20 minutes, L Selector, when you watch that video, the brother was making it seem like it was the end of the world.
Hey, because listen, like I said, these guys, they're privy to information that we're not privy to. So what they're going to be able to see certain things, or they're going to go into certain rooms, maybe in Washington, and go to a place where there's like literally a building that's like 4 stories high, and then 100 stories going down, and there's some sort of technology that they're working on that no one's ever seen before. He could have probably seen that and gotten spooked the hell out of it and just been like, you know what, okay, okay, you know what I mean? This is a little bit too much for me. You see what I'm saying? So people got to prepare themselves. Honestly, they've been warning people for the last, I would say, from what I remember, last 20, 30 years, they've been warning people. So people need to start honestly preparing yourself. The best time to prepare yourself is now. That's what they're telling you. Like CZ tells it all the time. Guys, there's a lot of FUD going on. There's a lot of stuff. Just keep building, keep building, keep building, keep building. Solo, you were warning people about crypto 4 or 5 years ago. I was hearing you talk about it. 4 or 5 years ago, I knew about crypto from time, because a lot of guys I went to school with, they were investing in crypto, they were buying into it, they were using that to purchase.
Time out. I got to call you out, because I was talking about crypto 6 years ago. Let's
6 years
be
ago.
clear.
Yeah, sorry,
Matter
apologize.
of fact, I was talking about crypto. I remember May 20 something, May 13th or 21st. I forgot the exact date. I was talking to Ian Bellina. TDM, you know who Ian is, right? Ian was the one who actually got me started in crypto. For those who don't know who Ian is, Ian disrupted the crypto industry in 2017. He came up with a way to utilize and grade crypto and make profit off of it. I knew Ian when he used to work at IBM, and Ian has always been a genius. Ian is probably the smartest man that I know. And I've met a lot of smart people. You know what I mean? And when guys, I don't say this to be condescending. I'm a regular guy, guys. There's nothing special about me. I breathe the same air you breathe. I'm average at best. Let's keep it real. You know what I mean? I'm a little bit chubby, but the pogs love me. You feel me? But the reality is this. One thing that God has given me is the ability to network. You guys know I can interview anybody. You've heard me interview OnlyFans models to guys that are CEOs like Ian, right? God has given me that ability to interview anybody. When I heard about crypto maybe in 2013. I didn't understand it. Then another brother, shout out to I forgot his name. Golly, it's been so long. But in 2016, he was a YouTuber. He was kind of a MGTOW guy, right? And he told me about crypto on a live stream. I had no fucking idea what this guy was talking about, right? And then fast forward, when Ian told me about it in 2017, that's what because sometimes you need a friend or somebody that you know, that you trust to give you information. Then I realized, oh shit, this shit is legit, right? I promise you guys this. I will say this. I will put my heart and soul into this. The next bull run, whenever that happens, whether it's 2025, 2024, 2026, whenever, it's going to be the most epic bull run ever. When I saw in 2020 how people were losing their mind over Dogecoin, I said to myself, fuck, how did I miss this? Because when 2020 was going on, I was too busy, pogging it up. Let's be honest. I had a white girl that was there. I was pogging it up, right? I was too busy doing that. And then after I realized, you know what? I'm not going to miss this for whatever, right? And I know the crypto market is down right now. And I know people think that, oh, I missed it, blah, blah. I think that this is, and I'm going to go on a limb here. I think before we go on an epic bull run, the powers that be are going to try to crash crypto. They're going to crash it again. I mean, they've been crashing it the last 2 years. If you look at what happened with FTX and Lunk and all these other coins, right? But the reality is that even if you don't believe in crypto, Like El Selector said, like NC Worker said, get into gold and silver. Okay, get into some tangible gold and silver, and then really get into stocks that deal with AI. Tesla is a good one. I also talked about the fact that cloud storage is going to go up. A lot of people got to understand that the world that you know right now in 2023, 5 years from now, it's not going to be the same. 10 years from now, this is going to look El Selector. 10 years from now, these niggas that are complaining about feminism right now and women right now, they're going to look at 2023 as the golden era.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. Like if you think that if you guys don't know what's coming next, man. Honestly, like listen, man, you got to start preparing yourself, man. Honestly, like he's telling you what it is. Like the reality is this is the best. Even though times are hard now, yeah, it's tough with inflation. Yeah, your spending purchases or your power purchasing is declining through the roof. I understand that, but at the same time though, you still got to be disciplined and you got to build and you got to continue to build regardless of what's coming in front of you. You got to don't go to McDonald's, man. Take that McDonald's money and buy it and buy some tangible items that's going to benefit you in the future. That's all you can do.
TDM, like I asked, told El Selector, these cats are going to look at 2023 as the golden era. You think I'm bugging? 10 years from now, cats going to be like, damn, I thought 2023 was bad. No, 2023 was good as fuck, actually, compared to what I'm dealing with now.
Of course, because right now I think that people are living in a fantasy land right now. I think that people are chasing so much vanity. Just like how you said, like everybody's focused on, yeah, that they're focused on that right there in front of you. Booty, uh, titties, ass, chicks walking around. They're focused on becoming high value men, and RIP to KS. But at the end of the day, you can't become a high value man if you don't actually divest your portfolio or diversify your portfolio. Just like how L Selector said, if you're not into crypto, get into gold, silver. You could definitely look into buying tangible assets such as, land or, oil or, certain type of, you could build certain projects on said land. Um, I will say that definitely people are focused on the wrong thing. And this is always the story because people are focused on this, but once that stuff hits you right in the face and you start to deal with the reality of, hey, eggs eggs could cost $15 to $20, and you might not even have a job with the
Wait.
with
TDM
the way
X cost
AI is
10.
hitting.
Wait, TDM X costs $10 right now, the large package. And I don't live in
Exactly.
LA or nothing like that. So I'll raise the bar. And I'm not trying to be dramatic, but one day eggs are going to be 40, $50 very soon, within 10 years. Facts. Facts.
That's possible. That's egg.
Facts.
Listen, and that just goes to show you that certain things are going to be a luxury again. You know what I'm saying? Certain foods, certain drinks, certain events that you want to go to. Those are going to be luxuries, and people are going to really realize, like, oh shit, we actually had it good 10, 15 years ago when I could possibly go to a matinee and I could watch, I don't know, the new Spider-Man flick, the into the Spider-Verse, whatever the newest one is for the kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, that in and of itself, and like I'm not talking in an instance like that for just yourself. I'm talking like taking your family out. You know what I'm saying? Like, going to go see a movie, you want to go to dinner, you want to enjoy a night out with your family. Those things are going to be luxury. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's
Like,
100% right. I agree with him. You know what the crazy part? You mentioned something TDM, and I'm sorry for interrupting you there, but I just need to throw this in there. They are talking about eventually people not eating real meat, so people having to
mm,
eat fake meat or
yep,
beyond meat. So a lot of these things are going to become a luxury. They said meat shouldn't. The average person should not be eating meat. They should not be eating steak. Should not be eating chicken. They should not be eating turkey. They should not be eating these luxuries that we usually eat. So these are things that people need to start thinking about. This is why I try to advise guys. I'm like, start building now, and then eventually, when the shit hits the fan here, you can go to places like Rio de Janeiro or Argentina or South Africa Dubai or the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Asia, and you can go to these emerging markets where that's not a luxury and that's the norm. They're not into eating bugs. They're not into eating a Beyond Meat over there. You're gonna have so much money where you can buy it forever. You could eat it every single night. Eggs is not going to be an issue. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm worried about it. Or if anything, you have your own farm. You build your own, like you stated,
Mm,
TDM, build your own farm here in the rural parts of somewhere in the Americas. And you basically get your own farm and you create your own, you know what I mean? You have your own livestock and Solo talks about all the time. You know what I mean? Having your own farm and building. You can get your own chickens over there and you could eat your own chickens and you could eat your own turkey and you can eat your own beef, have your own cows going on. You can make your, you know what I mean, get your own milk. Like these are things you have to start preparing for because these are good. These are the realities that you're going to be facing. We're all going to be facing in the future. But the key is just to make sure that you're prepared and you have your wealth. Because trust me, best believe, all these wealthy people, they're not. If you notice, they're all leaving. They're going further south as they
mhm.
can. You hear them going to Texas. You hear them going to Florida. You hear them going to Nevada. You hear them just leaving, going to Mexico, going to Malta and Monaco and tax haven places like the UAE and Saudi Arabia. And they're ready. They're preparing themselves. They're like, you know what? I got to get Puerto Rico's another hotspot too.
Yeah,
Florida, like I said
definitely.
prior. So yeah, these people are already preparing themselves. They're going to Brazil and Colombia and all these places. Why do you think they're going there? They're not just going there just to go and clap cheeks. They're going out there because they're ready to build and they understand the money that's being made over here or was already made over here. They're starting to extract that money, take that money and take it over there because they're going to start building over there because it's more cheaper over there. They get more of a bigger bang for their buck. That's why I can never hate on those guys who scream passport bros. But the only thing like I said, I wish prior was they start investing and start actually purchasing up a lot of these cheap buildings and these apartment buildings and this cheap land and actually navigating and brokering certain types of deals because that's what a lot of these other groups of people are doing. So I think that's very important. And I think a lot of you guys, if you guys want an opportunity to do that, I think the time is to start building now and start preparing for countries like that overseas or even domestically. But the time is now because after this, it's over.
Yeah, and you hit the nail right on the head when you said that the time is now because I don't I don't believe the country is in safe hands, guys. And L selector, you said it before, where if these liberals continue, and I'm not a conservative. I'm not. I believe I ride the middle. I believe pause. Some people I don't know what the fuck, but personally, I believe that the way that the nation is going, I don't feel safe to raise a family here. I don't think many people do with the way that these agendas are being pushed, and you know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say agendas and corruption and manipulation.
TDM, not to cut you off, bro, but I've already made it publicly known. My goal is to move back to the motherland within 10, 15 years. You will not see me. Matter of fact, I think you would be foolish to live in
Same
America
here.
10, 15 years from now. Africa and Asia are going to be the places to be, in my opinion.
Yes, yes. I'm actually first obviously trying to stack my bread here, and solo. You know that I'm obviously in the software development and the IT sector of the actual world, so I can work
Yeah,
remote anywhere.
for those that don't know
So
or forgot, TDM, we did a couple live streams 2-3 years back, right? TDM
yeah,
actually is a blockchain expert. So this guy is not just some rat. I know TDM person. We have got a good relationship. Hey, TDM, don't think I ignored your message, bro. It's real talk. I saw that
no,
tweet.
no, no.
Hold up. I'm speechless, but we'll address that behind the scenes.
Yeah,
But no, TDM knows a lot about this. TDM knows I'm not capping. And TDM will even tell you what I've done for him. I've reached out to Ian on his behalf for him and stuff like that. Like a lot of people think, oh, I'll be capping when I say I try to put people on or stuff like that. No, like this is what I do. I'm a networker. I try to help people out. Even if it doesn't work out or whatever, I try to do my best. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to put you guys on right now. you get XRP, XLM, XDC, you get 1,000 of each. I swear to God, I kid you not. You get 1,000 XRP, XLM, XDC within 10 years. You guys who do that, what I'm saying, a brother will call me up and say, "Hey, Solo, I got a bag for you." I'm not kidding you guys. This, okay? Look, a brother came. I've mentioned this story before. TDM, you may have heard it. Back in 2021, a brother flew out from another state. I'm not going to mention where because I respect his privacy. He took me to a 5-star restaurant. This brother was working 12 hours a day as a nurse. He's like, Solo, you changed my life. Because of you, I got in crypto in 2019. I retired working 12 hours a day as a nurse. I'm a millionaire now. He took me to a restaurant. Guys, I posted the footage. It's fat. I'm not making this up. What am I trying to say? I'm not here just to talk shit. If you take this information, the only thing I challenge people on is this. If you don't take my word for it, you don't take L Selector or TDM's word for it, or even Mo Gatat's word for it, do your own fucking research. At the end of the day, Trendsetters is something that is long-term. It's a conglomerate of men that are going to change the world. We're talking about millionaires and billionaires. Right now, it's in its infancy stage. But I'm really, really wanting to do this. Because at the end of the day, I realize the red pill shit is nothing but lies, grifting, and deception. Your favorite red pill YouTubers are taking the money that you super chat and tricking it off on pussy. These guys are buying vagina, like girls that look like this. Just pearly things. I'm kidding you not. When I realized it was all a grift, it was all lies, these fucking red pill felon YouTubers, I told you guys this. I got ostracized. I got scrutinized. People said I was a hater. People are saying I'm jealous. Guess what? The people that took the information that I give them and made it applicable, those guys are rich now. And guess what? Because of that, those guys, I have their respect for life. I'd rather have people's respect for life that I made millionaires than some fucking fraud-ass YouTubers that are lying to their audience just so they can trick the money off of pussy. It's ridiculous. And the reason why I'm yelling like this right now is because a lot of people are deceived by these YouTubers that are not really have your best interest. You got a girl, just pearly things. She don't give a fuck about y'all. She's just here running the bag up. But a lot of you guys won't listen to that. You guys rather, if it's not about pussy, a lot of you guys don't care. And the reason why we only have 43 people in the stream is because you are the few. You're the chosen ones. And I'm telling you guys right now, you get XRP, XLM, XDC. It might take about 10 years. I'm going to keep it real. But I swear to God, you're going to have your own house in Malta. You're going to have your model wife. Penelope's going to have her sugar daddy. Y'all going to be good. I'm just being honest.
I agree with you. Can I just add something in there? Could I add something in there? Solo, I'm just advising you guys, a lot of your favorite, I guess, RP content creators, manosphere content creators, a lot of them are agents. They do have, a lot of them have, they do have a lot of ties with a lot of government agencies. I don't, quote unquote, from what I've been told and what I've heard. So you guys need to be careful. Some of these people come out of nowhere, out of the woodworks, and then all of a sudden they just come out of nowhere and they start hitting you with all this stuff, and they're just talking these talking points and rallying you up and whatnot, but not realizing that a lot of these guys work for certain types of agencies or development. Yeah,
L Selector and TDM. I need you to listen to this. There's certain YouTubers I won't talk about because I know for a fact they got level 5 protection. Okay, you got listen to me really carefully. There are YouTubers right now that are popping out of the blue. They're connected. Okay, FBI, CIA. Let's leave it at that. I already showed you guys the receipts that the Secret Service and FBI came out and said, "Yeah, we're watching the red pill space." L Selected, did you watch that video?
No, I didn't. I never heard. I never even knew you made a video like that. I found out some information on some stuff, and I was like, "Whoa!" But from what I was told, a lot of these guys are agents. So if you all of a sudden you just
are agents,
you hear them one day.
I'm gonna leave it at that because I got to be very, very careful of what I say because of my own. Like people don't realize the red pill space is diabolical. You got the mafia in this space, facts, and then you got the Illuminati in the space, and then you got the feds and CIA in the space. all of a sudden, one of the biggest content creators just dies randomly, and nobody thinks that's odd.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let
what
me
I was
shut up now.
hinting
I'm
on
gonna
that,
shut
but
up
I'm
now.
I was
I'm gonna shut
hinting
up
to
now.
that. I was hinting to that, but I'm not going to speak too much about it. But if you guys just do your homework and just kind of read between the lines and look at certain types of information that was said, and also if you want, you can go and look at the autopsy too. There was something said in the autopsy there. You guys need to look into that. I kind of caught on to that, and I just said okay, and I figured out what
I'll
it was, and I'll
select it.
leave it alone.
Let's move on to the next topic, bro. Next
Sure, no
topic, please.
problem, no problem. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. You guys need to start definitely solo. You do a great work, man, honestly. And like I said before, I want to I mean give you your flowers and I mean respect because you're a guy who I've constantly been seeing over the years and just constantly seeing and just putting in that work, putting in that work, putting in that work and going through back and forth with people. I've been kind of, I'm a real busy guy. I don't really have time to go in and out and like kind of chime in and be in this like in this space. But at the same time, though, I do see your work, and you're one of the guys that I do tip my hat off to. So, definitely continue that great work that you're doing, man. Honestly, man, like I can't tell you like how much I respect you because of what I saw, what you did, especially in the crypto space early, where you were informing people. People thought you were a nut job, and you ended up, and then
Well,
everything
L
you
Selector,
stated.
people still think, and you know what, L Selector, I really mean this. I appreciate you because L Selector, as you know, I used to have a lot of respect in the space, and then I kind of ruined it myself, right? Because of beefs and stuff like that. And people say I fell off. You're right, right? But God is good because my ego was getting out of hand. And I know a lot of people say I'm braggadocious and shit. It's not that I'm bragging to brag. When I name drop, I don't do it to brag. I use that to like give you guys motivation because L Selector, you know that before I even I saw a friend of mine, TDM, Ian Bellina. Ian was just a guy working at IBM. In 2017, he came in the crypto space, disrupted that space, right? And became a multimillionaire. And I say that to inspire people, to motivate people, right? But people always mistake the way I come off. I understand when people think I may be arrogant, but I'm not arrogant. I just talk a lot of shit because at the end of the day, I know I can back it up, right? Here I am talking shit again. But the point I'm trying to say is this. At the end of the day, my audience, my audience is not your typical tech audience. I wish if I could go back, I would take the Marcus. If I could go back, L Selector and TDM, I'm gonna be real with you niggas. Knowing what I know now, I would have never talked about none of this red pill shit, none of this shit because the red pill has been infiltrated by the Illuminati. Let's be honest. I would have never talked about that shit. I would have just did what Marcus Brownlee did. Marcus Brownlee, salute to him. I wish I could have did that. So at the end of the day, if like I said, if and I'm not joking, if I randomly disappear or you never see me YouTube again, just know that I will never kill myself. Just know that. I need the people to know I will never kill myself. So if you randomly hear me dying of mysterious circumstances, I never killed myself. That's all I got to say, bro. Facts.
You know, the fact that you said that, there's different factions. Let's just say that within this red pill space that have infiltrated it, it kind of shows that this space is very chaotic and toxic because the because the first introduction I believe I had to this space was more so obviously guys like you solo. I won't get into coach sex dolls. I won't get into him, but guys like that also. And I used to listen to these guys religiously. And the more I listened to them, I started to see my mind become sort of warped. And I started to not focus on what was important. You know, I started to focus more on getting, accepted by women, trying to get chicks, trying to do this, and instead of doing the things that actually would progress you as an actual man. Because in my mindset, I believe that that's what the whole red pill space or the manosphere space was about. It was about men male self-improvement, trying to become a better version of yourself so that you can achieve the goals that you want out of this life. That's what I thought that this space was about. But now it's just become a money grab. You see all of these new people coming in, grifting, and you know, just like how you said, and L Selector said, a lot of these people have level 5 secret clearance. A lot of these guys have handlers. A lot of these guys have the ties and the connections of where they feel that they're untouchable. And that is where you get your statement of where you say the ones who shall not be spoken. Those people are the ones who have come in here and they have an influence over these people. And you know, Solo, I sent you a message. I don't know if that individual believes that he's untouchable, but the way that he was behaving and the way he was carrying on, some of these people think that
TDM,
they
get
can get
out of
away
there.
with anything.
TDM, get out of there. Get out of there. TDM, get out of there, brother. Get out of there, brother.
Oh man.
This stream is hot. I will
Okay.
say this. There's a there, don't. There's a reason why Andrew Tate all of a sudden said fuck the red pill and
Yeah.
their red pill dorks and stuff like that. Okay, um, there are powers that be that want men to be frustrated, that want men to be castrated,
Yes.
and that want men
Yes.
to be homosexuals. They want you to hate women. That's I'm gonna leave it
Yeah.
at that. There's a reason why Just Pearly Things is now one of the biggest content creators in the supposed male space. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't want to get too deep into it. Matter of fact, listen, guys. I've been here for 5 hours. I'm tired. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta do some laundry and whatnot. But we're gonna do final words. TDM, I'm gonna let you go first because I know that I didn't let you talk, but brother, you know I got the utmost respect for you. What are your final thoughts regarding the AI topic? And I do gotta pee real quick, so you can ramble on as long as you want. But please get out. Don't get into the Illuminati shit. Get out of
Okay. Okay. For sure. I'll stay away from that. Don't worry. But I will say about the AI. You know, guys, this stuff is. I don't want to scare you, but this AI stuff is something that we need to pay attention to. I mean, when you have obviously with the influx of companies laying off people, the rising cost of running a company, businesses I started to see a lot of these people doing TikTok day in the life of such and such. And it's a whole bunch of people sitting around drinking mocha lattes and not doing any work. And you have billion-dollar or damn near trillion-dollar companies like Amazon, which have warehouses that have machines to do everything. You have to ask yourself. I mean, shit. We have Tesla with self-driving cars. Why does a company need you? I know that that sounds really harsh, but if a damn robot could do your job, if you work in customer service, if you work possibly dealing with talking to people regularly, filing paperwork, HR, if you work in some of these departments, why do they need you? If I could have a machine do it. I mean, hell, I saw a damn uh it was a fast food restaurant. One of the first jobs that somebody would ever get getting out of high school is working at a McDonald's. They had a machine flipping burgers. Why do they need you? And I want people to think about that for a second when you try to make a rebuttal and say that, oh, well, we're valuable, we're humans, we're able to have it. Listen, a machine doesn't need to take a break. A machine doesn't ask for vacation days. A machine doesn't take sick time. A machine doesn't have a sorry ladies, a machine doesn't have a menstrual cycle where they're gonna have hormones and different emotions every single day. A machine doesn't have to take a piss. Okay? Think think about that. A machine doesn't have to show up to their job 15 minutes late, saying that they got caught in traffic. No, as soon as they turn the power on, it just starts going to work. This is the things that we have to understand when we look at artificial intelligence and machine learning. Companies. are going to see the value in it. They are going to see the value. And this is just one part of it. I'm talking about obviously working and people making money because I think that that's what we need to focus on with the ways of the economy. Because if you don't have any money, you can't invest. You can't purchase Bitcoin. You can't purchase Ethereum. You can't purchase gold. You can't purchase silver. You can't purchase land if you don't have money. And if these companies are gearing up to put AI implementation into their companies, why do they need you? I just want you guys to think about that. And that's what I want to leave you guys with. And try to learn a trade. Try to learn something. Try to make yourself valuable where they actually need a body to do it. If you're a construction yes, Solo, I love feminine and submissive women, which is why again I believe that traditional is always the way to go. I believe that the man should work and the wife should be doing the house duties. Let me just say that. You could call me a bigot, I don't care. Because unfortunately that's the way that these women are going now anyway. We see these women out here, man. A lot of them are calling back this whole wanting to work and stuff like that. But anyway, again, every single woman wants a man that makes 100K a year, right? Yeah, I'll simply leave it at that. But guys, I want you to think and yeah, harken back on what I said when I said that. Why does a company need you? If they could put an AI and a machine to do that job 100 times better, and the way that the ex Google chief was talking about 1 billion times smarter than you, this is stuff that needs to be looked at, and we need to recognize it and realize that it is a possibility. So the next time you turn on looking at big booty Keisha on your Instagram feed, or you want to look on YouTube at some pill, think about that for a second, guys. And I'll just leave you guys with that. Try to look at this AI and realize that think shit can go crazy. I just want you guys to realize that, and thank you for your time. And Solo, I definitely appreciate it. I'll definitely be in the back if you want to catch me out after the show so we could have a conversation. But definitely, guys, I definitely appreciate your time. I didn't mean to ramble on, but this stuff is serious, guys. Take it with some type of sincerity when we try to tell you that AI is a real serious thing, and we need to approach it as such. So thank you.
Yeah, first and foremost, all I'd like to tell you guys is this. Honestly, just continue to build, guys. The markets are open. Go out there and participate. As far as trading goes, it's currencies and crypto going on right now. So the markets are open. You guys can go out there and participate. It's the open markets for a reason. So you guys can get and make something out of yourselves out of there and start building a portfolio. As far as my final thoughts on everything, I just like to thank Solo again. Solo, salute to you, bro. Honestly, great guy, man. You do good work. I could tell you're genuine with this, and that's one thing I respect about you. I mean, you really genuinely care, and you're very knowledgeable, and honestly, are using your platform to go out there and at least give people opportunity to be heard, and also to go out there and basically go out there and expound and network and understand what's going on around us. So that's the most important thing as well. As far as you guys just go out there and build, like I said prior, man, just keep building. There's a lot of FUD going on. It's a great opportunity right now because who's not to say what's going to happen in the future? We don't know what's going to occur. The AI system is there. We're entering the fourth industrial revolution, society 5.0, where it's going to be AI, robots, machine, algorithms, all that stuff running the economy. Well, the rest of us are all going to be sitting back. Well, not myself, but you don't want to be the sheep sitting back, just living in the metaverse, working in the metaverse, or collecting whatever the government gives to you. So the most important thing is just continue to build that portfolio and there's many different things you can use to build. There's many different outlets you can invest in that I think you guys need to utilize that option and that opportunity there. As far as that goes, that's all I have to say. Salute to Solo. I don't know if Solo's still around. Solo, you still there, man? Nah,
Yeah, bro, man.
okay.
Listen, man. I'm not gonna lie. I had to turn on the air conditioning because it's like
Yeah.
90 degrees, but
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
still listen. And guys, I'm not trying to be dramatic or anything like that, right? At the end of the day, people have to understand that, um, you know, I just want people to win. I genuinely want people to win, and unfortunately, in social media, everybody's looking for clout and everybody's looking to make it. And unfortunately, you have people that will sell their souls to get to the next level. You know what I'm saying? People will sell their souls to make it to the next level. And if you don't do that, then you get cut off. And my thing is this. If I have 44 people here, I'm going to do the same work as if I had 400 people. You know what I'm saying? If I have 4 people here, I'm still going to do the same work. My thing is this, Al Selector. I just want to say thank you for, you still being a subscriber, because I have to, I have to apologize publicly to my audience. I let you guys down. I folded. I let my ego get to my head, and I really, a few years ago, I got to a place where I really felt like nobody could tell me shit. And you know what? And this is how I know God is real. Because God, if you're really one of his children, he will humble you. And sometimes we don't like that. But it's the best thing that could have ever happened to me. And at the end of the day, I'm going to keep making content to make sure that men know the truth. Don't get me wrong. I love women just like the next man. And I don't like what's going on with the modern women's state, with feminism, the delusional degeneracy. But the reality is, your favorite YouTubers, when I told them, hey, we need to talk about what's going on, and you got this community college coon coach telling me we're not going to talk about crypto, we're going to keep talking about these women, I realized that they're trying to lead you guys to hell. Just like the government and these institutions are trying to lead you to hell when it comes to the CBDCs. So I'm making this public right now. My channel is for anybody. I don't care if you're man, woman, black, white, Asian. I don't care what race you are. If you want to win, and if you want to really, this AI thing, there are pros to it. And we're going to make a videos talking about the pros and cons. But there's also a lot of cons. And so when I see Mo Gatat talking about, the fact of the matter is that we're going to be running from the AI in 2037. And you guys hear me yelling, because you guys know I only yell when I'm excited. It lets me know that shit, the things that I've been talking about the last 2 years, the last 6 years, it's all starting to come into fruition. TDM, you're going to be a millionaire, bro. You're ready, bro. I've been telling you, you're going to be a millionaire. L Selector, you're going to be a millionaire too, bro. You probably already are. You're just keeping it on the low. You guys are going to be wealthy. And at the end of the day, the world as you know it is going to change. Hyperinflation, the housing market is a disaster. We're dealing with a food shortage. I posted earlier that by 2045, if you take a woman to Applebee's, it's going to cost $300. But guess what? You're going to get your dick sucked. And I say that to be funny, to be honest, but also to say that life is going to change. Like, everybody thinks that, we're going to go back to the old. No, the old days are done. Pre the C19, those days are done. We're in the new era now. We're in the digital age now, the age of CBDCs, the age of crypto, the age of AI. Life will never, ever go back before that. C19 was that divide. And there are people that noticed it, but a lot didn't. And so my thing is this. I'm going to keep talking about AI. I'm going to keep talking about the future of finance, the economy, and geopolitics. And the only thing I ask for from my audience is I want you to challenge me. I need you. I don't want an echo chamber. I'm not Coach Greg Adams. I need my audience to challenge me and say, hey, Solo, what about this? Well, Solo, I don't agree with that. I need my TDM. I need you to challenge. You've been doing that, brother. I salute you for that. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes in YouTube that people don't know about. My phones are tapped. Why are my phones tapped? A lot of things that people don't know about. Why is it that I got 54,000 subscribers, but we only got 40 people watching live? TDM, did you ever think about that? I got 54,000 people subscribed, but we only got 41 people watching. Why does it? Isn't that like, you got to think for a second. Either I'm shadow banned or there's somebody that's trying to repress me. Like TDM, I'm asking you. Like, really think about it for a second.
Well, the reason why I believe that is because there's the situation of where you can be limited in terms of your reach and your growth. And the problem with that is that I thought that this was supposed to be a platform where anybody could succeed and anybody could come on and prosper. But when you actually look at it, there's a lot of politics. There's a lot of litigation. There's a lot of things going on where people behind the scenes have really control over you. You really don't have your platform or your channel. You get views upon what they want people to view you because Solo, I'll tell you the truth. I have you. Um, pause. You know what I'm saying? I have your channel on my YouTube channel or YouTube account as notifications all. And I don't get all of your notifications when you go live. That's why even when you went live today, I had to go on the YouTube app to figure out that you were live, brother. I didn't get a notification. And that is not what YouTube says because YouTube says that if you put the notifications all, I should be able to get all notifications, right? But I don't. And that
No, you
tells me
don't.
that people,
And I got the
yeah,
message that if I don't talk about women, if I don't talk about men hating women and the delusions of women and cause the divide, I got the message. I got the message. And guess what? Fuck that. I don't care about that. I care about the truth. You got mainstream media lying to people. Now you got these YouTubers lying to people. All for what? Shekels and dollars. A lot of these motherfuckers sold their soul. I'm going to keep it real with you. If you want to get married, get married. Just don't do it in America. Black women are beautiful, fit, feminine, and submissive. Believe in God. Jesus Christ is real. You know how I know Jesus Christ is real? Because the devil is real too. The devil's been tormenting me for the last 5 years. That's facts. Illuminati's real too. I got random people coming up to me wanting me to sign Why do I have a random white guy at 3 a.m. in a hotel room at the W wanting me to sign a contract? But see, your favorite YouTubers, they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to be like, oh, no, it's not real. It's a conspiracy. Guess what? My channel has suffered. And you know what? Good. Because this isn't for everybody. This is for people who want to win. My channel is for people who want to win, who want to be trendsetters. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I'm not red pill. Fuck that shit. I'm not black pill. Fuck that shit. I'm Solar TV 84. I'm a child of God. That's what I do. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell the truth. I don't condone cooning. I don't condone violence against men or women. I don't condone none of that shit. And guess what? When you start telling the truth, that's when you become ostracized. That's why you notice people stay away from me. And that's good. Because at the end of the day, here's the truth. L Selector, I'm so glad that you're here. Because, brother, you dropped so many gems. Like, yo, real talk. Matter of fact, I'm going to put my email address in the private chat because I want to do another live stream with you. But at the end of the day, I want people to understand, why is it that Andrew Tate all of a sudden is coming out and saying, fuck the red pill? See, nobody wants to talk about that. There's a reason
I mean,
why Andrew
I,
Tate now all of a sudden and Tristan Tate are saying, fuck the red pill. There's a reason for that.
because if I could just chime in, I know we don't have much time, but I also find that funny and intriguing, and you know the reason why I do believe that is because number one, he probably doesn't want to be associated with this type of community anymore because it's bad for something that you Solo have said, image and optics. But even more so, I believe that maybe his lawyers are telling him not to do this, because don't associate yourself with with these individuals, because there was the shooter upper who referenced that he watches Just Pearly Things, he watches FNF, he watches these red pill content creators, and just how you said, the Secret Service have been watching this space for quite a while. So when you actually put those two and two together, you can understand why someone would want to disassociate themselves with this actual community. And with the most recent debacle, if you don't know already, I'm not going to go into it because Solo has requested me not to. But situations like that is why this space is no longer respected. The people who are in this space are going to be ostracized from actual real life communities. I actually believe this. I believe that people in this community are going to be ostracized from regular people. They're not going to be invited to certain places. If you say that you're a red pillar, you now have an ism on you. You know what I'm saying? If you associate with somebody, then like you kind of have that ick on you, and people don't want to talk to you anymore. I think that people in this space are going to start feeling that, because it's it's no longer cool to be red pill. It's no longer like, we're in the matrix, man. Yeah, man. We're seeing the world for what it is. No, man, you look like a clown out here. And that is what the image is going to be for a lot of people in this space. And I just hope that some people will be able to realize that before it's too late. But some people are so warped. Some people are so engulfed into this type of mindset that you can't drag them out. And you know what I say, Solo? You're not gonna drag me into the fire pit with you. You're not gonna make me fall into the trap with you. Your ass is gonna stay there stuck. And I'm just gonna sit here and tell you that I told you so. So I hope that some people could realize this message that Solo was telling you, but a lot of these dudes in that space, they don't have your best interest at heart. It's honestly a money grab, and they're just thinking of taking advantage of you. You know, pause. But seriously, a lot of people in this space, I don't necessarily believe that they have a bright future. I think that Officer Teddy is going to be watching them very closely, and I think that I don't think that is cool to be in this space anymore. That's just my own opinion. And yes, learn coding, learn tech, learn engineering, learn something where you can be a part of the future. Yes, learn about it. Yes, please. Tamiko White, you are 100% correct. Learn. Don't worry about. Yeah, yes. Tamiko White, you're 100% right. It is the new movement for those individuals. It is. It is. Just go look at Rumble. They are becoming a safe haven for those type of individuals. So Tamiko White, you are 100% right, dude. And shout out to you for having the gall to say those type of things. Shout out to you, man.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for coming on. And by the way, I didn't mean to make this left, right? At the end of the day, I'm gonna continue to make content God given, if God allow, talking about AI and CBDCs. I thought the CBDC video was fire. It doesn't even have 500 views, right? It's ridiculous. The AI and the future of AI, that's like a documentary. Once again, that video should have 50K. It doesn't have the views, right? I know for a fact, I know how the algorithm works. I know for a fact that if I start talking about some nigga shit and talking about black women, oh yeah, the algorithm will start to favor me again, but not to the same level as when I was before. Um, and the reality is that people got to understand. You have to understand. I started YouTubing when I was 25 years old. I'm in my mid 30s now. I'm in my. my life has changed now. I've experienced different things. I've seen different things. So a lot of my views that I had when I was younger is different. I've met different people, and TDM, when I last time I saw Ian Bellina, he was with his girlfriend, and then they had a model chick for me, right? That they were introducing me. They're not talking about none of this bullshit. You know what they're talking about? These millionaires, L Selector. Ian is talking about, how do I become a billionaire? This is what I'm doing. This is what you need to do. Millionaires and billionaires, they're not talking about, oh, these feminists. Da, da, da. That's broke. That's for broke people. That's how broke people talk, guys. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, wow. And remember, I'm just a regular guy. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this is what we need to be on. And then when I'm behind the scenes, I'm trying to rally the other brothers. Let's talk about this tech. Nobody wants to hear it because it's all about the money. And now the government has let it be known that they're in the space too. And a lot of y'all drinking the Kool-Aid. When CBDCs come, L Selector, you know what that means for these niggas?
It's over. It's over. It's over.
TDM, let me ask you this, and I'll L Selector, this goes for you too. But TDM, I need your input. When do you see CBDCs rolling out in a major way in America?
Oh, just America or globally?
Both.
Well, globally, I'd say that CBDCs are already in effect because there are nations that have their CBDC implemented. But I
Like,
will say that for uh for the United States, I'd say that I see CBDCs obviously with Fed now, which is obviously a beta. It's a prototype. They said that they want that out in July. So I'd say between 2020, maybe late 2024 to 2025, I see CBDCs becoming a serious thing in terms of companies wanting to implement it or use it as like how we use direct deposit now. Because I'll tell you the truth, I don't pay for anything with cash or a bank. Everything I do is with crypto. And I use my lovely crypto.com, one of my cards, and I just utilize that to pay for everything. And I just upload crypto to it. So it would be sort of the same mechanism of that. They would just have the CBDCs uploaded to a card, and you could just go ahead and pay for everything. But the CBDC, what I believe that Solo was trying to, illuminate to was that there's going to be tracking on you. There's going to be the ability for them to monitor you to the point of every single minute transaction that you make. And eventually, what can happen is that they could tell you, you can't buy this, you can't purchase this. If you are outside of a jurisdiction, you can't purchase this. If you are known to be a certain type of individual, you can't purchase this item. You can't use your money. And that's really when we have a totalitarianism government. And that is why I want people to look at the AI situation and realize that the AI could make the decision whether you can spend your money or not. Think about that.
How come we got two L Selectors, man? What's going on, bro? Okay. Well, guys, listen. More to come. I got more live streams to come. I'm trying to get Penelope on a live stream, but she's too busy twerking for Chad right now, I guess. But I want to I want to say thank you guys. Hey, TDM, should I do an outro song or no? I'm gonna let you decide, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Let's
All
go.
right. All right. Well, God bless you guys. I appreciate y'all for hopping on. This was a long. This is probably one of the longest stream. This is the longest stream I've done this year, and it is what it is. TDM, I'm gonna let you pick the song. Do you want the calm outro? The instrumental or the 52? I'm gonna let you pick, my guy.
Uh, to be honest, I think that we need some calmness right now because you know this AI. I know that some people want to hear that banger, that 52, but and I like it. I like it too. But right now, man, we need some calmness, man,
All
because this whole
right, all right,
AI situation.
all right.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we out. Peace.
Irresistible now.